Mr. Speaker.
E te atua kaharawa, ka tuku whakamoimati atu mātou, mona karakia ko waiho tia mai ki runga i a mātou. Ka wahi o mātou pānga whaiaro katoa ki te taha, ka mihi mātou ki te kingi me te inoi atu, mo te arihitanga i roto i o mātou whakaaroarohanga. Kia mohi ai, kia whakaiti ai tā mātou whakahaere i ngā take o te whare nei. Mo te oranga, te maungarongo me te aroha o Aotearoa. Āmini.
I'm sure that members will want to join with me in welcoming to our Parliament Helen Burnett, the Deputy Speaker of the Tasmanian Assembly. Four petitions have been delivered for the clerk for presentation.
Petition of Positive Money New Zealand requesting that the House inquire into the Reserve Bank providing financing towards significant infrastructure projects at zero or near zero interest rates. Petition of Brian Webb requesting that the House pass legislation that prevents Donald Trump and his associates and family who have been convicted in America from entering or investing in the realm of New Zealand. Petition of Jasmine Watson requesting that the House urge the government to install CCTV cameras in all playgrounds and parks in New Zealand. Petition of Education Outdoors New Zealand requesting the House urge the government to keep outdoor education as a senior general curriculum subject.
Those petitions stand referred to the Petitions Committee. Ministers have delivered 10 papers.
2024-25 annual reports of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade together with the International Development Cooperation Programme and non-departmental appropriation, Guardians of New Zealand Superannuation, New Zealand Super Fund and Elevate New Zealand Venture Fund, Kaianga Ora Homes and Communities, the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, the Treasury, together with non-departmental appropriations. Reports on non-departmental appropriations for 2024-25 of the Regional Development Portfolio, the Resources Portfolio in Business, Science and Innovation, and the Housing Portfolio in Vote Housing and Urban Development. Serious Fraud Office, Long-Term Insights Briefing, and 2025-26 Statement of Performance Expectations for Guardians of New Zealand Superannuation, New Zealand Super Fund, and Elevate New Zealand Venture Fund.
Those papers are published under the authority of the House. 2 Select Committee reports have been delivered for presentation.
Report of the Business Committee on the recommended sitting program for 2026. Report of the Justice Committee on the sale and supply of alcohol, sales on Anzac Day morning, Good Friday, Easter Sunday and Christmas Day Amendment Bill.
The bill is set down for second reading and the report of the Business Committee is set down for consideration. Members, I've received an urgent letter from Kushla Tangaire Manuel seeking to debate under Standing Order 399 the Minister of Sport directing Sport New Zealand to provide support to facilitate the resolution of the dispute between Netball New Zealand and Dame Nolene Taurua. This is a particular case of recent occurrence. The Minister of Sport is not responsible for the resolution of the dispute, but is responsible for directing Sport New Zealand. The bar for an urgent debate is a high one. I do not think that issuing such a direction to a Crown entity is a matter that warrants setting aside the business of the House. The application is declined. We come now to oral questions. The first in the name of the Right Honourable Chris Hipkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Does he stand by all of his government's statements and actions?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Yes. Supplementary, Mr. Speaker. Has he or any government minister requested or received advice on limiting the right to strike for any government workforces? If so, what was the nature of that advice?
We respect the union's right to strike. We also encourage them to think about the impact they're having on kids, parents and patients.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. I asked the Prime Minister whether or not he or any of his ministers had requested or received advice on limiting the right to strike.
Prime Minister might like to make a further comment.
Not that I'm aware of.
Mr. Speaker, so why did Simeon Brown say that limiting the right of doctors to strike was something the government would consider?
He talked about the fact that actually we want doctors to consider the rights of parents, patients and kids. He said that ultimately we need to balance the right to strike and actually making sure we protect the interests of other New Zealanders. That is something that he said we may ultimately consider, but I'd just say to that member and to all your friends in the unions, encourage them to get back round the bargaining table. Let's negotiate tomorrow.
Mr. Speaker, so how is it in the interests...
Just wait for your own team to...
How is it in the interests of parents, patients and kids for the government to offer public sector workers, like teachers, doctors, nurses and others, pay increases that are less than the rate of inflation, so amount to a real terms pay cut, and not address the workload issues that they have been raising?
Well, that's just not true. What we have said is that we expect teachers to be able to come around the bargaining table and negotiate with their employer, the Public Service Commissioner, and actually do the negotiation there. But again, there are offers that have been extended to the unions that haven't been taken out to members. Asking teachers to consider whether they could do their professional development and their teacher-only days in one of the 12 weeks of school holidays is not an unreasonable request. Having a discussion about a Palestinian state from a teachers' union is not a priority about improving attendance or education outcomes for New Zealanders.
Supplementary question, Mr. Speaker. Why didn't the government increase eligibility for the game development rebate, given the current $40 million budget for the rebate isn't being fully utilised?
Well, again, I'm very proud of the progress that's been made in the gaming sector under this government. I think when I looked at the numbers a few months ago, and don't hold me to account, but the 38% increase in the size of the gaming sector, I think it actually hit something like $780 million in the last year, which is fantastic.
Supplementary question, Mr. Speaker. Why isn't he aware that the gaming sector has grown 86% in the last 2.5 years since the gaming rebate was introduced by the previous Labor government, and his government, despite repeated requests from the sector, has not been willing to expand eligibility so that the budget that was set aside for it actually gets spent?
Isn't it great? We're getting a question on the third Labor policy of this week, but we didn't get one for the 1 and 2. And this is really the big deal that's going to move the needle from Labor. I'd just say getting in behind, backing fast track, public-private partnerships, roads of national significance, NCA changes. Those are things that we want to hear from the Leader of the Opposition on.
Supplementary question, Mr. Speaker. Can he name one other sector of the New Zealand economy that's grown by 86% in the last 2.5 years? And if he can't, why isn't he willing to back the sector that is?
We are backing the sector. That's why it's so great to see the growth that's taken place in the sector. But it's also why we're backing farmers, because actually their dairy's up 14%, red meat's up about 9%, and horticulture's up 19%. That's fantastic result, record results in our primary industry sectors. And again, I just encourage the member to support what the government's doing to free and liberate our farmers who are treated as villains and are deeply, deeply valued.
Supplementary.
Supplementary, Dr. Shane Retty.
Thank you. Is the Prime Minister aware of the recent gaming sector review where some businesses saw, quote, increasing the number of grants available through code as the most effective lever for further development, unquote?
Yes, I am, and I appreciate the work that the member's doing to actually improve our science sector and to actually encourage more startups across a range of technology sectors in this economy.
Question number 2, Cameron Brewer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Finance and asks, what recent reports has she seen on the economy?
The Honourable Chris Bishop.
Mr. Speaker, this morning the New Zealand Superannuation Fund published its latest annual report. It shows that the super fund's total size was $85 billion at 30 June 2025, with average return since its inception of 10.1% per annum.
Supplementary. How does the super fund compare to other government-owned investment funds?
Oh, Mr. Speaker, while different countries' funds have their own approach to investment, there are a number of common practices. These funds and their investment companies typically buy and sell a range of assets, diversify their portfolio, including by investing internationally, seek to generate strong long-term financial returns for their investor base, actively manage risk, and reinvest their profits to ensure fund growth and sustainability over time.
Supplementary. Does the super fund sell assets, and do other government-owned investment funds sell assets?
Mr. Speaker, yes and yes. Funds sell assets and they buy other assets. For example, just to take a random example, when Temasek was established in Singapore in 1974, its initial portfolio of 354 million Singaporean dollars comprised shares in companies, startups and joint ventures previously held by the Singapore government. This included, I'm advised, a bird park, a hotel, a detergent producer, a start-up airline and an iron and steel mill. Of the 35 companies in Temasek's initial portfolio, only 10 still remain, directly or indirectly. That means that less than 30% of their original seed assets are retained by them today. I'm talking about Temasek policy. The other 70% have been divested or liquidated as Temasek invested, divested and grew their portfolio to 434 billion Singaporean dollars.
Supplementary. Do government-owned investment funds typically invest in other countries?
Mr. Speaker, yes, because they're trying to diversify and get as good a return as possible for the citizens they represent. Let me again refer to just a random example. Temasek. Around half of their portfolio consists of companies and assets outside of Singapore. Wow. In fact, their sovereign wealth fund, GIC, invests in more than 40 countries worldwide. As literate investors know, diversification across countries and industries is essential to reduce risk and protect portfolios from market volatility.
Question number 3, the Honourable Barbara.
Whakalofalahi atu, Mr. Speaker. Whakalofalahi atu.
3, Barbara Edmonds. Honourable Barbara Edmonds.
Thank you. To the Minister of Finance, does she stand by all her statements and actions?
The Honourable Chris Bishop.
Yes, including the comments I just made about Temasek.
Supplementary. How can she stand by her statement that, quote, costs are under control, that inflation is under control, unquote, when there have been 4 consecutive increases in inflation?
Well, inflation is within the target band. 3 years ago it was 7.3%, it is now 3%. I would put our record on inflation up against that member's any day of the week.
Yeah. Supplementary. Is a pay offer below the 3% rate of inflation an effective pay cut? If not, why not?
Well, it's not for me to get into the bargaining between the unions. It's not for me to get into the bargaining between the unions and the Public Service Commission.
Supplementary. How does a pay offer for teachers, firefighters and nurses that does not keep up with the cost of living help their families who are struggling with the increasing cost of living?
Oh, Mr. Speaker, the government has made generous offers in relation to all of the pay disputes that are currently underway. The other point I would make is, as that member's party and other members have been making repeatedly, and in fact allied with the unions, it is not just about pay. So, for example, one of the issues that has been raised repeatedly over many years in relation to education, for example, is the extra investment required for learning support. The government has come to the table and put a record investment in Budget 2025 of over $700 million. And to quote the union's own words, this is not just about pay. We agree.
Supplementary. Does she agree with the Prime Minister that, quote, we would love to pay everyone more, but for that to happen, we've got to be a much wealthier economy, unquote. If so, would there have been more money for workers had she not handed out pay increases for board directors, $2.9 billion for landlords, and $300 million for the tobacco industry?
That's right.
Okay, sorry. That's just ridiculous. If you didn't like the question being asked from your side of the House, talk to the member away from the general furore of the House. When someone is about to answer a question, hold your tongue until I've at least said 1 or 2 words.
Mr. Speaker, to take each of the 3 stupid assertions in that question in reverse order, the tobacco claim by the member is inaccurate and wrong. In relation to the board directors, if the last government had not appointed boards that ran so many Crown companies, like, to take a random example, Kāinga Ora, so badly, we would not have been put in a position where we had to bring in some commercial expertise to get the books back on track. And in relation to the first part of the question, I always agree with the Prime Minister.
Do you?
Is that it?
Settle down.
Question 4, Rema Nakli.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Transport and asks, what announcements has he made on the government's Roads of National Significance programme?
Oh, Mr. Speaker, as I outlined to the House yesterday,
Chris Bishop.
my apologies, Mr. Speaker, as I outlined to the House yesterday, the government spending $1.2 billion to move the next tranche of the Roads of National Significance to the next phase of development following the board's approval of the investment cases. This is about a long-term transport infrastructure pipeline to help address our infrastructure deficit. And of course, the infrastructure that will be built over time supports growth and creates jobs and opportunities for Kiwis. It's a fantastic day, or was a fantastic day on Monday.
Supplementary. What did the most recent investment cases say about roads of national significance in the Central and Upper North Island?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I invite members to go away and read the investment cases. To take a couple of examples, the Northland Expressways investment case proves the project will be transformational for the North in the same way that the Waikato Expressway has been transformational for the Waikato. The first section is currently in procurement and ultimately, if the project is built completely between Auckland and Whangarei, it will reduce travel time by 38 minutes and of course reduce deaths and serious injury, which is something that many members are concerned about, by 66%. The East-West Link, Mr. Speaker, is a very important project that I think some members have been familiar with for quite some time. And the Hamilton Southern Links project will unlock over 17,000 new houses, and it's estimated over 7,000 new jobs in this extremely fast-growing area of the Upper North Island.
Supplementary. What did the most recent investment cases say about roads of national significance in the Lower North Island?
Well, Mr. Speaker, it was good to see the New Zealand Transport Agency Board endorse investment cases for Petone to Granada and the Cross Valley Link, as well as State Highway 1 Wellington improvements. Petone to Granada is a critical resilience project for the Wellington region. It will take 6,500 vehicles off the most congested section of State Highway 1 and 2 and will reduce travel times between Lower Hutt and Porirua by 23 minutes at peak time. Wow. And after the previous government did not advance the case for Let's Get Wellington Moving, we are committed to delivering meaningful improvements to State Highway 1 through Wellington, including a second Mount Victoria tunnel, a second Terrace tunnel, 3-laning Vivian Street so you can no longer park on State Highway 1, Basin Reserve grade separation and widening Ruahine Street and Wellington Road.
Supplementary.
Okay.
What did the most recent investment cases say about the roads of national significance in the South Island?
Mr. Speaker, it's good to see the New Zealand Transport Agency Board endorsed the investment case into the Hope Bypass, which we may have to rename. State Highway 6 is a vital connection for people and goods, will boost economic growth in Nelson, Tasman, reduce peak journey times through Richmond by at least 10 minutes by 2034. And of course, developments continue on the Belfast to Pegasus and Wood End Bypass Road of National Significance, with a fast-track application being worked through currently. And of course, I cannot let the moment go without mentioning James Meagher's favourite project, the second Ashburton Bridge.
Question number 5, the Honourable Willow Jean Prime.
Tēnā koe te maunga. Te whare, my question is to the Minister of Education. Will she be present at the education sector strike protests on 23rd October? If not, why not?
The Honourable Eric Stanford.
Mr. Speaker, tomorrow I will be in Wellington, and I do understand that all rallies, planned events and sign-waving events have been called off due to severe weather in Wellington.
Supplementary. Why have over 40,000 educators been forced to take to the streets just to get their minister to listen to their concerns?
Well, Mr. Speaker, they're not forced to do anything, and I would like to just say that we have been listening to them, which is why we have delivered the biggest investment in learning support in a generation, more than they did in the last 6 years combined, which is why we've invested in paying for their teacher registration fees, Mr. Speaker, which is why we've invested in an Aspiring Principals program, which is why we've invested in a teacher bonding scheme, Mr. Speaker, among many, many things we've done to back the sector. But we cannot get further progress unless the unions are back at the table, and children need to be in classrooms learning.
Supplementary. Does she realise that educators have no choice but to strike when she has refused to listen to them despite open letters signed by hundreds of principals and petitions signed by thousands of concerned teachers in whānau?
Well, Mr. Speaker, they do have a choice, and here is an example of a union that did have a choice. The PPCBU, the Primary Principals Collective Bargaining Union, with over 500 members, chose not to strike, chose to be at the bargaining table with the Public Service Commission, chose to be open and transparent, chose to come to a settlement, a good, fair and reasonable settlement, and that is why more and more educators are joining their union day by day because they're sick of the NZEI.
Supplementary. Why does she continue to defer to Sir Brian Roche when the sector is crying out for some engagement with their minister?
Well, Mr. Speaker, let me talk to you about engagement with the sector. Today, in fact, I've come directly here from Lower Hutt, where I have been at the Curriculum Roadshow with hundreds of principals and leaders and teachers all in a room to learn about the changes. And on Monday, we did the same thing in Christchurch, fully booked, overflowing, the same thing on Monday. In fact, Mr. Speaker, with all of this engagement that's happening with the sector, we can't find a venue big enough to hold them all.
Supplementary. Supplementary.
I texted it.
Just wait. There are far too many conversations going on, particularly while ministers are answering questions, as well as unreasonable amount of barracking across the House. So we'll just have total silence for a moment, and while the question is asked. The Honourable Willow Jean Prime.
What message does she think she sends educators when she is willing to prioritise her roadshow with her friends over meeting with those who are striking?
Well, Mr. Speaker, turns out I've got hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of friends, because that's how many people are turning up to the Curriculum Roadshow to learn about the changes and the reform in education that is going to be raising achievement and closing the education gap in this country, which is more than those guys did in 6 years.
Question question number 6, Chloe Swarbrick.
E te Premier, e tautoko ana ia I ngā kōrero me ngā mahi katoa a tōna kāwanatanga.
Yes.
Does he stand by his statement in response to our questions yesterday that nurses have safe staffing conditions when Te Whatu Ora's own data showed that 50% of day shifts were understaffed in 16 districts over 10 months last year in our hospitals?
Well, I'm incredibly proud of what this government's doing to improve the working environment for nurses. The fact that in less than 2 years we've added 2,100 extra nurses into Health New Zealand is a really good thing. And the fact that we've made consistent efforts and investments in the healthcare system, $17 billion in our first budget, up another 7% in our second budget, that's all good stuff.
Does he stand by his statement that nurses have safe working conditions when nurses report that emergency departments are currently, under his government's hiring freeze, so short-staffed that some patients who soil themselves are left lying for hours in their own excrement because staff do not have time to help?
Well, in answer to the first part of the question, there is no hiring freeze, but what I'm proud about with this government is that we've got crystal clear on what we expect the healthcare system to deliver for patients, and that is less wait times in emergency departments, immunisation rates for under 2s, faster access to first specialist appointments, elective surgeries, and importantly making sure that we are delivering for patients and putting them at the heart of everything we do. And it's been good to see some encouraging turnaround. I'm sure all members of this House would thank the Minister of Health for the good work that he's doing in trying to get those wait lists run down.
Is he concerned that neonatal wards across Auckland, Whangarei, Christchurch, Palmerston North and Tauranga hospitals were understaffed for more than a third of the shifts in the first half of this year? And if so, what impact does he think that these unsafe working conditions have on parents and newborns?
Well, I'm just very proud of the progress that we've taken since the departure of a Labour Greens government, that clearly we have put more money in than the history of New Zealand. We have put more workforce into the healthcare system. We have good clarity on targets, and we now expect delivery from Health New Zealand to support patients.
Will the Prime Minister commit to empowering government negotiators to turn up to the bargaining table equipped with the resources necessary to meet the actual real-world need to fix our education and healthcare systems?
Well, I'm proud of what we're doing and improving on our health and education systems given the mess that we inherited from the last lot. But I just say we are ready 24/7, ready to go. So why don't we actually cancel the strike tomorrow and actually go to the bargaining table tomorrow?
Does the Prime Minister understand that in order for the bargaining to actually work, the government needs to empower its negotiators to actually turn up, capable of offering the resources necessary to meet the need in our education and healthcare systems?
Absolutely, and that's why we're ready to go 24/7. The bottom line is that the unions are not coming in and talking to a minister about the state of Palestine, not being prepared to have a conversation about professional development or teacher-only days in the 12 weeks of school holidays that happens, going in as a PPTA organisation and not taking a new deal out to the members, actually rejecting binding arbitration from senior doctors. All of that says it's politically motivated, they're not serious, they don't care about the parents, the kids or the patients. We do. Get to the bargaining table, simple as.
I'll just point out to the person who was questioning by way of interjection, particular action, someone else, you were referring to me, which is not at all appropriate and wildly inaccurate, I might also say. Question 7, Tom Rutherford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Justice. How is the government progressing with its plan to restore law and order?
The Honourable Paul Goldsmith.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the government's making good progress on its plan to restore law and order. We've committed to restoring consequences for crime and to keep those who cause the most harm in our society off the streets for longer, to put victims back at the centre of the Justice Centre. I could point to progress made on our ambitious target to see 20,000 fewer victims of serious violent crime by 2029, and the most recent data released to the 12-month to May show that we're 29,000 fewer victims than when we came into government, 9,000 ahead of our target. That is still too many victims, and we've got a lot more work to do, but the plan that we have is working.
Supplementary, what updates can he provide on the government's recovery of court fines?
Well, Mr. Speaker, our trial of clamping and seizing cars of people who have not paid their court fines and reparations began in July, set to expand after it achieved more than 225,000 in fines in the seizure of 115 vehicles in a 3-month period. Bailiffs scanned more than 70,000 number plates and identified 982 with overdue court fines and reparations. Of those, 278 paid on the spot, which was good. 115 didn't and had their cars seized, and 16 of those have already been sold in auction, with another 52 on the way. Mr. Speaker, it's all about ensuring that people do what they're supposed to do and that there are real consequences of a crime.
What other actions is the government taking to progress its plan to restore law and order?
Well, Mr. Speaker, as part of our Q4 plan, before the end of the year, we'll introduce legislation to strengthen consequences for crime in the Crimes Act, including new citizens' arrest powers, a raft of coalition commitments, as well as to pass legislation to make stalking an illegal and jailable offence. A lot of talk about that over many years, but this government will do it before the end of the year. The government's also taking policy decisions on options to provide more tools to address the rise in antisocial behaviour that continues to be an issue in places like Auckland's CBD. We want Kiwis and visitors to this country from overseas to feel safe and welcome on Queen Street and in our other town centres.
What updates can he provide on the government's youth offending reduction target?
Well, Well, Mr. Speaker, alongside our target to reduce the number of victims of serious crime, we've also got a target led by Minister Chaw to reduce the number of children and young people with serious and persistent offending by 15%, which the good news is that we have achieved as a government already. Much more to do, but if you're a victim of crime, especially if you're a victim of violent crime, it doesn't matter how old the offender is, you and your family still suffer the consequences, and that's why it is so important that we deal more effectively with youth crime, which was out of control in a couple of years ago, and good progress has been made.
Question number 8, Camilla Bellich.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the Minister for the Public Service, does she stand by her statement, an efficient, professional and politically neutral public service is essential?
The Honourable James Meagher.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Minister for the Public Service, yes.
Supplementary. Was she or her office consulted before the Public Service Commission approved taxpayer-funded ads about the strike on Thursday, and were they involved in the content, timing or authorisation?
I'm not aware of the details, but I'm aware that the decision was the Commissioner's to make.
Did the Minister for the Public Service see the ads before they were published?
On behalf of the Minister, I can't answer that question. Sorry. Well, I'm not aware whether the Minister was.
Does she think it is in good faith to spend public money on messaging that attacks the bargaining position of doctors, nurses, and teachers?
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Minister for the Public Service, that's not what the ads did. The ads clarified the information about the offers on the table and were a perfectly valid way of drawing attention to the enormous disruption being caused to families, to children and to patients by the ongoing strikes. And it reiterates the message that if we really want to get a resolution, get round the bargaining table and settle these disputes.
Does she still stand by her claim that the strike is politically motivated? And if so, how is her own decision to attack the bargaining position of doctors, nurses and teachers not itself politically motivated?
Mr. Speaker, yes.
Question number 9, Andy Foster.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. My question is to the Associate Minister of Police and asks, what recent reports has she seen about organised crime?
Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Casey Costello.
Last Friday, the Ministerial Advisory Group on Transnational Serious and Organised Crime published their final report, Lead Boldly, Act Decisively. The advisory group was tasked with assessing the transnational organised crime landscape in New Zealand and for proposing bold solutions, and I would like to thank them for their hard work. Their report highlights a stark reality that transnational serious organised crime is a major threat to New Zealand's national security. Our current operational response is strong, but across government there is scope for a more cohesive approach supported by the private sector and the public.
Supplementary, Mr. Speaker. What makes responding to transnational organised crime so challenging?
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are many reasons, but I'd like to focus on 2. Organised crime groups operate at the pace of technology while governments are constrained to operate at the pace of law. Things like encrypted devices and artificial intelligence expand criminal capabilities and allow organised crime groups to connect, and we're seeing cartels and groups operating and growing at scale. Drugs is the most noted commodity, and they form another major challenge because organised crime is commodity agnostic. Organised crime will operate wherever money can be made, whether it is drugs, people trafficking, money laundering, financial scams or child exploitation. They are sophisticated and will always target the weakest link in our defences. However, the Ministry Advisory Group has been clear that the challenges of transnational organised crime present are not insurmountable and have done an excellent job to recommend solutions.
Supplementary. What proposals have the Ministerial Advisory Group made?
Mr. Speaker, I won't touch on all the group's recommendations because they are numerous and detailed, but instead I'd like to speak to their focus, which has been on 4 key themes. The first is creating cohesion and accountability across government. The second is about targeting cash flows.
The third is our role in supporting our Pacific neighbours. And finally, the advisory group has highlighted the need to strengthen our communities and build resilience to organised crime.
Supplementary. Given the wide-ranging recommendations of the Ministerial Advisory Group, are we currently failing in the fight against organised crime?
Mr. Speaker, no. Like many countries, we are not winning, but we certainly are not failing. As I stated in my response to the primary question, operational agencies like police and customs are doing great work, and we're seeing the results of that excellence regularly. We're seizing record levels of drugs. In the last financial year, more than 9 tonnes of illicit drugs were stopped from entering New Zealand. We're also stopping illicit tobacco and child exploitation material with increasing frequency and at increasing scale. We know we need to keep lifting our game in response to the threat proposed, and we're not sitting on our hands. We've been focused on finding solutions and improving operational performance, and that focus will continue. The Ministerial Advisory Group report provides a bold vision and presents an opportunity to drive further innovation and effectiveness in how we respond to organised crime.
Question number 10, Amonga Lydia Solsini.
Whakalawhalaia to Mr. Speaker. To the Minister of Internal Affairs, is she confident that firefighters have the appliances and equipment they need to keep them safe on the job? If so, why?
The Honourable David Seymour.
On behalf of the Minister of Internal Affairs, yes, and I'm sure that the Minister would want me to say that she's incredibly proud of the efforts that New Zealand's firefighters make. They are some of the most trusted New Zealanders, some of the only New Zealanders who have a job of going into dangerous environments deliberately, and from my experience of visiting fire stations, absolute backbones, great New Zealanders. We're confident that they have the equipment in spite of a long legacy of decay. Since the merger of the voluntary and professional fire services in 2017, there has been a long period of time where the rate of replacement of fire engines has not kept up in such a way that it's kept the average age down. In the last 2 years, an asset management plan has been put in place for the first time, which is quite a shocking revelation, but it's only been done in the last 2 years. At the same time, $20 to $25 million per year is being invested in new fire trucks. Currently, 78 are on order, including 5 aerial appliances. However, they tend to take 18 to 24 months to be delivered. So, Mr. Speaker, we are grateful for our firefighters. We are confident that they're safe, but we acknowledge historic problems that we are resolving.
Now,
supplementary.
I would assume that that was such a comprehensive answer that the rest of it can be quite concise. That was an exceptionally long answer.
But it was very detailed.
Well, there was the sort of detail that probably is just a little bit more than might have been expected in the House.
I try and exceed expectations,
Supplementary.
Mr. Speaker.
Just a moment.
Does she agree with the Professional Firefighters Union that, quote, FENZ is driving emergency response into the ground with the failing fire appliances, unsafe stations, refusal to increase staffing, unquote? If not, why not?
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Minister for Internal Affairs, I'm sure that a Labor member will realise that red things aren't always reliable. However, there is a commitment, as I have mentioned, to upgrade the fire appliance fleet, which is underway in order to address those concerns.
Supplementary. Does she agree with Brooke Van Velden that all parties need to get around the bargaining table? If so, why has FENZ failed to front up for bargaining?
Mr. Speaker, we do agree with that, and FENZ, through the Public Service Commission, is certainly being represented. Bargaining is available. It's simply a question of the firefighters turning up.
Supplementary. Why should firefighters accept a pay offer that is a pay cut in real terms?
Mr. Speaker, the precise negotiations are being handled by the Public Service Commission, but I would make the point that, like all public service jobs, it is New Zealanders who have to pay for them, overwhelmingly in the case of fire, through levies put on people's home insurance. So it is easy in opposition to say that you think everybody should be paid more. However, it is also true that in these negotiations there are two sides that must be represented, and one of those are the New Zealanders who pay the cost.
Supplementary. Is the Professional Firefighters Union correct that the, quote, job of a firefighter is now more dangerous than it was in the 1990s, unquote? And if so, will she instruct FENZ to make a real, sensible offer to ensure our firefighters are safe at work?
Mr. Speaker, first of all, we don't have, or at least I'm not aware on behalf of the Minister of Internal Affairs, of a comparison that would validate or invalidate that comparison with the 1990s. What I do know is that FENZ is extremely wary of the dangers that firefighters faced. As I mentioned in my initial answer, we recognise that they are the only group of New Zealanders, or one of the few, who are required to go into dangerous environments as part of their work. Nonetheless, it's not true that money makes up for danger. We must take health and safety as a priority, perhaps above all else.
Question number 11, Ricardo Mendes-March.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Health. Does he agree with the Prime Minister that nurses have safe working conditions? If so, why?
Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Simeon Brown.
Yes, I do agree with the Prime Minister. Since coming into office, this government has added around 2,000 more nurses to the public health system compared to 2023, alongside hundreds of additional doctors. That's backed by a record additional $16.68 billion investment in health over 3 budgets, including initiatives focused on improving workplace safety and reducing wait lists for patients. Health New Zealand is committed to safe care. That's why we're growing the health workforce and holding the system accountable through clear health targets so patients get the care they need when they need it.
Do current staffing levels in our hospital provide for safe working conditions? If so, how?
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I said, we have continued to increase the number of nurses working in our health system, around 2,000 more nurses compared to 2023, alongside hundreds of additional doctors. We'll continue to focus on our frontline service delivery and reducing wait lists for patients. And I say to the member, one of the biggest risks in our health system is the waiting times for patients, and those wait lists are only going to increase with tomorrow's strikes.
What does he say to Ali, a registered nurse, who said, quote, I am very upset and shocked by the Prime Minister stating we have safe working conditions. Our wards are critically understaffed. Patients are not receiving the care they need and deserve, end quote.
Well, I say to that individual that this government is continuing to invest in more nursing staff in our hospitals, around 2,000 more nurses in the public health system compared to the Labor Greens government, which we inherited the challenges of our health system from. We are focused on frontline service delivery while they were focused on restructuring bureaucracy.
How is correct? Nurses across the country who are telling us that they do not have safe working conditions, or the Prime Minister who said that nurses have safe working conditions?
Well, the facts speak for themselves, and the facts are that there are more nurses working at Health New Zealand today than under the Labor Greens coalition, which was more focused on restructuring our health system during a pandemic. We're focused on health delivery. They were focused on rearranging bureaucracy.
Supplementary. Why is he not recognising that nurses are telling us across the country that they're not experiencing safe working conditions as a result of current understaffing?
Well, there's a range of things that this government is doing to invest in our nursing workforce, to invest in delivery for patients. And under this government, the number of nurses working at Health New Zealand has increased. They are providing quality care. They do an incredible job for our patients. Quality safety measures are stable or improving over the past 5 years. We're investing in regular training for staff. We're investing in security in our emergency departments. We're continuing to invest in our nursing workforce and in our medical workforces. And we've also put health targets in place which show that we are starting to see progress after the last government allowed wait lists to balloon whilst they fiddled with the bureaucracy. We're focused on patients, they're focused on bureaucracy.
Question number 12, Dr. Carlos Chong.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to Minister for Mental Health. What recent announcements has he made on rolling out new mental health services in emergency departments?
Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Matt Ducey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our mental health plan is focused on delivering results, faster access to support, more frontline workers and a better crisis response. Recently, I announced the introduction of peer support workers in North Shore Emergency Department, completing the rollout of the service across all 3 major Auckland hospitals, alongside Dunedin, Christchurch, Wellington and Waikato hospitals. For anyone in mental health crisis, arriving as a busy emergency department can be overwhelming. Having a peer support specialist who understands what they're going through can make a real difference. No matter where you live, this government is committed to ensuring that timely support is there.
Supplementary. Why are peer support workers part of government plans to improve crisis response in mental health?
Mr. Speaker, I've always been open that one of the biggest barriers to timely mental health support in New Zealand is too many workforce vacancies. Peer support specialists are available to listen, share their experience and provide timely support. They can also link people to community mental health services, resulting in better outcomes once they leave hospital. Whether your child, a friend or a family member is reaching out for support, we're committed to ensuring support is there.
Supplementary. What feedback has the Minister received about the impact of peer support workers?
Mr. Speaker, one of my top priorities is strengthening prevention and early intervention. The feedback from hospitals with peer support workers has been very positive. A peer support worker in Wellington told me how surreal it was to be helping others in the same emergency department they came through in crisis a few years earlier. In Dunedin, a former patient told me on the worst day of her life, this is exactly the type of service she wishes she had when she was struggling. To deliver a better crisis response, we want to ensure there is someone to call, somewhere to respond and somewhere to go.
Supplementary. Where else are peer support workers being used to improve mental health services?
Mr. Speaker, our mental health plan is working. We are delivering, reducing wait times and increasing the workforce. Since coming into government, the peer support lived experience workforce has grown by almost 100%. Amazing. Not only are we rolling out peer support workers in emergency departments, but also in crisis recovery cafes, eating disorder services and to help young people with FASD. When someone takes a step of reaching out for support, workforce should never be a barrier.
Supplementary question, Hana Rāwhiti Maipi Clark.
Supplementary. Will the Minister investigate the mental health crisis in Thames following a serious mental health incident that was brought to his attention by a local mental health rangatira in Hauraki earlier this Monday?
Mr. Speaker, I think it's always important that we respond to people who lay some serious concerns about the mental health system. As the Mental Health Minister, how I hold myself to account, and this government does, is setting New Zealand's first mental health targets. For the first time in New Zealand, we can use the data to go into communities around New Zealand and understand the level of access to those timely support. That will get rid of the postcode lottery for mental health in New Zealand.
Supplementary. How will his new announcements on mental health services address the lack of coordination and unwillingness of public services and agencies in Hauraki to intervene in serious incidents?
Well, Mr. Speaker, that member raises a significant point. New Zealanders' experience traditionally of the mental health system is one of fragmentation, and actually it takes too long to be seen. That's why this function of this government is to join up the mental health system and provide faster access to support. That is why we are now able to go back to the 20 health districts, understand the performance of each of those areas and ensure they deliver a level of services Kiwis should expect in mental health. 1 week for primary mental health and addiction support, 3 weeks for specialist mental health and addiction support.
That concludes oral questions. As members, a point of order, the Honourable David Seymour.
Speaker, I seek leave to make a personal explanation to correct an answer to a question.
Leave is sought for that purpose. Is there any objection? Appears to be none.
Mr Speaker, in my answer to question 10, I suggested that the PSC was negotiating on behalf of FENS. That is in fact not true. FENS is negotiating on behalf of FENS.
Thank you for that clarification. As members leave the House over the next 30 seconds, please do so quickly, quietly, and then we'll call on the general debate. Quickly, quietly, without any discussions in the aisles. Would some honourable member care to move that the House take note of miscellaneous business?
Mr Speaker, I so move.
The Right Honourable Chris Hipkins.
Mr Speaker, 2 years into the term of this government, it is now abundantly clear that all they have to offer New Zealanders is blame, excuses and anger. And haven't we seen that this week? How angry they have looked this week. An opportunity comes along every day for the government to tell New Zealanders how things are getting better, how they are improving the conditions in this country, and all this government could do this week was look angry and talk about the opposition. I can tell you from past experience, when the government spends its whole week talking about the opposition, it's a sure sign that things are in trouble on the other side of the House, Mr Speaker. New Zealanders are looking to this government for a sense that things will get better, that New Zealand can be a place where our kids want to stay, where they see a future and where opportunities abound, where if you work hard, if you play by the rules, if you take pride in your work, you'll see the rewards that flow from that hard work, that you'll have a sense of security, that you'll be able to make life better for yourself and for your families. You'll be able to access health care when you need it, and that you'll have a place that you can call home, where you can be secure and you can be part of a community. And most importantly of all, where you have hope for a better future. New Zealanders elected this government on the basis that they thought they had a plan for the future. It is now abundantly clear they don't have a plan now, and they never had one. Because we can see that under this government for 2 years, things have been going backwards. Our economy has been shrinking. Jobs have been disappearing, unemployment is increasing, the number of people lining up for a job seeker benefit continues to climb. The cost of living, far from being fixed, continues to go up. Homelessness is increasing, more people living rough on the streets. Kids living in poverty, that number's going up as well. The number of businesses going broke continues to climb. And New Zealanders are voting with their feet. Record numbers of New Zealanders are simply giving up and leaving the country. As a parent of young New Zealanders, this is something that I spend a lot of time thinking about. When I speak to other parents outside the school gate or at kids' birthday parties, one of the questions that is front of mind for all of them is when our kids reach the age when they're entering the workforce, are they going to stay? When they go off and do their OE, are they going to come back? because we all know far too many examples of people who are leaving, young New Zealanders in particular, talented, bright, the future of our country, giving up and leaving with no intention of coming back. And instead of giving those young New Zealanders hope, we have a government that describes New Zealand as wet, whiny and miserable, that calls New Zealanders bottom feeders, and that says that our emerging businesses, those who are creating the jobs of the future, are C-listers and unworthy of government support. It doesn't have to be this way. We can have a future that is made in New Zealand, by New Zealanders, for New Zealanders. We can back ourselves, Mr. Speaker. We can invest in ourselves. While this government offers asset sales, we on this side of the House say we should be investing in assets, we should be investing in a better future for New Zealanders. While that government over there wants to sell off what's left, we want to leave a better legacy for the next generation of New Zealanders. While they wait for foreign billionaires to come and save us, we say we should be backing ourselves. We should be backing Kiwi businesses to create jobs, to keep talented New Zealanders in this country and to create the future that New Zealanders deserve. A future fund that uses our existing asset base to grow opportunities and grow jobs for New Zealand. A government that backs innovation here in New Zealand is what the Labour Party stands for, Mr. Speaker. The game development rebate that's created jobs, that's seen the gaming development sector grow by nearly 80%. During the 2.5 years that rebate's been in place, they wanted it expanded. This government said no. We say yes on this side of the House because we want to back our innovators. We want to back those people who go to work every day to create jobs and create opportunity. Where that government says no, 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 when they offer cut, 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 we say yes, 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 and we will invest, invest, invest in the future of this country.
Speaker.
The Honourable Louise Upston.
2 years. 14th of October marked 2 years. What's the job of the opposition? To come up with
Hang on,
policies.
just take your seat. If you're leaving the House, leave quietly. The Honourable Louise Upston.
One job. They've got one job. Come up with some policies to actually back up their words. They've got lots of words, but nothing to back it up. And there was a bit of anticipation. So after the 2 year mark, what were New Zealanders waiting for? They were waiting for some policy. Waiting for some policy. What did we get? They were so patient, waiting for a policy, waiting for a plan, waiting for something for the opposition. What did we get? What did we get? Unfortunately, what we heard on Monday took us right back to the horror show of October 2023, where the New Zealanders voted out a government who was taxing more, spending more, and who was reckless with their tax. So what did they come up with? Well, actually, nobody seems to know what they were actually talking about. 11 pages, no detail. I think there was one figure. Oh, and there was a photo of Chris Hipkins. That's meant to fill in the blanks of the detail of this future fund, but they don't even understand how Temasek works. When you buy assets, you then sell assets for ones that have better returns. That's kind of basic economics, basic trading, basic investment. But unfortunately, New Zealanders would have been really disappointed by, well, actually probably not surprised really, in terms of the stupid, illiterate nonsense that we got served up. But don't take it from my words. It was described as a flop, vague, lacking in any meaningful costings, asset listings or clarity. And what we heard was the Leader of the Opposition saying one thing, the finance spokesperson saying something else. I mean, aren't they meant to be hand in glove? Aren't they meant to be in alignment? But we saw none of that again, which is an absolute disaster for the Labour Party, and it's by time that they actually recognised that when you're going to announce a policy, you should have the detail. You should have your two lead people who are spokespersons for it, who actually understand and are on the same page. But then what did we see? Less than 24 hours later, another major policy announcement that the leader didn't even know about. How was that look? How was that look of absolute shock and horror about a policy that had been announced earlier in the day that he didn't seem to know anything about? So when you think about what's happening over the other side, 2 years in, I think they're living their own horror show over there. Their financial and economic credibility continues to be in the grave. And unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, it's a pattern. We see policy rollouts that no one's been briefed on, half-baked economic proposals, and they live in a fantasy land. Mr. Speaker, New Zealanders deserve better than that. They deserve better than that. And that is why our side of the chamber is absolutely focused on delivering for them. So if you just think this week, roads of national significance. We've already got a program of roads that are being rolled out as we speak, and those that were announced by Chris Bishop this week show the next pipeline of significant roads of national significance that are game changers for our cities, for our regions and our communities. Yes, they create jobs, but yes, they provide really critical infrastructure. And actually on this side of the House, when we plan infrastructure, we've actually got a plan for how we're paying for that project, unlike the economically illiterate on the other side of the chamber. We heard earlier from the Minister of Justice about the progress we're making about violent crime reduction, aimed at ensuring that there are 20,000 fewer victims of crime. And on youth offending, we're also well on track with our targets. Just this week, we've introduced 2 more non-financial sanctions for those on welfare, and it's very much focused at job seekers who are not playing their part. We want to see a welfare system that is far more active and responsive, and where people are preparing and doing their bit. And it's great to see the number of people exiting the job seeker benefit for employment. If we look about inflation has stayed within the band of 1 to 3%, from a high of 7.3%, 8 OCR drops. That is incredibly significant. That comes from fiscal discipline. It comes from understanding economic levers. It comes from understanding that you have to reduce wasteful spending and focus on getting outcomes and results. Mr. Speaker, in terms of economic growth, we are seeing progress in tourism, in dairy, in red meat and in gaming. Mr. Speaker, our side of the House is delivering. We're not a horror show like the other side.
Mr. Speaker. Before I call the member, there's quite a bit of ongoing commentary during that last speech. I have noticed voices like that over the question time and other days as well. I didn't see where it was coming from because there was a glass that was obscuring the head from which it was emitting. But in the lesser people in the House, it's now clear where it's coming from, and I suggest it should just stop. The Honourable Mark Patterson.
Mr. Speaker, well, it's finally happened. Labor have announced a policy, and I have to disagree somewhat with my national colleague because we do think it has some merit. We do believe in New Zealand ownership of our assets. Our main issue is it's one of our policies, one that the Right Honourable Winston Peters announced some 14 months ago at our 2024 convention. They're like a cheap tributes band. I see them more as Cliff Richard in the Shadows, and I see us as a bit more like the Rolling Stones, but it's so lacking in originality in terms of a policy platform. Of 2 years of policy seances, that's the best they could come up with. A pale, cheap rip-off of our $100 billion sovereign wealth fund announced some 14 months ago. But I will give it something, at least Chris Hipkins knew that this policy was being announced. Look, it is a tepid toe on the water. It is lacking the grunt of the New Zealand First original. It is not big, it is not transformational, and it is not nation building like the policies that we'll be taking to the election. New Zealand First has a track record. The fast track legislation that we proposed and brought in through this coalition agreement. We've been proponents of the fast track, proponents of the Regional Infrastructure Fund and its predecessor, the PGF. We've been champions through Shane Jones of mining, agriculture and energy, through the supercritical geothermal, big nation-building things, jobs, growth, and in our regions. And my favourite, Mr Speaker, is the efforts we're putting in to reviving the New Zealand wool industry. Mr Speaker, wool is coming back. We are witnessing the revival of this great fibre. We have a massive heritage in wool. In New Zealand, it's been literally built off the sheep's back. And the turnaround is on. Strong wool, I should have told the Prime Minister this, that he could have quoted it earlier. Strong wool, up 32% this year. Fine wool, up 34%, and mid-micron wool up 41%, 9-year highs, and most of that in the last few weeks. A surge in demand for New Zealand wool and a strong tailwind and a return to natural fibres. It's biodegradable, it's flame retardant, it's moisture absorbent, it's anti-allergenic, it's carbon negative. There are no microplastics and it doesn't need treated with toxic PFAS forever chemicals. Todd McClay wants to eat it, it's that good. And it's a miracle fibre which synthetics can't compete. And this revival hasn't happened by accident. There has been strong leadership from the government and the sector is rallying, it is uniting. This famously disparate industry is coming together. We are consulting with farmers on a wool alliance, some groups aligned with wool coming together for the promotion, advocacy, skills development and R&D, an industry good body for which we haven't seen for over a decade and a half. The government has put its money where its mouth is. New Zealand First and National and our coalition agreement to put wool back into government buildings. Yes, that drives demand, but is shown an important market signal and one that has been picked up not just domestically but internationally. If we're not prepared to use wool in our own buildings, how can we ask anyone else? We've invested in innovation, developing higher value end uses. It will not only be more carpets and insulation, it'll be air filtration, sanitary, medicinal products, breaking into component parts, pigments, particles, powders, bioagents for dyes and nutraceuticals. That's transformation, that's $100 a kilo opportunity. We're not only changing the game, we're moving onto a whole new playing field. We're shortening supply chains and strengthening links between global suppliers and our growers right here in rural New Zealand. And it gets even better. Investment is coming to onshore manufacturing, not just exporting the raw materials, adding value for New Zealand, in New Zealand, and creating jobs in our regions. Mr Speaker, I'm determined that wool will be one of the great comeback stories of New Zealand agriculture, adding to its storied heritage, restoring pride for our growers and wool harvesters and much needed profitability back for our hard-working hill country farmers. Our sector is determined to play our part and make our contribution to doubling New Zealand's exports. Thank you.
The Honourable Barbara Emmons.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And that, Mr Speaker, is how you do a general debate speech when you are in government. You talk about the policies that you are undertaking. You talk about the sectors you are backing. And you also talk about all the other ideas that you actually back as well, such as the Labour Party's Future Fund. And to the member's point, you could say that Labour copied you. However, the problem is I couldn't find any detail on your particular policy to be able to copy. But nevertheless, I absolutely applaud your support for the Labour Party Future Fund and look forward to working with you on improving the Future Fund for the benefit of all New Zealanders. Mr Speaker, I just want to take a moment to acknowledge the passing of my father-in-law, Bill Harris-Edmonds. Bill Harris-Edmonds, my father-in-law, passed away in the last September recess. He was my father-in-law for 27 years. He was the grandfather of 25 mokopuna. And so I want to say, I manuela malanga papa, you're an amazing man and we love you for it. The important reason why I wanted to talk about Bill was because his story is a very Kiwi story. Their family owned a family farm in Kaikohe, in the regions. His parents joined a number of Māori who left the regions and came to the city, the urban migration, because there were jobs in the city post the World War II. So his parents came to Auckland City to take up jobs. Bill and his beautiful wife, Memory, established their family in South Auckland, and it was from those roots that their family was able to keep going back to their papakainga in Kaikohe to be able to support the farm up there, but also to be able to work here. It was a generational decision. It was a decision about what other decisions we need to make today as parents to enable our children to have better opportunities. And unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, that story is no longer possible. We can't have the regional shifts to the urban areas that we have. We can't have that anymore. Because what's happening now is there are no more opportunities, both in the cities and rurally. We look at all the different factories across our country that have had to close down quite recently, in Tokeroa and Ruapehu, all the different regional areas, and the migration to the urban areas is no longer possible. With high unemployment in the different city areas, they are going offshore. 200 people every day, a plane load every day, is now going offshore because they can no longer find the opportunities for them, for their children, and for their families. And that's why a plane load a day, we should never, ever take for granted how many people that is per day with record migration. And the problem for me, Mr. Speaker, is that this government has no plan for that, to stem that brain drain. The fact that we are losing almost the size of Napier City in the last year should be concerning every single one of those government backbenchers. Because Kiwis vote with their feet, and if they're not offshore, they'll be here. And if they can't see a future for their children, for their families, for their friends, bye-bye. And that's exactly what these Kiwis across the country are having to do right now. And it's because this government's plan of growth, well, it's not growing for them. The only thing that seems to be growing is growing unemployment, growing jobless. There's going to be growing migration, growing business liquidations. And every single time the public hears the word, we're going to grow the country, grow it for who? Kiwis are asking. Because right now, time and time again, people are saying we can't afford bread, we can't afford milk, we can't afford cheese, we can't afford mince. That's not the Kiwi society that our children should be growing up in and that future generations should be growing up in. So Labor has a plan for that. Labor has a plan. And in the same way that Minister Bishop kept referencing the super fund, it is the same way that those decisions that Sir Michael Cullen thought about the future generational costs, that is why Labor is proposing to set up a future fund. A future fund that backs Kiwis, that backs the investment. And Tim Costley from Kapiti asked what's going in it. Read the plan. Just read it for yourselves. Maybe you should copy it. Maybe you should copy it so you actually have a plan other than house prices rising and growing record migration to Australia.
Give you some ideas.
Labor wants to back New Zealand, to make a New Zealand for ourselves, because we know we have the skills and talent. We know we have the ideas. What they lack is backing, and Labor is going to back Kiwi businesses to help grow our country and make sure our children stay on shore.
Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Tom McLean.
Mr. Speaker, the best speech today in this debate by far and away so far, with the exception probably of Louise Upson's and let's see perhaps mine, was Mark Patterson. Because not only did he say that actually the idea that the Labor leader remembered to talk about this week was that of New Zealand's first, he got them to say that there was no detail in the New Zealand first policy, which isn't true, which just goes to show that when Chris Hipkins stood up there to use someone else's homework, he didn't read to the end of the document, because if he would have, he would have been able to answer the very, very many questions that were asked of him. We've heard other speakers of the debate say that when you give a debate in this and you're in government, you should be talking about what you've been doing. Well, I've done a quick scan of the newspapers and their reaction to Chris Hipkins after 2 years coming up with something that isn't a policy. It isn't a plan, it's a soundbite with no detail at all that says to New Zealanders, if we chuck the word future in it, hopefully you'll think we have an idea for the future. But actually, Mr. Speaker, here's a list for you. On the economy, in the last 2 years, this government has reduced inflation, got it down from record levels to one now that businesses have confidence to invest. And finally, New Zealanders understand the harm that's done when a government borrows money, taxes money and spends it on things that are not productive. We've got interest rates down that is saving money for every single household in New Zealand that has a mortgage, and businesses that actually have debt run up because that Labor government kept us in lockdown far too long compared to most countries of the world, and businesses are failing. And we've stopped the wasteful spending. By comparison, the headline says Labor's Future Fund promises everything and nothing. Labor's Future Fund, a shaky policy debut. In education, we've improved student achievement already, Mr. Speaker, something that they should have been doing. 1 hour reading, writing and maths every single day for students in New Zealand, with record investment in school buildings that will help students learn, not just the soundbite. And what did we see from the media about Chris Hipkins' announcement of something in the future he called a fund? Drivel versus lazy, future fund or future flop. In trade and export, 2 trade deals done already, the EU deal in place much sooner than we were told was going to be the case, and we have seen a trade negotiation start with India when that government, Labor, said it was not a priority for them. $12 billion of extra exports, and what do we say here in the media? Hits the buzzwords, but rationale is hard to follow. And actually, this is one of my favourites. Chris Hipkins' policy, after 2 years, given 3 out of 10 by the business community. On law and order, Mr. Speaker, we've banned gangs wearing patches, and they've stopped doing it. Police have record of efforts upon the gangs. We have reduced ram raids from records high all over the country, where New Zealanders were just expecting when they got out of bed there would be another ram raid in their community, to now levels so low that we hardly hear about them. And we've got on top of violent crime. And let me see another one. Here's a best one. What exactly will Labor's Future Fund achieve, with the biggest question mark I've seen in a newspaper? And here's one from this morning. After 2 years of waiting for some policy, Chris Hipkins sitting there quietly saying the policies are coming, we've been doing our work. I think Labor knows how bad this policy idea is. Mr. Speaker, final one, because Mark Patterson was talking about our farmers. You know, farmers are the backbone of this country and of the economy. And anybody that doesn't know that really just has to understand that 80% of all our goods exports that go overseas come from the primary sector. When Mark Patterson and I sat down before the government was formed to talk about how to support farmers and wool, he said that he wanted to take the responsibility on, and we have started to see confidence in wool farmers, the use of wool going up, and the price starting to go up because we back farmers. And Mr. Speaker, that's what you do in government. You don't come up with a slogan and put the word future in it. Mark Patterson and I didn't say we're going to have a future fund for farmers who grow wool. We said we're going to put our head down and work very, very hard. He's done that all over New Zealand, and he is delivering for those farmers. So one small word of advice to Mr. Hipkins, who doesn't take advice well. Read to the end of the policy. If you're going to steal it from somebody else, swat on all the things, and when you get asked a question by the media, the first time you can't answer it, go and get the answers. Don't keep saying, I will tell you later, because later is far too late, Mr. Speaker.
Debbie Nauru-Wapaka.
Kia ora. I wanted to reflect on the birth of Te Pāti Māori, and recently having seen the Macca Bill and what it was to crossing the floor. And crossing the floor was as much about crossing a line that had been drawn against our people for generations, a line that marginalised Māori, that marginalised, kept the margins of power and te tiriti and the footnotes in the history of this place, and actually a line that was drawn when Labour forgot about te tiriti o Waitangi, Hapu and Iwi, who never surrendered their foreshore and seabed. And this isn't a dig at Labour, this is actually a differentiation of Te Pāti Māori and the genesis of who we are. And our starting point and centre point always been about te tiriti o Waitangi, and our kaupapa deeply entrenched in the belief of constitutional transformation. So our whole purpose, I guess, has been about making sure that We are here to make people uncomfortable, and we will never accept status quo, and we will bring issues to the front, and sometimes people prefer silence on some of those issues, whether it be about inequity and inequality, racism, treaty breaches and colonisation in practice. I mean, we won't whisper about the political environment that we are in today, and that has been shaped by right-wing influence, where billionaires, Atlas think tanks and media owned by those who fear Māori self-determination, those donors who fund the outrage machines that attack Māori politicians for daring to believe and promote an Aotearoa hau. In fact, I think without Te Pāti Māori, this Parliament would risk slipping back into a comfort where te tiriti is a decoration. Injustice of te tiriti is delayed for generations. And I want to talk about an environment where every Māori voice that challenges the colonial construct today becomes a target. The same hands that profit from the inequality that is shaping the public opinion of Māori, whether that be through the news, whether it be through any other media, and the opinions that we see on Māori are extremely hypocritical. What we have heard, and I'm going to say this straight up for everyone to hear, that nothing that is going on in Te Pāti Māori is as rotten as some of the things that we have gone and seen in other parties. We have seen ex-presidents with paedophile convictions. We have seen the rolling of 4 party leaders in 6 months. We have seen MPs resigning for sexing, and another stood down for being investigated for past misconduct with fake online profiles. And dare I mention Jamie Lee Ross. The biggest hypocrisy that we see going on in Aotearoa is its inability to confront its own honesty. And then yesterday we saw the biggest land grab be heightened by another grab from this government that 20 years has taken us back 20 years. And in fact, what we want to do is acknowledge the fact that people in Aotearoa are leaving in droves. So I want to talk about our solutions, because one of the things we never hear from any party in this place is the fact and the size of the tax evasion that goes on in Aotearoa. And in fact, the sad part of it is that only 1% is actually welfare fraud. $80 million. We have $6 to $9.4 billion fraud that goes on in this country, and this country does nothing about it. Te Pāti Māori intends to, in fact, what we believe 2026 will be is the tightening of and the changing of the guard, thank goodness, and the reclaiming of a pen to reshape the laws that this country needs to have. We need to redistribute wealth once and for all. Well, and some of the things that we've seen come out of this, because people will be coming home and not leaving in droves like we see. The GDP will not be shrunk like we see this government doing. We need to tax the wealthy. We need to tax those who are making all the biggest noises with the mass home ownership. We need to tax ghost houses. We need to tax and pursue tax evasion. We need to then be able to redistribute that money, and in our estimation, which will help make sure that we can look after all New Zealanders in this country. Because right now, the way that it's going, it is only a nation and a government that looks after the super elite. We want to be able to confront and make this a country where every New Zealander gets looked after and gets seen and gets heard, and we leave no one behind, which is what we see this government has been doing shamelessly. Where we sit there, we can have actually a country where we bring people into it and they like who we are. They actually like tangata whenua. That is who Te Pāti Māori is. That is what we will intend to do when we get that pen and we reshape it and we make sure that we never have the shame of the nation that has turned its back on its own rangatahi as 18 to 19-year-olds. Kia ora rā.
Dr. Vanessa Winnick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, the Leader of the Opposition was caught eyes wide, eyebrows raised, when asked about what his health spokesperson had unveiled in a New Zealand Doctor article, a new policy on GP fees and funding. It was a moment of genuine surprise, caught on camera, destined for memes, and yet the policy landed with a bit of a thud, a polite wait and see from most, but not from me. Oh no, not from me, Mr. Speaker. My response is neither muted or polite, because what we saw wasn't bold or visionary. It was recycled, it was uninspired, it was lazy, and worst of all, it merely reflects what is actually happening already. If people thought that the Future Fund was bad, this is even worse. Maybe they're saving up their best stuff for next year for the election, but if that was an appetiser, then I'm not hungry for any more. This wasn't the first time that Labor has made promises about GP fees. In 2017, they pledged to reduce fees and review funding. But once in government, that promise vanished. What followed were working groups, consultations, and ultimately abandonment. Instead of fixing GP funding, they chose to upend the entire health system. And I remember those years vividly, Mr. Speaker. I was working as a GP in the system. I saw the confusion, the disruption, the chaos. Reports written and then recommendations made and ignored. The result was a textbook example of how not to do change management. Mr. Speaker, they couldn't organise a bun fight in a bakery. In 2022, the Minister Little quietly commissioned a superior report on health funding. It revealed what many of us already knew. General practice had been underfunded for decades. The report called for a significant uplift of up to 231% for very low-cost access practices. It also recommended reforming the capitation formula for funding to reflect age, ethnicity, morbidity and gender. Sound familiar? Yes, well, that's because the Moody report, the same. Labor had the evidence, they had the recommendations, but they failed to act. Now, under National, we are delivering. A new capitation model will be in place by July 2026. We've implemented the largest increase to baseline funding since capitation began. We're not just talking, we're doing. I've sat on the PHO Services Agreement Amendment Protocol Forum, or PSAP. I've seen how GP fees are set, effectively by an independent economist. The annual statement of reasonable fees increase, or ASFRI, process is apolitical. It's often retrospective, it's not perfect, misses major cost shifts like nurse pay parity. But getting an annual recommendation from Superior is basically what Dr. Verrill called for in her opinion piece. Exactly what is already happening now through the ASFRI at PSAP. What Labor is proposing isn't new, it's how the system already works, Mr. Speaker. And, well, they like it because you're saying that you might hold yourselves to it, which is never going to happen. What Labor proposes isn't new. It's just not anything interesting. And yet Dr. Verrill's article presents it as a fresh idea. Mr. Speaker, it's painful to read. It's like watching someone reinvent the wheel and only they've made it square. But obligating the government to fund externally recommended levels while capping fees is fiscally risky. Mr. Kipton's called the policy minor. That's only true if they don't commit to any of it, which they won't. Of course, Mr. Speaker, it's not just about money, it's about people. Our government is also increasing the funding for GP trainees so that they're on par with other specialist trainees and have their fees and exam costs funded for the duration of their training. We've increased the number of medical school places, and we're also very excited to be starting building work on a new medical school that will focus on rural and community health. This is badly needed. Mr. Speaker, this isn't just about policy, it's about trust, it's about competence. It's about valuing our GPs, the backbone of our health system. So I say to this House, and to every New Zealander listening, reject recycled ideas, reject superficial fixes, demand better. Let us be bold, let us be principled, let us be relentless in our pursuit of a health system that works for everyone. Because when we get primary care right, Mr. Speaker, we build the foundation for a healthier, stronger New Zealand. Together, let's deliver the change our communities deserve.
Thank you, Doctor.
Laura McClure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So today I want to talk about online harm and the digital landscape facing our young people. There are genuine concerns around online safety, rising issues around cyberbullying, online exploitation, AI chatbots, AI girlfriends, all of these types of technology that our young people are using, and they leave people feeling quite powerless at times. We know that they are causing harm out there. We know that our young people are having AI chatbot girlfriends, being told to potentially kill themselves. There is serious, serious harm. I hear from parents, principals and teachers all the time about their concerns. They struggle with their children in this fast-paced world that we're growing. And I think this is something that we are facing as a society, something that we should have seen coming, but we haven't. and now it is here, and it's faster than we could even imagine. There's a growing temptation in politics to do something about this, but often we focus on blanket bans. It feels like we've moved away from cancel culture and we're now heading towards ban culture, and that is a dangerous place to be. We need to do something about these issues, but we need sophisticated solutions. We can't just go out there and say, we're going to ban the internet. It's just not practical, and it's not the world we live in, and particularly not for our young people. We've seen countries like the UK and their Online Safety Act struggle to deal with the issues effectively and have become instead bureaucratic nightmares. There's concerns about data sovereignty and data breaches, and it's a real scary thing to consider. But also on the positive side, New Zealand can watch and we can learn and we can see what is happening in these countries in order to make none of the same mistakes and take all of the good things from that. My colleague, Dr. Parmjit Palmer, has successfully called for the Select Committee inquiry to define the actual problems and hear from the experts that work in this field. I was able to submit to this inquiry and talk about my experiences, what people have said to me and what they're telling me that they are hearing, that they are feeling about being a parent and being concerned. But what I want to say today as well is government's doing our part. We are looking into these issues and we're trying to come up with solutions. But parents, wake up. You guys need to get online yourselves or check at what your children are viewing online. You know, there is a lot of advocacy groups out there doing a lot of work. They're calling for regulation, and there may be a case for that. But parents need to take some responsibility. It is not that hard to find out what your kids are doing online. There are apps available right now. They're free apps that I heard someone say, free apps where you can monitor your child's online activity, and you can do things like screen time, for example. You can block websites. You can control the apps and things that they're on. Because I can tell you right now, the things that they are seeing online are extremely damaging and harmful. And if you haven't done it already, you need to do it. You need to take some responsibility there. Instead of trying to fix everything that we can about the internet, we could actually fix things and issues that we know are real right now and we know would be an easy win. And one of those would be deepfakes. It's been 4 months since I put my members' bill into the tin, and it could sit there forever. At the time, I shared the stories of those that have been traumatised by this form of digital harm, but what I didn't expect was the global exposure this would get and the flurries of further concerns that came through into my inbox. We're not talking about a bit of fun, a bit of a joke. We're talking about young individuals, nearly always female, that are finding themselves abused by this kind of behaviour. Taking your image and turning it into some kind of pornography is so damaging. One of the survivors of this has found herself unable to get a job, for example, because her potential employer Googled her and found pornography that wasn't even her. Dropping out of high school, dropping out of university. These are serious things. And I just want to, while I've got particularly Hannah in the house, say thank you so much for supporting this bill. I know that when I came to Parliament, I wanted to make a difference. And it really, really upsets me, and it kind of annoys me that senior leadership of the other parties could do something about this. We could actually debate this on the next Members' Day, and this doesn't have to be a political issue. But instead, we are making it a political issue. Thank you.
The Honourable Ginny Anderson.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. New Zealand has amazing talent and some of the smartest ideas in the world. But the bit we don't have right now is the backing to take those ideas, to make sure they stay ours and for them to work for us smarter. We've got a problem in New Zealand, and I've seen it right since the early 2000s when I first started getting involved in politics or looking at the economy. Back then it was companies like Navman or 42 Polo Vodka. Since then we've seen companies like Trade Me, Tip Top, Pig's peanut butter, PGG, rice and seeds, the list goes on and on, Mr. Speaker. These are all Kiwi ideas, Kiwi ingenuity, Kiwi businesses that grow to a certain size and get picked off and taken overshore. And when that happens, Mr. Speaker, not only do the jobs go, but the opportunities go. They go because it stops us from having stronger communities that benefit from that knowledge, that benefit from those opportunities. But I think probably the hardest thing is the fact that our kids don't see that they have opportunities here in New Zealand when those companies go offshore. What does that mean for New Zealanders each day when they're going to pay for their groceries or trying to make ends meet? What that means is that there aren't enough jobs in New Zealand right now, that people don't have the higher wages that we do in Australia and other companies, and we don't have the same opportunities to rise up within companies because our businesses just don't grow that big here in New Zealand. But it doesn't have to be that way. We can have a different future if we choose to, and we in Labour choose to build that future by having the first step in that direction, and that is the Future Fund. We know that if we own our future and we keep it here and we sustain those New Zealand companies to grow bigger and provide greater opportunities, not only does that grow our economy, but that makes our communities stronger, that gives our people more money in their pocket, and it makes our country better. We believe in that future. But what do we see from the alternative? What is the alternative model we've been offered so far? We've seen that we could sell things off. I think that's National's next plan, is to sell off our state assets. We believe in Labour. We'd like to keep them, put some in a future fund and make them work smarter for us and for our people, not sell them off. Or the other option we've heard is trickle down, so that those people at the top were going to be so loaded that the wealth is just going to eventually trickle down to those at the bottom. We've heard the Prime Minister himself say that this is a two-stage recovery. One stage is for him and his mates, and the rest is for the rest of the country who are still waiting for the trickle down to hit them, and it never does. And foreign investment is a third idea we've heard. Open up the floodgates, let them in. We've had a massive summit which has resulted in $1 million being spent. And the only offers is 2 of those have said that they might open an office in the future. That's it. Nothing in that at all. We have so much potential here in New Zealand, Mr. Speaker, so much potential. And I'd just like to point to the announcement today with the video game development announcement. That rebate introduced over 2 years ago kept jobs here. But not only did it keep jobs here, it grew them even more. And that industry has increased by 80% over the past 2 years. We know that that's smart jobs. For every $1 of taxpayers' money invested in that sector, the return was nearly $5. That's smart. It's not only more money in our economy, it's opportunities for our young people. They can look ahead and see a future here for themselves, a well-paying job in New Zealand, and that's the future that we want to look for. We know in New Zealand that we are smart. We know that we should back ourselves more, but we can't sit back and wait for that to happen, which is National's plan. We want to have the ability to back ourselves and to grow our future, because we know that we can build a future that serves us all, an economy that works for all of us, not just one stage for them and a second stage for the rest of us. And that's what Labour offers that is different, making sure we build an economy ground up that works for everybody. We are small, but we are strong and mighty, and we can be so much better if we stick together and back ourselves. We want a future here in New Zealand that our children can look ahead and see a future for themselves here. Right now we don't have that. We have 200 people a day on a plane heading overseas. We know that if we build our future fund and if we continue to grow a New Zealand that works for everybody, then that gives the opportunity for our kids to be here. And Mr. Speaker, I believe that's a future worth fighting for.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, spring has sprung. The grass is growing, the calves and lambs are being raised on farm, and the flowers are blooming, Mr. Speaker. In the mighty Waikato, of course, the heartland of rural New Zealand, we see that aplenty. It's always comforting to have that, Mr. Speaker, after the dreariness of winter. And the last government, Mr. Speaker, is an apt metaphor for winter. the dreariness, the dull, long, rainy days. People just want over it. That's right. And thankfully, this government, Mr. Speaker, is like spring. And just as that new season growth and calves thriving on farms signals the arrival of spring, so does infrastructure, ambition and delivery signal the arrival of a national government, Mr. Speaker. It's fantastic to see this government delivering yet again a great announcement just this week on the roads of national significance. Ambition abounds, Mr. Speaker. Opportunity presents itself, and this government is absolutely driving that for the prosperity and the opportunity of New Zealanders around the country. Nowhere has that been seen more than in the mighty Waikato, where we are expecting to see 2/3 of all population growth over the next 30 years in our region. So it is absolutely fitting, Mr. Speaker, that we have seen $100 million committed towards the Southern Links project just this week to explore, design, site investigations and consenting to ensure that project can link up. Because unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, we are seeing already massive congestion in the Tamaheri region. That is directly off the back of the Hamilton section of the Waikato Expressway growing, which is a great thing, with it opening. That's a great thing, of course, Mr. Speaker, but we saw a 50% increase in traffic on State Highway 21 and 1 at that Tamaheri interchange off the back of that great piece of road opening, because everyone wants to use it. So, of course, now the next step is Southern Links to help join State Highway 3 through to State Highway 1 and to cut across the bottom of Hamilton City. So it's a fantastic opportunity to do that. And the member across the House talks about potholes. Well, thank goodness this government has come up with a plan and we are delivering those. Potholes on state highways across the country, 95% of them have been repaired within 48 hours. What a magnificent achievement. Far away from what we saw under the last government, where you were driving in trenches all over the show, Mr. Speaker. So thank goodness this announcement has come this week. It's a welcome delivery for the people of the Waikato and comes off the back of the previous announcement to extend the Waikato Expressway down to the intersection of State Highway 1 and 29 at Piarere, a natural terminal point for that next stage of the expressway. 23,000 vehicle movements a day along that piece of road. It just makes sense. We're going to see dirt being turned there within the next 12 months, and I am very excited about that, Mr. Speaker. Ultimately, we want to see 4 lanes all the way through to the mighty Bay of Plenty, through to Tauranga, ideally through a tunnel through the Kaimai Range. That, Mr. Speaker, would be a game changer for the region. It would unlock economic potential, it would improve safety, reduce emissions, improve that social connection. Massive benefits. These are the sorts of things that we are looking at, we want to drive to ensure that New Zealanders can get ahead. But wait, there's more. The third medical school, Mr. Speaker. Vanessa Wiener talked about that before. That has been put forward by this government, will be turning dirt before Christmas. It's well overdue, and we are extremely excited in the Waikato region to have that one shaping up for us as well. As I said, Mr. Speaker, the Golden Triangle, it's where the growth is happening. We are very ambitious. This government is ensuring that we get the infrastructure in place to enable us to ride the wave of that growth opportunity and not be left treading water in its wake. Now, Mr. Speaker, all of these fantastic things I've talked about, none of them would have happened under the last government. The last government cancelled the extension of the expressway down to Piarere. They cancelled Southern Links. They opposed the third medical school. They lacked ambition. They did not support growth in our regions, particularly the Waikato. So thank goodness, Mr. Speaker, we have a government that sees the opportunity in our regions, sees the opportunity, frankly, for all of New Zealand. But in the mighty Waikato, we are very excited about the potential that will be delivered under this government for those infrastructure projects. The last government couldn't do it, Mr. Speaker. And we've seen even now they still can't deliver. All we've heard is empty promises, some vague pieces of paper this week on potential policy. Infrastructure couldn't get up and running under the last government. Where was light rail? Nowhere to be seen. Fake bridges. New Zealand needs a national government, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that the renewal of spring turns into a glorious long summer. Thank you.
The Honourable Marama Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm standing proudly in solidarity with our workers, including 100,000 plus workers who will be striking tomorrow across the country to send a clear message that they are not being valued by this government, directly impacted by the decisions of this government, Mr. Speaker. These are workers who are in our communities, in our hospitals, particularly in our healthcare services, caring for us, for our tamariki, for our communities. Healthcare is a human right, should be a core public good and public service, and these workers are essential workers, Mr. Speaker. The situation right now is that this government is not valuing them. Pay and conditions and safe working conditions, that's not really a lot to ask, one would think, especially for these services and these workers who are putting themselves out there for the love of people and community, to want to care for people in their communities, Mr. Speaker. Instead, they are working in chronic understaffing and unsafe working conditions. This is having an impact on them as workers and an impact on patients and the people that they want to provide proper care for. This puts the system under incredible burden and stress. We end up seeing chronic and more complicated illnesses and diagnoses, including in our emergency wards, where they are incredibly under stress. Mr. Speaker, that is not the care. That stress is not the care that they want to be able to deliver. They want to care properly. And that, unfortunately, is often leading to tragic and irreversible loss. Mr. Speaker, I want to remind us that, I think it was in 2023, a coroner ruled that the preventable death in 2023 of a woman at Waikato Hospital's emergency department occurred while the ED was 5 nurses short. Just today in question time, we put to the Prime Minister and to the Health Minister whether they agree and are taking on board the feedback from the very nurses and health workers themselves, who are saying they are not in safe working conditions. The Prime Minister had the gall to completely dismiss what they are saying when the evidence is clear, sadly, very clear. The Health Minister had the gall to stand there and say, yes, you are nurses. I'm sorry, but we do not believe you. We will not listen to you telling us about trying to care for patients, including, for example, those who have soiled themselves. These were the stories that we put. Am I hearing mocking of the stories that we are hearing this side of the House, Mr. Speaker? The stories directly from the nurses at the front line, that they want to deliver better care, but 90% of the shifts are understaffed. Those are political choices. While this government has chosen to fund wealthy landlords, has chosen to fund tobacco companies, has chosen to find all these billions for all of them, plus fossil fuel barons. These are the choices that this government has made. The strikes are a direct consequence of the choices.
Sam Uppendorf.
Look, I understand that the member is quite energised about this, but it's not correct to say that we are funding wealthy tobacco companies and wealthy landlords. That is not a correct assertion.
Finding the tax breaks.
Wait on a moment.
Finding the tax breaks.
Sit down. I need to address the point of order that's made. This is a debate, a general debate, and people will say things in a general debate that others will not agree with. It is a matter of perception. There's always been a degree of latitude around the absurdity of saying that a tax cut is a loss of revenue. Is an expense against revenue. These are the sorts of things that do get debated in the House. So while I would suggest that the Speaker does speak as factually as possible, then that it's not going to be ruled out of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The other side of the House are far more outraged about my choice of words than they are about the actual situation that is happening in our healthcare system right now, Mr. Speaker. So I put on the floor the real human stories and impacts from workers, from patients, about the underinvestment in a public health system that is a choice of this government when they manage to find tax breaks and other ways of supporting wealthy landlords, tax companies, fossil fuel barons. I hope that was okay, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. Those are political choices. The Greens instead would choose to properly invest in public health systems, ensuring that our GP visits are free, our nursing visits are free, that our dental care is free, that we provide vans in our rural areas and communities, diagnostic abilities, and also properly fund community and healthcare providers. Those are the choices that the Green Party would make. And I am pleased to see that the public are supporting the people and the workers striking, because they are not seeing through the gaslighting and the minimising of workers on the front line, who this government, Prime Minister and Minister, are saying, we don't believe that you are telling us the truth. When you tell us that patients are not getting care, we don't believe you.
Tim Gosling.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I was going to start with my quote of the week. I had quite a good one lined up, ready to go, but we've had a couple just in the last hour during this general debate, and maybe I can touch them as they go. I just have to make a special mention, though, of Chris Hipkins at the start saying he didn't want to have any more blame and excuses. And I just wonder if someone could wind the clock back for him 24 hours to when he's being asked about, well, why is there no detail in your policy? Why did it not mention the right number? Oh, no, that was someone else's fault. Well, why didn't you know about the health policy you're announcing? Oh, that was someone else's fault. And I have to hand out the silver medal to Barbara Emmons, who actually had the temerity to stand here to look at Mark Patterson and say, oh, well, we couldn't really copy the New Zealand First policy about the Future Fund because there wasn't enough detail in it. One, of course they were copying it, they just changed the cover page. But two, criticising the detail in it when what detail is in theirs. I think that what happened was they got their one, ripped off the cover page, stuck a label one on, fed it into AI and said, take out the detail and put in some jargon, and that's pretty much what came out the other side. But I think we've gone through bronze and silver. I think I'm going to keep my gold medal quote of the week to where I was going to start, Mr. Speaker. And that also goes to Mr. Chris Hipkins, who yesterday said that he couldn't, quote, hand on heart promise that Labor would build any roads. Oh. No kidding, he can't hand on heart promise that, because what happened last time they were in government, they all got cancelled. People in Levin still remember 2018 when the expressway that National were going to build from Otaki to the north of Levin got cancelled. Outright cancelled. Wow. They remember 2020 when Julianne Genter said, well, we'll let you bring it back if it's just 2 lanes, but we want 2 lanes that are just for public transport between Levin and Otaki, which sounds, well, it doesn't actually sound that good, but there is no public transport between Levin and Otaki. So I think hand on heart, he can't promise to deliver anything. Yep, I thought that was pretty good. And after 6 years in government and then 2 years in opposition, I thought they might be able to promise something. But all we got was the same old blame and excuses. And as I looked along the rest of the front bench and I saw Willa Jean Prime that needs to check a few more of her emails, because she was asking the Minister of Education, the same one that she refused to collaborate with and then complained about not enough collaboration, why would the Minister of Education not go to the protest? It's been cancelled. Why was she going to the roadshow instead? Why wouldn't she meet with educators? That was her question this afternoon. Well, guess who's at the roadshow? It's our teachers. Yeah. It's our principals. It's educators. This is the person that Labor have got in charge of the education policy. Next in line, we just heard from Ginny Anderson, won't back the gang patch ban, even though she's acknowledged it actually works pretty well, won't back the law to stop protesting outside private residences, even though it kind of works and they don't think it's right. And I'm yet to hear her call out the Greens who want to defund the police.
Who's next, Jim?
Well, we may as well bring up the renowned Dunedin MP, Damien O'Connor, who's just openly opposing this great defence workforce bill that would back our service people in uniform. And I'd like to see that position turn around, stop siding with your union mates and actually come and support some people in uniform. Now, Mr Hipkins talked a lot about people leaving the country. He doesn't have to look too far. He could look to his left and see Megan Woods. He could look up behind him and look at Duncan Webb, all jumping ship all jumping ship because they can see what the future holds. The only thing that's clear to me is that they're going to need some friends in a couple of years. And I can see the Green Party licking the kombucha off their lips. They are excited. $88.8 billion of new taxes, tens of billions dollars more in debt. Their only plan to save money is to defund the police. But don't worry, everyone's going to get $395. We just heard it from Marama Davidson. Don't worry, everything's free. And the cry went out, who's going to pay for it? We don't need to pay for it, it'll be free. It'll be provided by that magical person. And then I guess they're also going to need Ngā Pāti Māori, I think that's what they are now, who have had the Great Reset. And then they came in and we had the first speech and it went a little bit too long. That's okay. It's like Monty Python with the Spanish Inquisition. We'll come in again. We've reset again. They come back in. They throw each other under the bus. I don't know who's driving it. Probably John Tamahere. No. What's up? We'll come in again. And then they're burning stuff outside Parliament. I think they've reset again. All we have is spend, and tax. Ngā Pāti Māori can't agree on one word to say 3 times. What we're all about is affordability, decent healthcare and education and safe communities.
Oh, well done.
The time for this debate has expired. Members, on the 21st of October, when the House was considering the redress system for abuse in care bill, the result of the vote on the first reading was incorrectly recorded as ayes 68, noes 53. The correct result is ayes 68, noes 55. I call on the Leader of the House, the Acting Leader of the House, the Honourable Nicole Mackay. My goodness, promotion comes so easily around here.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the sitting of the House today be extended into tomorrow morning for the third reading of the Building Construction Small Standalone Dwellings Amendment Bill, the second reading of the Crimes Countering Foreign Interference Amendment Bill, the third reading of the Disputes Tribunal Amendment Bill, and the second reading of the Offshore Renewable Energy Bill.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. The ayes have it. A party vote is called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti whakahe.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The motion is agreed. I call on private and local orders of the day, number 1.
Auckland Council Auckland Future Fund Bill, committee stage.
I declare the House in committee for consideration of the Auckland Council Auckland Future Fund Bill.
Members, the House is in committee on the Auckland Council Auckland Future Fund Bill. We begin with the debate on Part 1. This is debate on clauses 3 to 6, preliminary provisions. The question is that Part 1 stand part.
Mr. Chair.
Carlos Chung.
As we enter the committee of the whole House to consider the Auckland Council Auckland Future Fund Bill, I want to briefly acknowledge the significance of this legislation and the important work that lies ahead in this stage. This bill laid the foundation for one of the most significant financial instruments Auckland councils have ever established. The Auckland Future Fund is designed to protect and grow the values of key public assets for long-term benefit for both current and future generations of Aucklanders. I'm looking forward to engaging constructively on the causes and any proposal amendments and to ensure this fund deliver the security, transparency and sustainability that Aucklanders rightly expected.
Tom Rutherford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And firstly, congratulations to the member sitting in the committee chair for the first time. What an opportunity, and well done to him for bringing this bill to the House. Some very good forward thinking. Great to see a future fund with details, which is very, very positive, and I commend the member in charge of the legislation. Mr. Chair, I've got a number of questions for this part. My first one starts at clause 3, which is in and around the purpose. I'm keen to understand from the member if he can explain why the purpose in clause 3 says continues, in clause 3 refers to ensuring the AFF continues as a long-term financial investment, given the fund has only just been established in statute. I strongly support the establishment of the Auckland Future Fund and the protections that this bill provides, but the word continues suggests that the fund potentially already exists, which it does in the Auckland Council's long-term plan, but I want to ensure the House understands that this bill is providing statutory protection for an existing council initiative rather than creating something entirely new. So I'd welcome the member's answer to that question.
Carlos Chung.
Thank you, members, Tom Waterford, for his question. So the fund is to provide a strong return to the council to fund the services and infrastructure for the future. So when the Auckland Council set up the fund, they actually asked to get a local bill to add an additional layer of protection to the fund. So this is what this bill does, by requiring a 75% majority vote of councillors to agree to reduce the value of the fund. But for one of the questions is, you say, why are we doing this? Why we continue? Because I think if we look back to the history of Auckland Council, when they first set up, there used to be a fund when it set up during the old time by Christine Thatcher. This is called Rainy Day Fund, but actually called the Diversified Financial Assets Portfolio. That actually come from the old Legacy Council. But however, because there is no protection, there is no additional layer of protection for this fund. So the fund was disestablished, and the money actually being used down for paying short-term debt and council spending. So this is why we are very important here today to set up an extra layer of protection to make sure this fund continue to benefit the people in Auckland.
Honourable Carmel.
Mr. Chair. Labor supports the bill and its provision of statutory protection for the Auckland Future Fund. This will help future-proof the fund and provide Aucklanders with confidence that the fund's investments will be protected. Labor acknowledges and commends the hard work and creativity of the Mayor, Wayne Brown, and Auckland Council in drafting this bill. The Council has demonstrated professionalism and a strong commitment to ensuring that Auckland will have the capital funds to support the city's future growth. There's also another political party that's proposed a very important future fund in recent days. Thank you very much, Labor Party. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, we did try and propose to the other side of the House that this bill should be taken as one because there is very little in the first part. And Mr. Speaker, there is no disagreement across the House. Sadly, there seems to be an attempt here to filibuster on this bill unnecessarily because actually the general public like it when we do support pieces of legislation. Mr. Chung has had the wonderful advantage and benefit of being gifted a bill from Auckland Council that is supported by everyone in this House, and so I won't speak any more to part one because it is absolutely supported.
Mr. Chair.
Carlos Chung.
Well, I think there's, in part of the thing I agree with the member on the left-hand side, we actually acknowledge Rain Brown for all his hard work. But I think she forget about it. It's about a teamwork. It's not one people. We also need to acknowledge Councillor Christine Thatcher. We also want to acknowledge the chair, Christopher Luxon, the chair of Auckland Future Fund, for all the hard work as well. But also, I think for all the officers who involved drafting this bill as well. And also, I think that member actually, I think they mentioned the Future Fund. But I think that makes a huge difference. Why I also want to acknowledge so many people? Because this is this fund, this future fund, Auckland Future Fund, it's not about storytelling. It's not about writing an essay. Like what the other side they do, they write essay and pretend they present a policy. This is a real policy. You can see that with a policy, you delete a lot of document, a lot of detail to show people what's going on with this legislation. And also, I think this member probably, she probably don't work on those details, so she don't understand that there's a lot of hard work. Even though that this is a local bill, a member of parliament still need to work very closely with the member of with the council staff to make sure all the feedback received the public can feedback to the council and try to admin the bill and make sure the bill will benefit the Auckland in general.
Tim Costley.
Oh, what a great day for Mount Roskill. What a great day for Auckland. And I commend the member and the chair, congratulate him, and have certainly appreciated his continual advocacy the whole way through this process for the last few months. And a staunch advocate he is for Mount Roskill and Auckland at that as well. I would like to ask him a question regards Clause 3, which is the purpose of the Act. And he touched on one aspect in his previous answer where he talked about wanting to sort of future-proof. He might have been referring to the supermajority, the 75 clause, and I'm sure we'll get to that in the future parts of the Act. I think that is an important provision. But the question I have is the fundamental one, and as I read the bill, it seems this is the most appropriate place to address this, Mr. Chair, because it is the purpose of the Act. And the question that I would actually like to hear from the member himself is around the purpose and the need for legislation. Because there are many ways funds can be set up. You can get AI to write jargon for 12 pages and call it a future fund, apparently, that's okay. But you can, but do we need to go through the whole process of having legislation? And I know that we've been through the first reading and then we've gone through a full and robust select committee process. And then, of course, we've had the second reading and you say, well, we're not far from the end now, why wouldn't we finish? That's not my question. My question is really about... And it's great to hear from the other side, because we didn't hear from them during the select committee process. It would have been really nice, but we did hear from Carlos Chung, and what a great advocate he is for Auckland. My question is, does this require being kept in legislation? Because I can see the case coming where a change for whatever reason is needed, whether that's changing that supermajority from 75 to 67, you know, it's sort of 2/3 majority, is it going to 80%? And we're going to have to come back and we're going to have to do what we did with the Alan McLean Institute Trust Variation Bill, and we're going to have to take months to work through this. And we all remember the stories of Alan McLean and his journey from Wales to Australia to New Zealand and the process that took us through. And we'll be back here doing the same thing in no time for this. In fact, we just did that for Auckland Council when we worked through the Takapuna Boating Club ice cream bill. So is it really necessary that we come through the whole process at Parliament? And I just want to address this now. Once I just this it's like white noise, but I'll start again. Is it really necessary to go through this now and to have this in legislation? Because once it's there, it will be nigh impossible to get rid of, and I can just see us coming back time and time again to change that. I'd like to hear from the member firstly, does he think that's necessary? Secondly, does he have sort of assurances that we've got all the settings right, because this is the last chance to look at them, so that we won't be coming back to make change after change after change? And so that we have some certainty that we can move this through the House. And the last thing that I was wanting to make is, you know, we don't want to, are we setting a precedent here? Are we now going to have, we've been hearing about the Golden Triangle from Tim van der Molen, from Ryan Hamilton. I would argue that the sort of Kapiti-Whitby area is a great area of growth, and we're going to see a lot more over the coming years. Are we going to see those councils wanting to set up their own future fund? One that will have some detail in it, and then we're going to have to put all of those through legislation. Is there a more broad framework that we could have considered to do this once and for all that might open the gate for others? So I'd like to hear firstly about the need for it. Have we got the settings right to ensure we're not going to do it again? And finally, is this precedent setting? Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Carlos Chung.
Yes, as I say, this is Auckland Future Fund as a long-term development, try to benefit people in Auckland. So I think the main point is the wording is important, the long-term. So, for long term, we know that we talk about 10 years of period of time, but there's a lot of factors which can affect the direction of the local government. For example, every 3 years local election, there will be change of councillor. So I think every time when there's a change of councillor, they have a chance that the direction of their priorities will change. And for this, we want to make sure this fund is set up in the long term and won't be affected by other factors such as election or change of direction as well. But at the same time, in order to set up a supermajority of 75%, you do need to bring it to the House for legislation. And this is the main reason why we're bringing this bill to the House as well. But at the same time, you say that will be what's happening in the future if we want to make a little bit amendment as well. And I think this is also up to the councillor as well. As I say, if they have over 75% when agrees to, 75% of majority of councillor agree to, they will able to change the legislation again.
Mr. Chair.
Tom Rutherford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I want to come to Clause 4, which is in Part 1 around interpretation. And I've got a couple of questions in here. Clause 4.1 defines the Auckland Future Fund as including, quote, any funds or assets or both that the Council adds to the AFF, which is the Auckland Future Fund, in the future. Keen to get an understanding from the member in charge around whether he can indicate whether the Auckland, which clause, Shannon Halbert asked, 4.1, in and around interpretation. I'll just read it to you actually. It says, in this Act, unless the context otherwise requires, Auckland Future Fund, or AFF, A, means the fund established by the Council as part of its long-term plan 2024 to 2034, and B, includes any funds or assets or both that the Council adds to the AFF, which was the part I was talking about, and capital and income retained in the AFF. So what was that, sorry? Where are all the Aucklanders? Why does it matter about legislation and whether I'm from Auckland or not? Why should that be a piece around whether... Yeah, but this is a place for parliamentary people to come and actually do legislation. Why should it matter about the place that I come from? Why should it matter which part of New Zealand is my place of origin around whether I can or cannot speak on legislation? If I want to ask the member in charge to improve the legislation and to scrutinise it, it shouldn't matter whether I come from Auckland or not. And so actually I take offence at a member saying, where are the Aucklanders and why do I have a right as a non-Aucklander to ask questions and scrutinise this legislation? Maybe that member might want to get to his feet and take a call on this exact bill and do the exact same thing. For shame from that member. No wonder he is on the list and didn't win his electorate seat back. Now, Mr. Chair, if I can actually get back to the point I was trying to ask of the member.
That's a really good idea, actually.
Yeah, well, if he keeps heckling and interrupting me...
That's just a really good idea without any explanation.
Thank you very much. My question is, Clause 4.1 defines the Auckland Future Fund as including, quote, any funds or assets or both that the Council adds to the AFF in the future. Can the member indicate whether the Auckland Council has identified any other specific assets beyond the Auckland Airport shareholding that might be potentially transferred to the fund? I note that the explanatory note mentions the fund will initially be capitalised with Auckland Airport shares and may be further capitalised with other assets. So understanding whether other assets are being considered would help us assess the potential scale and importance of the fund over time. And I commend this member and the Council for their forward-thinking approach, which is commendable. My second question, Mr. Chair, is whether the member can also clarify the breadth of what structures for governing and managing the AFF could include under Clause 4.1. Could this encompass potentially a trust, a council-controlled organisation, a CCO, a committee structure or other arrangement? The bill does provide some sensible flexibility for Auckland Council to choose the most appropriate governance model. However, I think it would be helpful if the member could clarify for us the range of options that are available under this definition, particularly as the Council may change these structures over time as they see fit. I'd welcome the member answering both of those questions for me.
Mr. Chair.
Carlos Chung.
Once again, thank you, the member, for the question. So talk about funding, why there. Yes, Initially, the fund are capitalized by selling the airport shares. But at one stage, I think there is a debate in Auckland Council talk about whether they want to put the Port of Auckland shares into the fund as well. And I think that's the reason why they leave it open on the wording like this. But also, I think there's some good news to tell other members as well. Not only the airport shares now, obviously we know that the airport shares, when they sell it, they make extra profit from what they expected. But also, recently, Auckland Council willing to put another $45 million from the special dividends from Port of Auckland into the Auckland Future Fund as well. And that's why you see that Auckland Council leave it open, so in the future they are happy to put more extra assets or more funding into the Auckland Future Fund in order to benefit the people in Auckland. Now, we just talk about a little bit on the structure of the Auckland Future Fund. So, Auckland Future Fund basically like a council control organization. So, the overall direction will be given by the Auckland Council, but at the same time, they run independently from Auckland Council. So 3 board members, a very experienced board member, are being appointed to manage the fund and how to make all the investment decisions as well. So all 3 board members will base on the direction or the guidelines given from the council, from the Auckland Council, to make their investment. So to make sure they benefit people in Auckland as well. So recently, there also some good news to tell the member as well. So the Auckland Future Fund Board actually recently appointed Fontobel Asset Management AG as its global investment manager, with the responsibility to manage the 1.3 billion in fund on behalf of Auckland Council. Fontobel Asset Management Company is a global company. They actually got office all around the world, I think in 23 different countries, and they've been have a very good track record to investment sector as well. I think, but let's also say that this is from from a tender process, which is a very competitive tender process, which we actually got 21 participants try to put it in. They want to work with Auckland Council, and then from that, we actually managed to choose the best one, which is called Fontobel Asset Management Company, to help Auckland Council to manage this global investment.
Mr. Chair. Carmel Cipollone.
Chair, I think it's really clear that there is support for this bill, and there is very little in Part 1, nothing controversial, and certainly nothing that the opposition seeks to debate on this particular bill, which is really a big part of what committee stages is about. It's our opportunity to debate detail. Now, where we all agree, isn't it wonderful? That doesn't happen very often. Mr. Speaker, I do worry that the other side is just eating up time in this debate for the sake of it.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Cipollone, you have the opportunity to move that debate close, which is essentially what you're doing. Tom Rutherford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. My previous questions have been on Clause 3, which was the purpose, Clause 4, the interpretation, which the member in charge just answered my 2 questions on, and I thank him for that. I now want to come to Clause 5, which is decisions of council. And in the legislation it says, in this Act, decisions of the council are made by the governing body, as defined in Section 4.1 of the Local Government Auckland Council Act 2009. And so Clause 5 specifies that decisions are made by the governing body, which would be Auckland Council. But can the member confirm this means that these decisions require proper governing body meetings with things like notice, agendas, and public access as per normal council procedures? Many of us would know that you would go onto your local council website to find what is being discussed at your upcoming council meeting many days in advance of it. So ensuring that things like agendas, public notices are available to the general public and people can attend in person if they so wish. Transparency requirement is important, in my view, for maintaining public confidence in the fund. So I would like to know from the member that he is going to reassure us that major decisions about the fund won't be made behind closed doors, but will follow the normal democratic processes that apply to not only Auckland Council's governing body, but actually to the expectations we have through the Local Government Act of all our councils across New Zealand to ensure transparency and openness to their ratepayer base and to the public, so that they know when meetings are happening, what are points of discussion, and then resolutions from the meeting once that meeting is concluded as well. So I'd be keen to hear from the member around what is expected in the transparency front from the council on this, please.
Carlos Jones.
Thank you for the members for the question. Like I say, I think public confidence and transparency is one of the most important things when we're using our taxpayer, our ratepayer or taxpayer money. So I think it's very important to let the public know what's going on. So this is why in Auckland Future Fund on the trust, they actually will have an annual report coming out to give us the detail, what's going on, what is the investment, how's the return going. Not only the annual report, but also got the 6 months report as well. And also every 3 months, the Board of Trustees will also report to the Council as well to the progress, what's going on with all this investment. And that will give the general public more confidence and see what's going on with their fund as well.
Mr. Chair. Already Kaipara.
It gives me great pleasure to give rise to the voices of those in Tāmaki Makaurau, a city of wonder, life, culture and its own strong identity. I am proud to rise as the Member of Parliament for Tāmaki Makaurau to lend my voice for the first time in this manner, and in particular on this bill, the Auckland Council Auckland Future Fund Bill. Now, contrary to what you've heard in this House, especially for those in the opposition, let me be very clear, Te Pāti Māori and the Member of Parliament for Tāmaki Makaurau oppose this bill. And I will explain why, but before I do, we acknowledge, Te Pāti Māori and I acknowledge that economic prosperity is important and critical to the future of Tāmaki Makaurau and to all those who live, play and visit our region. I acknowledge that the Auckland Council is doing good and important mahi to future-proof our region for future generations. However, I implore this government and all those who hold power to determine how the lives of every single Aucklander is impacted now and into the future, to honour your obligations under Te Tiriti o Waitangi. Uphold your responsibilities as a partner. I will even go a step further to urge you to be like Māori. Māori have never breached Te Tiriti o Waitangi, so please rise and be the treaty partner Aotearoa and Auckland deserves and needs today. It's not a hard ask. All it takes is to put the people and the planet before profit. In this instance, I and Te Pāti Māori are not saying put Māori before everything and everyone else where this bill is concerned. No, we are not. We are urging you to include Māori in your decision making, especially when it impacts a significant portion of the Māori population. How does a government that prides itself on being unapologetic on prioritising the economy for the benefits of all New Zealanders, when it does not factor, nor make room for, nor even bother to include all New Zealanders? Let's go back to the establishment of this Auckland Future Fund. Auckland Council sold its Auckland Airport shares, a sale that went ahead without consultation with Māori. And not just any Māori, Ngāti Whātua and Waikato Tainui. They were not afforded the respect that they deserve by being a prominent voice in consultation and decision-making, but rather included as an afterthought. This bill lacks governance structure. In fact, it lacks any statutory requirements for Māori representation. When referring to the protection of intergenerational wealth, Māori must be a part of the decision-making on what gets sold, how funds are invested and who benefits from the returns. I mean, a global investment manager, has that been appointed yet? Where and what is the long-term investment strategy? How will tangata whenua, tangata tiriti and tangata moana who reside in Tāmaki Makaurau actually benefit from the funds? I do have specific questions for the member to ask. And it goes back to Clause 3, Part 1. The quoted text from the legislation is this: The purpose of this Act is to ensure that the Auckland Future Fund continues as a long-term financial investment for the benefit of the current and future communities of the Auckland region. My question: why does Clause 3 not explicitly reference Māori communities o te tiriti o Waitangi, given the bill's stated purpose to benefit current and future communities? Would the Minister or the member support an amendment to include Māori as treaty partners in the purpose clause? I have another question. It is in regard to Clause 4, Part 1. The quoted text from the legislation is this: structures for governing and managing the AFF, the Auckland Future Fund, means organisational structures for governing and managing the holding, direction and operation of this fund, of the AFF. The question is, would the member, the Minister, support adding definitions for mana whenua, treaty partnership or Māori advisory group to Clause 4, Part 1 to clarify the role of Māori in the governance and management of the AFF? And may I remind this House that in Tāmaki Makaurau we boast a quarter of the entire Māori population. 250,000 Māori call Tāmaki Makaurau home. How is this justified as representative of every Aucklander and New Zealander when the voices aren't here? Please explain.
Mr. Chair.
Carlos Chung.
Thank you, Member, for raising that question. Obviously, this is our called Auckland Future Fund. It's going to benefit everyone in Auckland, including different ethnicity as well, including Maori, Pacifica, Asian, European, basically everyone living in Auckland. So I think one thing about we need to understand this bill. This bill is about adding an extra layer of protection to the fund to make sure the fund wasn't being misused or being mismanaged. But overall, how to invest this fund, the return of the fund, or how to make a decision is still guided by the Auckland Council. They got quite a few different documents to guide them, including the Statement of Intent, Auckland Future Fund Policy, Responsible Investment Policy, and also Auckland Future Fund Distribution Policy and the Deed of Trust as well. So, as I say, since we are guided by the Statement of Intent, we can also refer back to the Auckland Council, that one of the outcome. So we can know that this, on the long-term future plan, we have we got 6 outcomes which Auckland Council try to focus on, and Māori identity and well-being are one of them. And also, but we can say that due to the activities, I think the Auckland Future Fund may not directly contribution to this outcome. However, I think managing the risk and providing a strong return to Council enable the achievement for this outcome across the group as well. And also I want to remind the member as well, the Council actually have representatives from Hoharo, the Independent Māori Statutory Board, on selection process for future fund directors. So they do have a say who they want to employ, how those directors have their vision to benefit the Maori community as a whole as well. So they actually have that obligation to ensure there's an opportunity for Maori to contribute to a decision making. But at the same time, I just want some more good news to inform the member as well. So the fund actually developing achieving Maori outcome plan, and the Council has an independent board to monitor how Council is considering Maori perspective. And also want to give you more good news as well. Recently, Auckland Council have increased their achieving Maori outcome budget by 10% next year to support the project like Mariah infrastructure, energy, and climate resilience. So for that, I think that actually all this funding have a vision to benefit everyone in Auckland, including the Maori community as well.
Mr. Chair. Simon Court.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I must congratulate the member for taking the bill to committee stage. I want to talk, firstly, just set the scene about the purpose of the Act, and I've got some questions for the member. I'm interested in the purpose clause being a long-term financial investment for the benefit of current and future Aucklanders. Now, as a member of the West Auckland community, I know that we have a large number of community assets that are aged out. Our one swimming pool, for example, built for the 1990 Commonwealth Games in Henderson, the West Wave pool, was for a population of around about 120,000 people. The population is now well over 200,000, heading towards 300,000 in West Auckland. So what I would hope, Dr. Chung, as a benefit of this fund, that investment in community assets like new swimming pools, for example, new community facilities would be possible. So I'm interested as to your perspective as to whether facilities like that would be one of those things that would benefit current and future communities. I'm also interested in the fund acting as a long-term financial investment vehicle, because it's all very well to say we're going to put $1 billion or so from the proceeds of Auckland Airport shares into the fund, Dr. Chung, but Auckland Council is sitting on billions and billions of dollars of lazy assets. It's got maybe $2 to $3 billion worth of port assets that, if they were put into the fund, and you did mention it, could potentially generate fantastic dividends for Aucklanders every year. And then we have around $2.6 billion of vacant land and buildings that Auckland Council owns. So, Dr. Chung, I'm interested, do you think that the Auckland Future Fund will be able to realise its potential if it's only got one asset in it, or essentially $1 billion from the sale of Auckland shares, or do you see this as a very smooth vehicle to start bringing in these other assets, actually recycling assets into things Aucklanders need, like community facilities? So, Dr. Chung, I'd just like you to focus on those questions first, please.
Mr. Chair.
Carlos Chung.
Thank you, member from our South Auckland, Simon Court, to raise the question, because I actually West Auckland. So I actually have a similar request to the mayor as well. As we all know that Mount Roskill recently have been suffered from flooding as well. We really want to have an upgrade on our stormwater infrastructures, and also on the transportation infrastructure as well. So, however, this bill is about adding an extra layer of protection to how the fund being invested. But the use of the fund, or how they use the return of the fund, is up to the councillor, up to the Auckland councillor. So they are making a decision which area they want to invest. So I think this is we want to. This is why I say it's so important that everyone need to go to vote during the local election. Make sure you have voted someone which can represent your value, which someone can actually fight for your constituent for some more investment in your area. So I think, but you know, in saying that, also I think every 3 years as well, I think the council will have a meeting to look at the direction, look at the return of the funding as well, to make sure they still keep in the right direction. So I think there's a multiple safeguard there to make sure the funding is worked properly. And also to address your second question, which is it just only one funding or multiple funding? As I mentioned to the answer to my colleague previous question from our colleague Tom Waterford before. So I think the Auckland Future Fund at the moment is capitalising by the sales of the airport shares. But I think this is only the start of this journey. In the future, the council have the opportunity or have the choice to put more assets into the fund as well, to make sure they keep growing the fund and make sure they have the high returns so that they can benefit Auckland as a whole.
Mr. Chair. Honourable Carmel Sepuloni.
I move that debate on this question now close.
Simon Court.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Chung. That's very helpful. I just want to explore what you consider to be the long-term financial investments for benefit a little bit further. And I just want to provide the context. The government is planning through the National Land Transport Fund and other initiatives, potentially a city and regional deal, to invest heavily in Auckland's infrastructure. Just this week, an announcement was made to invest in the East-West Link, an incredible piece of highway infrastructure that's going to get tens of thousands of heavy trucks off local roads around Onehunga, Aotearoa and other suburbs in southeast Auckland. A project that is over over maybe 5 or 6 years overdue, which is about the term of the previous Labor government which stopped it. Now, Dr. Chung, this project could cost somewhere in the region of $3 to $4 billion. And I'm interested in your views whether the Auckland Future Fund could be used to co-invest in projects where Auckland Council and its communities receive a benefit in order to make the overall dollar go further. We've got the Mill Road project and, of course, the North West Busway, which will lead from Auckland City out to Massey and Westgate and out to as far as Kumiu and Huapai eventually. So, Dr. Chung, do you think that the Auckland Future Fund could essentially become another public in the public-private partnership model so that Auckland Council invests its money and we can actually get more infrastructure up sooner? Do you think that's a possible use of this fund?
Carlos Cho.
Thank you, Member, for raising another question. As I mentioned before, how they use the return of the investment is up to the council decision. But in saying that, the fund can be used for reducing the rate increase, also can be put on as an infrastructure as well. So there's a few things. So I think I just try to use this opportunity to mention what is the model of this fund work. So to give a little bit extra confidence to the member here to know that the fund will be going into the right direction. So, on behalf of the council, basically we are trying to adopt 80% growth and 20% income model portfolio to meet the council risk appetite. So we want to make sure that the fund will grow, but at the same time to minimize the risk as well. And also I've been informed by the council say, what's happened? The member will be interested. What's happened if the fund is underperformed? Will that affect the future planning of infrastructure or increase the rate? So I've been informed by the council as well. If the fund is underperformed, they won't be affecting the rate. So they won't increase the rate in order to cover the loss of the investment. So I think that is a very good initiative for this Auckland Future Fund. Make sure the fund is keep growing and matching the development of Auckland, and make sure we have the enough funding to grow the city as well. But also, like I mentioned in the second reading as well, that also create, I think, as a new model as well, because currently, I think most of the local council, all their funding are based on rate, based on debt, and also based on central government as well. So if this model actually works, I think they will be open up to the rest of the country, how council can actually raise funds to make sure all the future development, all the funding are sustainable for the development as well.
Mr. Chair. Carl Bates.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity to take a call on this important bill before the House this afternoon. It's my first opportunity to do so. Mr. Chair, I want to speak about Clause 6, the relationship between this Act and other legislation applicable to council financial management. And I was interested in reading this particular clause, wondering about the depth in terms of the detail that's included here, given some of the lack of detail in other documents I've read this week regarding funds, Mr. Chair. And so I just wanted to ask you whether, when we talk about other legislation applicable to council's financial management, accountability and use of funds, why a range of other acts that relate to exactly that point, the role that councils play in terms of financial management, accountability and use of funds, weren't also specifically detailed as sub-clauses, including, for example, the Public Records Act 2005, which relates directly to financial document retention. And obviously that is something very relevant in relation to council financial management when you are buying and selling assets, and as we've learnt in the House earlier today actually, the importance of funds being successful. They both buy and sell their assets, and just understanding, you know, the retention of records in relation to that being an important component potentially of the council's financial management, and therefore a piece of legislation that may need to be specifically acknowledged and reflected. Another one in terms of that context, the Local Authorities Members' Interest Act 1968, the role that plays. You know, these funds can invest in things that may be local, and there may become challenges where we have elected members who have interests in those, and that might be worth considering. Also, the Local Government Auckland Council Act 2009, now specifically relevant to the Auckland Council, and therefore a piece of legislation when it comes to the financial management, accountability and use of funds of Auckland Council, of the Auckland Future Fund itself, may be another relevant act that needs to be taken into account. Of course, the Public Finance Act itself is all part of the wider scope of public finances, and that is something that captures Council's interests. And in relation to that act, of course, as well, we have the overarching Companies Act 1993 for CCOs, council-controlled companies. These may ultimately invest, the fund may invest in companies that could get caught in terms of that definition of a council-controlled company. So just wondering if any of those acts should be specified just to ensure completeness under that 6(1)(b). Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Carlos Chang.
Thank you, Member, for the question. Yes, it's true that Auckland Council do have a history of fund mismanagement, and they have been raising a lot of funding from our ratepayer as well. For example, I mentioned that there's a fund called Diversified Financial Assets Portfolio, which is supposed to be a long-term fund, because due to mismanagement, the fund was disestablished, and they've been used for short-term repayment, the short-term debt, and all those council spending as well. And this is exactly the reason why we want to bring this bill to the House here for right now, because we want to make sure the purpose of the fund will remain the same for long term. We want to make sure that the fund will benefit Aucklanders in long term, not only current generation, but also the future generation as well. This is why we bring the bill here, is make sure if they want to change the direction of the fund, or want to change the initiative of the fund, or how they invest the fund, they need to make sure they have 75%, which is called supermajority of councillor to agree. Otherwise, they can't just use the fund for other purpose. And I think that's answered the question for the members, why this funding. Now we are here setting the bill for Auckland Council. I think the purpose is make sure the fund is not being mismanaged or being wasted in different area, which is not going to benefit Aucklander.
Grant McCullum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just take a call. I'll focus on part 1, clause 4, and the whole long-term view of the Auckland Future Fund and its benefits to the wider region, a region which stretches all the way up to the edges of Mangawhai, and there are investments that can be made up there for the benefit of the wider region, whether it be into some of the great regional parks I've got up there, but also into the area of huge investment around the golf courses, and they need more infrastructure investment potentially up there that would benefit the wider population and provide opportunity for events and help to develop that part of the region. But also another area where I'm intrigued to see how the benefits could flow to the wider the population of Auckland, and that's the focus around the events opportunity with investment into a potential area like Eden Park, which is obviously a large stadium in the middle of Auckland with a lot of history, a lot of contention, but it really needs the opportunity for investment to grow the use of that investment. And I'll be interested to hear what the members' thoughts are in terms of utilising that asset for wider use around the region to get a better return and better opportunities and more events to be held there, and how that would benefit the population of Auckland going forward, so that it will once again it would work on that livable city and provide lots of opportunities for the people, whether it be to invest in more opportunities for provide concerts and those sorts of things. If you can grow and make the ground bigger, so you can provide more cricket grounds, test cricket and so forth, which it struggles to do at the moment, and that would be of benefit. But the investment of the fund could be used for something like that, I would have thought, to potentially help that sport of test cricket in the Auckland region, and then also, which would then allow maybe to have day-night games, so that we can benefit the Indian population in particular, which we then can project to over the other, because that works better for the time zones in terms of utilising the lights, the only lights that are probably good enough in Auckland, to stage, to have a facility and provide entertainment at that time of night, which then the income that would come back from advertising into the region and would make for a great entertainment. And then you've got other sports could benefit. You can change the shape of the ground if you could invest in it, and then put a roof on it, so that you then don't have to worry about whether it rains or not, or whether the wind blows too hard. You can still have all your various sports, and you wouldn't have, like we saw recently, a T20 game being cancelled down in Canterbury because of the fact we had it rained for the second part of the instinct. So the advantages of having a future fund that can invest in that type of infrastructure, I think, would really benefit the wider population of not only actually Auckland, but actually the country. It would bring people from around the country into Auckland to help drive that event sector, and really benefit. And then you would hosting big rugby games, the benefit of not having to worry about what the weather's going to do and all that sort of thing. You provide the concerts, big, huge concerts, and attract the really big acts. I mean, wouldn't it be great to have Taylor Swift over here? After she's been out here and got married, she can go and perform a concert. I think, wouldn't that be a great thing? Wouldn't that be a great thing? Exactly, wouldn't that be a great thing? I completely agree. Isn't that a great idea? Isn't that a great idea? Wouldn't that promote yes, Megan thinks it's a great idea. Well, it'd certainly be a bigger venue than what we provide and you're going to have in Canterbury, which is a great new stadium, but that potential of covered stadia, so that when you try to attract events, they don't have to worry about weather and the impact of that sort of thing. So investing in a roof, I think, I'm sure would be of great interest to the people of Auckland, and so that's another one of the big things you could use it for. And there's plenty of other events that would be able to drive and help the people of Auckland. So I'll be fascinated in your thoughts there, to the member.
Carmel Cepoloni.
Move that debate on this question now close.
Answer the question.
Carlos Chung.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, member, for raising that question. Although I keep saying that Auckland Future Fund is going to benefit Aucklanders, the current and future generation as well. But I always say that Auckland is the heartbeat of the country. We got 1.3 million people living in Auckland. And I believe that the impact for this fund, for this legislation, go all way beyond Auckland. I think it's going to benefit the New Zealand as a whole. For example, I think the member just now raised a very good example. What's happened if we're going to put more infrastructure on Eden Park? We're going to benefit people, the whole New Zealand. People will travel to Auckland to watch the concert. Or, for example, I think if Auckland Council put more funding on the transport network, I think that's going to benefit the whole country. Because we know that for the member, the MP for Loveland, we know that there's a lot of transport logistics going on between Loveland and to the Port of Auckland as well. So you imagine if all this funding, the return of this investment, can go back to improve our transport network in Auckland, that also benefit the people in Loveland as well. So I agree with you, sir. I believe that this bill's the impact goes beyond Auckland and actually benefit everyone in New Zealand.
Tim van der Molen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Look, I'm interested to delve into an area that hasn't been traversed yet over the course of this debate, and I have been listening diligently throughout the early stages of this debate so far. And it does delve a bit deeper into Clause 4. So I appreciate the higher level perspective from the member Grant McCallum, who talked of his aspiration for roofs, but I thought in particular I wanted to touch here on Clause 4, Subpart 1, B1. That's on line 18. So talking about the Auckland Future Fund being the establishment of the fund of the long-term plan, and it includes any funds or assets, brackets, or both, that the council adds to the AFF. Now, I'm interested in the first part of that in particular, Mr. Chair. Any funds or assets. I'm interested to understand from the member and the chair whether he can give us some greater insight around when a fund is not an asset, because obviously, you know, we're well aware that the normal process is to draft legislation that is simple, concise, as clear as possible, and so I'm interested in why they've chosen to specify funds or assets, brackets or both, as opposed to simply saying assets. So the suggestion there, to me anyway, Mr. Chair, and happy to be corrected by the member and the chair, is that it's possible, or the Auckland Council perceives a scenario where a fund is not an asset, but they may still wish to include it in the Auckland Future Fund. Now that, I suggest, would be an unusual situation, but again, it's unusual that we've broken out fund and asset in this situation where most people would consider, I think, funds to be assets. So if there is indeed a scenario where the member could shed some light on any potential funds that the Auckland Council currently has that are, from their perspective, not considered to be assets, or may perhaps be in negative equity, and there could technically be a scenario where that could happen if they had a standalone fund and that fund had borrowed money against the assets of the fund, which had then devalued over time for some particular reason, such that it was in a negative equity position. That is a potential scenario that could occur. I suggest it would be unlikely, but again, I come back to the point of why would you specify those two separate pieces being a fund or an asset, if indeed that was not the expectation, that there could be at some point a fund that was not an asset, such that it needs to be clarified through that mechanism. And so then I guess the question that flows from that is, if indeed a fund could potentially not be an asset in that scenario, is it the intent of Auckland Council that they may look to leverage some of these funds such that they could be in a position of vulnerability and may fall into a negative equity situation? Because I think that would definitely give a different lens on the conversation we've had so far around looking to primarily, or the conversation certainly is primarily focused on assets, but that could be a scenario where we have a leveraged fund in negative equity. Of course, that still could potentially be cash flow positive, but I would suggest again that would be an unusual scenario. And so I'm really just interested in understanding why we've seen that classification of any funds or assets, brackets, or both. Why the distinction of fund versus asset, unless there is that scenario. As I said, I would be surprised if there was a scenario where we're talking of funds potentially being in negative equity, but it could technically be possible. So then, yeah, as I say, that suggests, well, we'll ask the question actually, is that where they're wanting to go, putting something as a potential liability or negative equity into the Auckland Future Fund, and what are the potential implications of that if that was a scenario that came to be in some sort of speculative investment environment that then could potentially have a detrimental effect on the greater Auckland Future Fund itself, which of course then would go against presumably the premise of the fund looking to grow wealth over time and return investment to the city to help fund a wide myriad of things like roofs, as Mr McCallum has suggested. And so I'm really interested if we can get some clarity around that aspect, in particular from the member and the chair, and I do want to acknowledge his work on this, working on behalf of his constituency in the wider Auckland region to bring this bill forward. It is a useful suggestion, but I just really do think it would be helpful for the committee if we could gain some clarity on that aspect, in particular to ensure that we have the right lens around this as we proceed. Thank you.
Carlos Chung.
Well, Auckland Future Fund, for me, is not only a fund to grow the fund for future Auckland development as well, but I also think it represents a new journey of local government with a different funding model. So, I mean, at this stage, yes, maybe we only got, the fund which is raised from the sale of the Auckland Airport shares. But I think this is only the first stage. I think in the future, we're going to put more different assets into the fund as well. Remember one of the reason or one of the initiative of this fund is try to diversify all the investment. At the moment, I think we are, most of the Auckland investment are either on properties or on shares. And I think that have a high risk to the funding model. So I think this, we would love to diverse investment. And also, I think if this success, we're going to put more funding or more assets into the fund. So this is why the course 4, they purposely drafted like this. So to leave a door open for the future, allow Auckland to put more assets into the fund in order to grow, in order to match the development of Auckland in long terms.
The Honourable Mark Patterson.
Chair, through you, if I could ask the member in charge, is there a chance through this bill for the Auckland Council to see the error of its ways and perhaps buy back into Auckland Airport, a gold standard piece of monopoly infrastructure that's expanding, pays a good dividend, and would be able to be leveraged to pay for Grant McCullum's Taylor Swift concert, if so be. So are they going to be able to see the error of the race? Mr Chung.
Carlos Chung.
Thank you, Minister, for his questions. As I say, I mean, there's nothing wrong with invest in specific shares or specific assets. But at the moment, we need to also know that we want to reduce the risk. We want to manage the risk. For example, I think during the COVID, when we don't actually have tours coming from overseas, and we got a lot of flights being cancelled because of the pandemic, obviously the airport shares not doing well, that actually reduce the return of the fund, and that affect the future planning for Auckland Council as well. So I think it's very important to diversify all investment to make sure we got return from different area as well. So they will provide an extra layer of protection to our funding model to enable Auckland Council or the councillor, they can plan in the long term as well.
Shannon Halbert.
I move that debate on this question now close.
The question is that debate on this question now close. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The question is that part 1 stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Members, we come now to part 2. This is the debate on clauses 7 to 12, Auckland Future Fund. The question is that part 2 stand part.
Mr Chair.
Tom Rutherford.
Thank you very much, Mr Chair. Great to come into part 2. I've got questions relating to clause 7, which is around the governance and management of the Auckland Future Fund. My first question relates to clause 7.1, which requires the council to, quote, put in place structures for governing and managing the Auckland Future Fund. I'd be interested if the member could just clarify what specific structures Auckland Council currently has potentially in mind. Could this potentially be a trust, a council-controlled organisation or another entity? I think it would be helpful for the House to understand the practical implementation. While the bill rightly provides flexibility, understanding the Council's current thinking would help us assess how these provisions will work in practice. My second question is on clause 7.2b, which allows structures to be implemented either internally within council or externally through trusts or other entities. Could the member please explain how this works if the council initially establishes the fund internally but later decides to potentially move it, say, to an external trust? What would the process be to require that change to potentially happen? The flexibility in this place, in this part, definitely seems sensible as best practice evolves over time. However, I'm keen to ensure and understand the implications of shifting between internal and external management, particularly regarding staff, contracts and continuity of investment strategy. My next question comes to 7.2BII. So I've done 7.1, I've done 7.2B, now we're on 7.2BII. And if the fund is managed externally through a trust or other entity under that clause, how will accountability to Auckland ratepayers be maintained? External management might bring in expertise and independence, which I definitely support. However, Aucklanders will rightly expect to maintain visibility and accountability over the fund. Can the member explain how this balance would be achieved in practice? So my questions were relating to clause 7.1, 7.2B and 7.2BII. Welcome the answers from the member.
Carlos Chang.
So Auckland Future Fund is a separate, is a council control organisation, which they actually receive direction from the council, but they actually work independently. So so the council basically will select the board member. The 3 board members, they be selected based on their experience, based on their track record as well. But also, they will try to prevent any conflict of interest and also any political influence as well. For example, board member can be the family members or the members of a councillor or the mayor. So to keep it more independent as well. But at the same time, they are actually the fund itself also subject to external audit by the Auditor General of its financial and service performance as well. So it makes sure the fund and its performance is accountable to the council and must comply with the CCO accountable policy, which including quarterly according to statement of intent. So I think this is not called answer. To answer the members on the other side, I think this is called preparation. We want to make sure. And I think this is something on that side of the house are not very good at it. Because for me, one thing I want to know as the chair is, for me, I want to provide as detailed as possible to the member to make sure I give them confidence that this legislation is benefiting people. Not like the other side. They just like to write an essay or give us 11 pages of document or pictures. And I think this is not the way to actually do things. So I think that's also referred to the member's previous question as well. I don't think the member actually do anything. I think it's just the council give him to carry the bill. This is a perfect example, a member of parliament, how to work hard together with the council to make sure we clear all the concern raised by the other side of the house as well.
Tom Rutherford.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you to the member for answering my questions relating to Clause 7. I want to move on to Clause 8, which is around the principles for governing and managing the Auckland Future Fund. Clause 8B states, with the intent of maintaining or increasing the real value of its capital over time, it requires that, I'm keen to understand from the member how real value will be defined and measured. Put myself in the shoes of the ratepayers, keen to know how I could see that the fund was being managed with the intent of maintaining or increasing the real value of its capital over time. So how will real value be defined and measured? My next question is around Clause 8B as well, which is the phrase over time. It's important for giving the fund appropriate flexibility, which I appreciate, but could the member just clarify what time frame is envisaged? Is this measured annually, potentially over a rolling 5-year period, or potentially even a longer term? I ask because investment markets, as we know, can be volatile in the short term, and I want to ensure the fund has appropriate flexibility to things like weather market downturns without being in a technical breach of the Act. A long-term investment approach requires the ability to ride out short-term volatility. And then Clause 8 also sets out principles but doesn't specify consequences if the principles aren't followed. These principles are at the heart of the Bill's protection for future generations. While I'm confident in both the member and the Auckland Council will follow them, it would be helpful to understand what happens if a future council or fund manager doesn't comply. Is this a matter for the courts, for the Auditor General or another body? What mechanisms exist to enforce compliance with these principles?
Thank you, Member, for the questions. So in order to retain the fund, I think it's relatively related to the inflation numbers as well. So as the proposals has been proposed, the expected return of Auckland Future Fund is 7.42%, which within that 2% of them will be used to retain the fund value to make sure the fund can keep growing as well. And also, as I mentioned before, the fund basically, as a CCO, they are actually subjected to external auditor by Auditor General for its financial and service performance as well. So most of the data, most of the investment value will be reported every quarterly, and also every year they actually got an annual report as well. But in saying that, the member actually raised a very good point as well, because this is co-investment. There's no guarantee that everything will go accordingly, especially during some financial downturn or some economic crisis as well. There's no guarantee that the fund will always perform as they have been described. So I think, but in saying that, the 7.42% is based on the calculation for long term. We already put a lot of different factors into the consideration, and we will we want to make sure all this investment will be best being managed. The risk will be managed. And also, I think this is all another layer of safeguard as well. So, councillor every 3 years, they will look into the appointment of the board member as well. If they're not performing well, they will look into it and see whether they want to reappoint other board member to make sure the fund continue to grow.
David Wilson.
In relation to the governance of the Future Fund, the Auckland Future Fund, very good discussion. Thank you very much for your questions, Tom. My question is around the words council-controlled organisation, which you've used, and although this is not decided completely as yet, but we do note that the Auckland Council has had a predilection just recently of pulling all CCOs into council. This, to me, presents an issue, because what we're trying to do here is create a fund on behalf of Auckland's shareholders, citizens of Auckland. And if this is close to and controlled by council, I fear for the future of the fund. However, if there are enough governance rules in place in terms of separating this organisation to be able to return the 7.2% per annum or greater, to give them the freedom to do so without interference of the councillors that come in from time to time and or the mayor, can you give us some assurance around those governance arrangements?
Thank you, members, for the questions. Yes, I think this is the reason why we set up the legislation here, to make sure the fund will not be affected by political environment changes. We make sure the fund will have the initiative to keep benefit the Auckland as a whole. Because we know that, like you say, every single time when there's a local election going on, we may have a different councillor into the Auckland Council. They may think differently. They may have different priorities. But for this, we want to make sure the fund is going to be used as a long term. And I think this refers back to before. Without this legislation, like the one we talk about, the assessment, the financial assessment portfolio, which was set up by previous council before, because without the legislation, that fund wasn't perform well, or they're being mismanaged or being misused, and they need to be disestablished. So I think this is important. We set up a very high bar for the council to make sure they only can change the initiative or change the use of the fund only when they have the supermajority, which means they only have 75% of the councillor agree to it.
Cameron Brewer.
Madam Chair, thank you very much. I want to ask a question on Part 2, Clause 9, pertaining to C, acting independently of members of the council and those members' personal or political interests. It's around the investment decision making. My concern doesn't lie so much about the independence of that investment decision making being sufficiently far enough away from, say, elected members. My concern lies with the amount, the dividend expectation that may be put on them overtly or subconsciously, and whether the entity, the AFF board, or its designated investment wealth manager is protected enough to make the right decisions around dividends and around the timing of dividends that are in the best interests of the fund and not in the best interests of the or of the politicians, if I want to be blank, if I want to be straight with you, the local body politicians, that this fund is not under pressure, and that Chair Chris Swasbrook, who's got a lot of respect and experience and integrity up in Auckland, who's chairing the AFF board, that they are not under a lot of pressure that we might have seen from the ports of Auckland in previous years to deliver a dividend, and this is how much we want. As we know, we've got some reasonably lively and unpredictable local body politicians in and around the Auckland Council chamber, and I just want that assurance. I just want that assurance that there's not going to be the pressure to deliver so much dividend, every so often. And I say that because there has been it started on a high. A $38 million dividend was paid out from June to December for that period of this year alone, marking that period 13% higher than forecast. And I suspect the incoming council that will be revenue short and capital short and up against its debt ceilings will be like, well, where's the next 38 million coming? Why can't we make it 338 million? So yes to the Part 2.9 around the independence of investment decisions, but I'm more interested in, are we covered in this statute to the sponsoring MP? Are we covered that this entity, chaired by Chris Swasbrook, is not going to be under any political pressure as far as paying out dividends, how often they get paid out, and how big they should be?
Carlos John.
That's a very, very good question. I think that this bill basically is about focusing on the growth of the fund. And it's a very fair term that as setting the right percentage of return will be too aggressive or too conservative. When obviously during the economic good time, when you go for aggressive, you've got a high return, but also got a high risk as well. On the other hand, during economic uncertainty, you obviously want to go for more conservative approach. So most of the investment guidelines are based on responsible investment policy released by the Auckland Council as well. So basically, I just want to tell people, just to let you know, not everyone in front of the TV have been watching this bill since like 3 o'clock. So I think it's very important to tell people in front of the TV or just recently turn on the TV to look at parliamentary, the debate to make sure they know what's going on and all the detail as well. So I just want to, to read it out what council actually, what was called responsible investment policy. I know that member on the left hand side don't really care because they don't really care the future of Auckland. But I think most of the people involved in the TV, they would love to know what's going on, what's happened to my rates and my fund as well. So I just want to read it out. So that the council recognized that there are challenges in the implementation of a responsible investment policy when investing globally. For efficiency, operational and cost reasons, the council fund may be invested in pool funds known as collective investment vehicles. Where this is the case, there will be limited on the ability to exclude securities from investment portfolio. In such instance, fund governments will ensure the manager of the collective investment vehicle is aware of the council responsible investment policy and should be satisfied that there is a board alignment with the policy applied in the management of the CIV. So I hope that they actually give us a little bit of information or give us a little bit more public confidence to people in front of the TV, rather than you just turn it on and the other side just say, hey, shut up and sit down, and they just don't really care. I think this is our job as an MP, as a parliamentarian, to make sure our general public know what we're going through, what is the detail of the legislation, and give them the confidence as well.
Honourable Carmel Sivaloni.
I move that debate on this question now close.
The question is that debate on this question now close. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Members, so the question is that part 2 stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Members, we now come to our final debate. Clauses 1 and 2. This is the debate on title and commencement. The question is that Clause 1 stand part. Question is that Clause 1 stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The question is that Clause 2 stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. I will report this bill without amendment. Well done.
The House is resumed.
Madam Speaker, the committee has considered the Auckland Council Auckland Future Fund Bill and reports it without amendment. Madam Speaker, I move that the report be adopted.
The question is that the report be adopted. Those of that opinion, please say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The bill is set down for third reading next sitting day. Members, I call on Members' Order of the Day number 1. It is.
Consumer Guarantees Right to Repair Amendment Bill, second reading.
Madam Chair.
Tom Rutherford.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I was expecting the member in charge of the legislation from the Green Party to stand and take the first call on this bill, being at her piece of legislation, but she hasn't turned up to the House.
Just hold off a second. First reading isn't moved. We have to go to the next item on that. Because it wasn't moved, I'll have to move to the next.
Move to the next one.
I've got a bit of a timing issue now. So the member wasn't present to move the motion, and I had just started ruling on that it had to be, it then dropped off, and then we moved to the next item on the members' order of the day. So I call on members' order of the day number 2.
Jury's Age of Excusal Amendment Bill, second reading.
Yeah.
Carl Bates.
I move that the Jury's Age of Excusal Amendment Bill be now read a second time. Madam Speaker, I rise to speak on the second reading of the Jury's Age of Excusal Amendment Bill, a bill that seeks to modernise our jury service framework by raising the age at which individuals may automatically be excused from jury duty from 65 to 72. This is a modest but meaningful change. It reflects the evolving demographics of New Zealand, the practical realities of our justice system, and the enduring civic value of older New Zealanders. As I previously indicated to the House, the idea for this bill was first raised during a visit to the Auckland High Court with the Minister of Justice, the Honourable Paul Goldsmith. Court staff highlighted the challenge of filling jury benches due to the high number of age-based excusals. The supporting data came later, confirming that 47% of excusals are granted solely on the basis of age. That is nearly half of all excusals. And it is not because people are unable to serve, but because the law allows them to automatically opt out. This creates a significant administrative burden. More summonses must be sent out, more follow-ups are required, and more time is spent managing excusal requests. By raising the excusal age, we reduce that burden, making the system more efficient and more representative. Let me clarify what this bill does and what it does not do. This bill does not introduce age into the jury system. That already exists. Under current law, anyone aged 65 or over may request automatic excusal from jury duty, either permanently or for that particular occasion. And that request is granted without question. This bill simply raises the threshold for that automatic excusal to 72. If someone has a genuine reason, health, caregiving, employment, or personal circumstances, they may still seek to be excused at any age. That does not change. But if not, the expectation should be that one fulfills their civic duty like everyone else. One of the key issues this bill addresses is the perception that civic duty ends at 65, Madam Speaker. As I said in my opening remarks to the Justice Committee, you can serve on a jury duty past the age of 65. In fact, many do. But the automatic opt-out creates confusion and, worse, creates an expectation that once you hit 65, you've done your bit and you do not need to serve. That is not a view I support. Civic duty, like voting, volunteering, and public service, does not expire at retirement. Jury service is a cornerstone, Madam Speaker, of our democracy. It is one of the few remaining civic obligations that applies broadly across society. To automatically excuse large numbers of healthy, capable people from participating undermines that duty and weakens the representative nature of our juries. This bill sends a clear message. We trust our seniors to participate in civic life and we expect them to continue contributing, just as they do in churches, in sports clubs, in community organisations and workplaces across the country. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the Justice Committee for their careful consideration of this bill. The committee received a range of submissions and ultimately recommended that the bill be passed along with several amendments. One key amendment was the insertion of transitional provisions, ensuring summonses issued before royal assent remain subject to the current law. This avoids retrospective application and provides clarity for registrars and court staff. I also want to acknowledge the committee's role in examining the options in terms of age thresholds. I specifically asked the committee to consider whether 72 was the right reference point in terms of an age. So in considering the new threshold, the committee examined several benchmarks. It considered the age of retirement of judges at 75, the Ombudsman's retirement age at 72, Whereas international norms vary, Madam Speaker, with the excusal age of 70 in Australia, 76 in England and Wales, and even 80 in parts of the United States. 72 strikes the right balance. It reflects capability, it respects contribution, and it aligns with other civic roles. This is not, though, a radical leap. The threshold was originally 60, then raised to 65 back in 1945, Madam Speaker. 80 years later, we must ask whether this still reflects our society. Life expectancy has jumped dramatically since then, and since 1982, when it was also reviewed, the age of life expectancy for men has increased from 70 to 76, and for women from 80 to 83 respectively today. I mucked that up, Madam Speaker, from 70 for men and 76 for women in 81, and 80 and 83 for women today. New Zealanders are healthier, more active and engaged longer in the community than ever before. The submissions received by the committee offered a range of perspectives. Some supported the increase, others suggested alternative thresholds, and some raised broader questions about the role of age in jury service at all. Age Concern New Zealand supported the increase, but recommended 70 as the more suitable threshold, aligning with the judicial retirement age. They noted the huge value and life experience the 65-plus cohort can continue to bring to jury service. The New Zealand Law Society supported the intent of the bill, but emphasised the importance of maintaining trust by the public and confidence in our jury system. The Wellington Community Justice Project, a group of law students here in Wellington, Madam Speaker, offered a particularly thoughtful submission. They wrote that raising the jury excusal age would reflect rather than lead existing social trends that support older adults' continued participation in public life. They also highlighted the need for the ability for excusal processes to be accessible, noting that while most senior New Zealanders use the internet, digital exclusion remains a concern, and they had some suggestions in that regard, Madam Speaker. Other submitters shared personal reflections. Sarah Broderick wrote, "Our baby boomer generation has so much wealth of knowledge and life experience to offer in the courts. Lifting the age to 72 will enable seniors to feel a sense of pride and to feel needed by our society." Margaret Thompson, aged 80, simply said, "I would like to be and able to sit on a jury." So, Madam Speaker, in going through the process in the Justice Committee, it was very clear that there was a broad range of support across the membership of the Justice Select Committee. It was recognised that we should consider the various options for ages for the excusal age, that 72 being what they ultimately landed on as the most appropriate age to recommend back to the House as originally intended in the first draft of the bill that I spoke on in this House in the first reading, Madam Speaker, and came back with that simple amendment to ensure that there wasn't a problem around retrospectivity of the legislation, Madam Speaker. So in conclusion, Madam Speaker, these voices that I've shared with you from the submitters remind us that senior New Zealanders are not just capable, they are willing, they are engaged, and they are eager to serve. This bill is not about compulsion, it's about expectation. It is about recognising that civic duty continues beyond retirement and that our seniors have much to offer. As one constituent, Andrew, wrote to me, "Thank you so much, Carl, for getting onto this. It makes a lot of sense." I commend the bill to the House.
Oh, very good.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Aruna Williams.
E nā rawa atu koe Kia koe, Madam Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this bill. And may I begin by thanking the hard-working Justice Committee and the member who has brought this bill through the process. It is a difficult thing to work through a law like this where there is essentially a judgment to be made about a line for the appropriateness, in this case for people to be able to be the right age to make judgments in this way and perform a civic duty of sitting on juries. A number of opinions were heard from submitters, and that this level which has been suggested here is ultimately met with the approval of the parties represented at the Justice Committee, and so I stand in support of today. But Madam Speaker, I want to make the point that when we think about civic duty, jury service is incredibly important to that more and more cases are being heard by juries in a system which it is difficult for people to seek timely justice. Our courts at the moment are very, very busy places, and it is difficult for people to be able to access not only the system but also the precursors to that, the right kind of advice. And so it's important that we all take the measures that we can in this House to enable people to seek that justice and to have their day and to be heard in the way that their rights enable them to be heard. This is a bill that, when there is difficulty in fulfilling the numbers required for a duty trial, that reducing the reasons that a person may be excused makes it easier for the Ministry of Justice to be able to fulfil those numbers in a jury and to be able to allow people to be heard in the way that they hope to be heard. And so this is a good measure to be able to do that. It's also important for people to be assured that this is not, as the member said, it's not about compulsion, but it's about expectation. I see this as an enabling provision. It's a provision that enables people between the age of 65 and 72 to be able to sit and to not be, to have an automatic provision to be able to opt out. There is an expectation that they will be able to fulfil that function. But if they cannot fulfil that function, there is obviously ways for them to be able to remove themselves from that duty. This is also about making sure that we set a clear line in the sand around, active participation in civic life for people up to the age of 72. I think most New Zealanders would be pretty surprised that it was set at 65. I think most New Zealanders have a reasonable expectation that older New Zealanders have all of the rights and access and expectations to be able to participate in civic life. I think of my dad, he's in his 90s. He is an incredible member of his community. He is an active member of his local democracy, loves to ring a councillor. If any of the Auckland councillors are listening along that he likes to ring up and complain about his local issues, they will know. And so that is the reality for ageing New Zealanders, is that very much a part of civic life in their communities around them. And so being able to participate in jury duty without, in an unfettered way, without also expected to be able to sit at the table, and that there is no presumption that they would not be able to do that, that is important for them, and there is still a real contribution to make. It's also relevant to note for anyone thinking about what the reasons for this bill are, is that there is a very low payment for most people who sit on juries. It doesn't necessarily reflect their lost wages, it doesn't even reflect the minimum wage. It is a small payment and a gesture of thanks for them to be able to participate in that way. But it is a burden that often falls to people who can either afford to be there or who are retired and can do that, and there's a lower opportunity cost to them. That is a feature of our justice system which many outside of the scope of this bill would argue is a limitation on the rights of equal and fair justice, but this is within the system at the moment, and to be able to address in some small way that limitation, having older New Zealanders who widen the pool of people who can possibly be called upon and can find themselves at the table and able to financially support themselves to be there is a sensible move. When I think of the Manukau Court in my electorate, it's one of the busiest courts in the country, and there is certainly a need there for more people who want to fulfil this duty, also a real need for more justices of the peace who can sit as magistrates in that court to be able to participate in that. And so those older people who fulfil those roles are incredibly important to not only our justice system, but the functioning of that community around Manukau and people's access to rights and faith in the system. So that, for those reasons, Madam Speaker, happy to support this bill and to be able to thank the Justice Committee once again for their work on it.
Dr. Lawrence Yunnan.
Madam Speaker, thank you. I rise on behalf of the Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand to also support the jury's age of excusal amendment bill. Now, just to kind of cast our mind back to when this bill was introduced under first reading. So in the first reading, we did oppose the bill, but then we were interested to hear from the select committee process on exactly some of the potential fishhooks that this does create, and particularly gives us an opportunity to consider with various stakeholders within the seniors area on whether this is actually a reasonable bill for them to expect from our seniors population. So, just in terms of the select committee process, Madam Speaker, we did have a few submissions, not all that many, but we did actually get some submissions from key stakeholders who did provide some very, very helpful feedback. I think in terms of the bill itself, again, just a reminder that when we are looking at this bill, it provides the people over the age of 65, if summoned actually now 72, that they are no longer able to be automatically excused from jury service. However, it does mean that they're still able to be excused from jury service if need be for various grounds. And part of that, in terms of the age, we did have quite a big discussion during select committee stage around whether the age of 72 is the best, is the most appropriate age. And I think that was something that probably generated the most discussion within the select committee. We did hear from, helpfully from the department in terms of some of the stats. And I think overall, when it comes to this bill, the concerns that we have in terms of what it means in terms of the demographics, the makeup of our jury service is still something that we are interested in and kind of concerned about, because one of the things that we wanted to check during the select committee is, would that affect decisions within the judicial system? Would that mean that, because every one of us carry a certain level of bias when we're looking at jury service, what does that mean for you in terms of the natural justice process when you're looking at this? And also, again, what does it mean for people over the age of 65 who rightfully should have been entitled to sort of an automatic excusal to be actually now called back, or no longer having that as an option, and you're having that bumped up to 72. But overall, the Green Party is happy with where this bill sort of landed. We're really happy with the advice that we received during the select committee process. We think there are other ways, again, other things that could be introduced and could be considered, in terms of the remuneration aspect when it comes to jury service, that again allows more people to be able to partake in jury service, particularly from people who are younger. We understand the need for more juries in general, but I think there are other measures that also should be considered alongside this. But overall, this bill is something that we are happy with how it's landed, and we're happy to support it in the second reading.
Cameron Luxon.
Speaker, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's somewhat of a surprise to be standing and speaking on this bill. I wasn't a member of the committee that examined it, and Todd Stevenson had a great speech lined up for this, but timing worked out that I got to stand up and deliver the speech. So it's going to be quite a interesting moment for the House to hear me talk about the jury's age of exclusion amendment bill, considering I wasn't on the committee. But look, Madam Speaker, I think what we've heard so far, talking about the civic duty that being part of a jury is a core part of. there's been a long and somewhat ivory tower discussion about whether juries are the best thing for our judicial system. Personally, I'm a big fan of juries. I think there's a long history that's proven that it is a core part of the demos having a say in the way justice and law is created and dished out in our society, our country, and through our history. So, being able to, as Carl Bates has brought this bill to the House, being able to take advantage of the wisdom that age and experience has gifted to the members of our community who have made it past the age of 65, I think taking advantage of that for the good of our country, our demos, our institutions, our democracy, is only a good thing. As has been described in the media over the last certain amount of time, there's elements in the Electoral Act about making sure if you're eligible to be on the electoral roll, it's important to do it. It's not just because we need to know who and where people are for the important core function of voting in an election in this country, but also so that we know who is on the electoral roll for the purposes of jury duty. Now, if I would have liked to have heard, and I'm sure I will hear in future stages of this bill, as to whether how that interacted with the Electoral Act's requirements once you're over 65, if you choose to be permanently off the jury list or on. That would be, it's not a committee stage, I grant, and I'll look forward to hearing those from the member when he is in the hot seat. There was another element reading through this bill hastily, as I have in the last little while, about raising the age from 65 to 72, and it's great to see the whole House behind this. You are in your prime there, Grant McCullum, so you're apropos to be speaking about that. The question that comes to mind is if the House, it's important. I think it was Disraeli talked about a conservative in the British system does things which are based on precedent from the past. It doesn't mean that you're not open to changing things, but you do want to make sure there is something to base that on. It's not just plucked out of thin air. And the committee reaching out, trying to find an age, or the member finding an age of 72, relating that to the retirement age for the ombudsman, Disraeli would say, well, great, fantastic, you've found something in our history to attach something to, something to anchor it to, something to get a zip tie and link it together. But, I wonder if why we needed an age in the first place. It does seem like perhaps we could have got away with using the wise heads of over 72-year-olds, some of who are in this House, who could potentially, and you could still use them, but having an ability to be to choose exemption. And not doing that part of the civic duty. There's questions about that I have. I think, but it does, and privy councillors, right? Of course. It raises another question about the age, Madam Speaker. At some point, we have a system in New Zealand that goes back, and it is a generational inheritance. That is our superannuation scheme. And if the House has been so open to raising this age, I wonder about how the House might look at raising the superannuation age gradually, carefully, over time. It would be an important thing to make sure that our country is financially stable into the future. It's something. Well, it's glad to hear I'm getting support from the Greens over there on that proposal. It's a good thing to make sure we've got some generational justice, as they would say. I do wonder, Madam Speaker, if this limit was really needed. There are wise heads that have sat around the committee, the Justice Committee, of which I'm somewhat envious that I do not get to partake in, considering the lofty intellectual discussions that they have. I do not get to be in the tower of the Justice Committee. I'm in the square, perhaps, with the plebeians out there building houses in New Zealand. But Well, I'm very proud to be in that situation. The Transport and Infrastructure Committee is a great committee for that sort of discussion. I haven't had a chance to partake in the discussions around this bill, Madam Speaker. An honorary member, Rema Narkley, says, I think, look, I appreciate that, Rema Narkley, but there's a lot to be done in this House, and select committee time is an important time. Madam Speaker, look, I think that what we're going to see are New Zealanders over 65 proud to be able to serve their community, proud to be able to stand and say, look, I have built a life, I've built experience, I have something to offer. I am going to be providing for people who, I think about mothers who I know who have said, look, I don't have time for this jury duty. Perhaps there's a legitimate reason with a sick child or some such who might not want to do it. Fathers who say, look, I've got my kids this week, I can't get into jury duty, I've got to provide that parenting this week. And older New Zealanders, like grandparents who take kids on the weekend sometimes, or during the week so parents can go to work, they might see this as another part of providing for their part as the elder leaders in our community to provide for the next generation. I think thinking about the way that we can use that knowledge, that we can make sure that New Zealanders are contributing right through, is an incredibly important part of what this bill is trying to do. I would like to once again congratulate the member Carl Bates for bringing it, obviously keeping... I'm not going to get into that debate. The members obviously shepherded it well through the Justice Committee, who have come to an agreement that this is the right thing to do, and I'm happy to support it. Thank you, Madam Chair. Speaker.
Honourable Mark Patterson.
Madam Chair, it's a pleasure to stand up on behalf of New Zealand First and take this call on this jury's age of excusal amendment bill. And Madam Chair, can I say it's good to reacquaint. We had a good day out in the King Country on Monday, didn't we? Going around some of the not so good for the province, heavily impacted by flooding event last week. So, and our thoughts also going out to those in Canterbury, parts of the South Island, the Lower North Island here, that are going through similar inclement weather events at the moment. But in terms of this bill, I'd commend the member, Carl Bates, and I know he has a legal background, so I think it's a solid bill to be bringing forward, one that actually, I think if you look at it, and I'm sure I'm not the only member in the House that thought, well, how is this still the case? It seems to make no sense at all where we would start excusing people over the age of 65. I'm taking far more interest these days, Madam Speaker, in superannuation bills and the like as you get a little bit older. I would take a little bit of issue with Cameron Luxon's take on lifting the super age. I don't think that's going anywhere fast while we're here. So and there's a good reason for that. People work pretty hard, especially those in manual labour. The challenge for us is to continue to grow our economy strongly so we can afford to have our those that get to 65 retire with some dignity and some security in their earnings, particularly those that have gone through a life of manual labour, for which 65 is quite a threshold to get to. So this age is it cuts across a number of these bills. When you get up to that 65, it is something that we do debate in this House across a range of pieces of legislation, and this makes absolute sense from New Zealand's first perspective to lift that threshold to 72 in terms of where our expectations lie. And we know that our seniors make an incredible contribution to this country. The volunteer sector in New Zealand would collapse without the contribution of our seniors, and it's well, we do get. I've heard members of the National Party in particular talking about the wisdom and the experience of people over 65. So if they are members of New Zealand First, then you know that that's certainly playing out. But it's not just our members. We're thinking of everyone across the political spectrum. We think there is a contribution to make for that. You know, those are the people at the prime of their lives in terms of their experience, their wisdom. If I was in that situation, in the unfortunate situation of having to face a jury, I think I would want a jury of experienced and senior peers to bring their vast experience. So the other thing, it could also, on the periphery, Madam Chair, it could also be a boost for the wool industry. The seniors are very big knitters, and I think a bit of time in the jury box knitting could grow some demand for wool as well. So I think we'll, and of course, because they'll have a gold card, they'll be able to, as long as we can get the timings of the hearings so that they can get there on their gold card and their off-peak gold card, I think that would be something that we should look into too. In terms of the Select Committee, the Justice Select Committee, it has been a busy committee over this course of Parliament. I think, you know, without wanting to undermine their good work, this would have to be one of the simpler bills I think they would have seen, one of the most common sense bills they would have seen. And it was interesting though when we go to the Committee of the Whole House, because there was some, Carl Bates in his first, in the first speech in the second reading did raise a number of issues that came through in the Select Committee, and particularly around those that want to serve into an older age and whether they're fit and competent, and that, you know, maybe that's something that we can prosecute through that the Committee of the Whole House stage as we go through this bill. So sometimes these simply, you can get a bit complacent about them, and then actually someone does come along and ask some really good questions, and it's something that, if there is something there that you would like to bring to the House, Carl, I know New Zealand First would certainly look at that, because we're a party that absolutely has respect for our seniors, for their contribution, and you know, and obviously, I mean, our leader, the Right Honourable Winston Peters, is certainly well past this threshold, still running rings around most, if not all, politicians in this Parliament. So, without further ado, Madam Speaker, we do support this bill. We'll continue to support it through to the Committee of the Whole House. We wish it well in that process. We will participate, and we commend it further to the House. Thank you.
The next call is a split call. Someone can take call. Francisco Hernandez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to take a call on the Jewish Age of Excusal Amendment Bill. This is a bill that, as my colleague Dr. Lawrence Zernan has said, that we have, that we've said that we're now supporting. So I won't elaborate that strongly on my speech. But before I turn to the reasons why we do support this bill, I just wanted to wish the members a happy Filipino Restaurant Week. We went pretty wide in the previous speaker's contribution going to the issue of wool, and there'll be some Filipinos that will be affected by this Jewish Age of Excusal Amendment Bill, particularly to the ones who eat at the Wellington-based eateries, Little Manila, Lazy One, and Faithful Flavors. Old people bring a lot of really valuable experience, so I think it's good that this will enable a wider range of participation. In our own local branch, we had a lot of members who were quite 72, still very capable. I won't name them because I might have misjudged their age, so they might be younger than that. So might be younger than that. Oh, look, but just congratulations on the member Carl Bates on getting your bill drawn, and it looks like it will have unanimous support from the House. So, well done. Won't labour the speech any further. Congratulations.
Orini Kaipara has decided to take a call.
Tēnā koe,
Orini
Madam-
Kaipara.
Tēnā koe, Madam Chair. Te Pāti Māori stands by its decision to oppose this bill. In listening to the kōrero to my left and to my right, from experience, having parents who are in the category, the demographic group that is being spoken of, mid-60s, in Māori communities, it's very, very rare nowadays to see many 70-year-olds turning up to the marae, coming to hui, actually out and about in the community. Many of them are very frail. The health system has failed a lot of our people, and especially the demographic group that is being referred to. And the reason, there are many reasons as to why Te Pāti Māori opposes this bill. Consultation with those that are being questioned, the 72-year-olds, where are they in the mix of consultation? I find it quite interesting to hear this bill being proposed by someone not in that demographic group, but speaking for them and talking to excusals for 65-year-olds. 65-year-olds, not everybody actually has equal health to be able to actually responsibly do the role justice. So on behalf of the Māori population who do suffer disparities in every case, shape and form, actually being no, I don't speak for all, I speak for Tāmaki Makaurau as the MP for Tāmaki Makaurau. I do know my people within the electorates, and there are many who would oppose this based on discrimination against everybody. This is a generalisation of everybody within the 65 to 72-year-old age group. It is putting a blanket response on everyone within the demographic without giving weight to the individual circumstances of these people. I speak for the people of Tāmaki Makaurau and those particularly amongst Māori communities. Te Pāti Māori is here to represent and speak for the voices of those who are marginalised, and this further marginalises many Māori people. That is the stance, and that's where I'll end it.
Tom Rutherford.
Madam Speaker, I can't quite believe what I've just listened to for the last 2.5 minutes. Oh, okay. The member has just yelled out, because I'm not in the Māori community, I'm incapable of potentially understanding any part of the argument that she just presented in her short contribution. I would say she talked about potentially the impacts on Māori people who are aged between 65 to 72. If she'd actually read the legislation, she would know that, for example, if they had healthcare issues or issues of a similar nature, they still have the ability to apply to withdraw from being part of the jury process. It's in the legislation. It is literally in the legislation. You cannot say that because you're 66 years old and you're Māori that you shouldn't necessarily have to turn up and do your civic duty on a jury, which is a jury of your peers, of 11 other people on a jury of 12 from across New Zealand, Māori, non-Māori, Pākehā, European, Asian, Indian, Chinese, whatever it might be, who make up that mix of people who serve on the jury. Yet that member has just stood up and said, no, it doesn't work for 66-year-old Māoris to serve on a jury. Had she actually read the legislation my colleague has put up here, she would know that if they were 66 or 67 years old, they would have the ability, if they had health issues or other issues that are in a similar vein, to say, I am unable to be a member on the jury. But had she read the legislation, not a chance. Not a chance at all. And it showed in that shameful 2-minute contribution. But Madam Speaker, I didn't plan to talk for 10 minutes on that member's contribution. I plan to actually talk about the good components that make up this legislation, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is really, and I cannot believe a political party is opposed to it, a really straightforward, sensible reform that reflects modern New Zealand. We are living longer in this country. People are living longer. Māori are living longer. And as such, it is only right to adjust the age of responsibility for people to serve their civic duty on juries amongst their peers. By changing it from 65 to 72, it reduces bureaucracy. It improves jury diversity. Would you believe it? It improves jury diversity. And do you know what? I trust seniors to participate in their civic duty. If Grant McCullum can be an MP, I trust seniors to participate in their civic duty, whether they're Māori or non-Māori. 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72. I trust that they can participate in their civic duty. Madam Speaker, the Justice Select Committee considered the legislation. We received 31 submissions on the bill, and unanimously, your own colleague from Te Pāti Māori recommended that this bill pass. Your own colleagues recommended that this bill pass. You should have a chat with your parliamentary colleague that this bill pass. Would you believe it? Now, Grant McCullum says, who is this colleague? Who is this colleague? Oh, well, Taku Te Wheres, admittedly. Now, admittedly, it's Taku Te Wheres. But, Madam Speaker, the Justice Committee examined the bill and unanimously recommends passing it with practical transition provisions. Unanimously recommends that it pass. And so, Madam Speaker, the current law is simple. Anyone aged over 65 or over receives a jury summons, can choose to serve or apply to be excused. If they apply to be excused solely on the basis of age, the register must grant... What was that, sorry?
Oh, please.
See, this is the thing. This is the thing.
One never knows who might be watching.
This is the thing. We get elected to Parliament to be legislators, right? To bring in legislation, to scrutinise it, to improve it. And then members of the Labour Party, Arena Williams, says, what are you doing? What's the point? Why are you speaking? Why are you debating legislation? Oh, shock horror. Rule number one says, that is my job. That is my job. That is literally why we were elected to this place.
Okay, order. Someone will be watching.
That's right.
All of you.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. So at the moment, if you are aged over 65 or over, you will be granted excusal by the register based on the fact that you are over 65. No questions asked, no assessment of circumstances, age alone is sufficient grounds. This can either be for a particular occasion under section 15(2)AA or permanently 15A2. Many people over 65 receive a summons, tick the box saying I'm over 65, please excuse me, and that's the end of it. This bill, in the name of Carl Bates, and he's done fantastic work leading it, proposes two simple amendments. It changes 65 years to 72 years in both of those provisions. That's it. That is it. Clean, simple and straightforward. And unanimously supported by all members of every political party represented in this House on the Justice Select Committee, and so I cannot believe that Te Pāti Māori would stand up and oppose a really simple, clean and straightforward piece of legislation. I therefore commend it to the House.
This debate is interrupted. The House is suspended until 7:30.
Live coverage from the House of Representatives will resume at 7:30 p.m. Until then, some of today's earlier proceedings will be repeated.
Mr. Speaker.
E te atua kaharawa, ka tuku whakamoimati atu mātou, mona karakia ko waiho tia mai ki runga i a mātou. Ka wahi o mātou pānga whaiaro katoa ki te taha, ka mihi mātou ki te kingi me te inoi atu, mo te arihitanga i roto i o mātou whakaaroarohanga. Kia mohi ai, kia whakaiti ai tā mātou whakahaere i ngā take o te wharenei. Mo te oranga, te maungarongo me te aroha o Aotearoa. Āmini.
I'm sure that members will want to join with me in welcoming to our Parliament Helen Burnett, the Deputy Speaker of the Tasmanian Assembly. Four petitions have been delivered for the clerk for presentation.
Petition of Positive Money New Zealand requesting that the House inquire into the Reserve Bank providing financing towards significant infrastructure projects at zero or near zero interest rates. Petition of Brian Webb requesting that the House pass legislation that prevents Donald Trump and his associates and family who have been convicted in America from entering or investing in the realm of New Zealand. Petition of Jasmine Watson requesting that the House urge the government to install CCTV cameras in all playgrounds and parks in New Zealand. Petition of Education Outdoors New Zealand requesting the House urge the government to keep outdoor education as a senior general curriculum subject.
Those petitions stand referred to the Petitions Committee. Ministers have delivered 10 papers.
2024-25 annual reports of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade, together with the International Development Cooperation Programme and non-departmental appropriation. Guardians of New Zealand Superannuation, New Zealand Super Fund and Elevate New Zealand Venture Fund. Kaianga Ora Homes and Communities, the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, the Treasury, together with non-departmental appropriations. Reports on non-departmental appropriations for 2024-25 of the Regional Development Portfolio, Resources Portfolio in Business, Science and Innovation, and the Housing Portfolio in Vote Housing and Urban Development. Serious Fraud Office, Long-Term Insights Briefing, and 2025-26 Statement of Performance Expectations for Guardians of New Zealand Superannuation, New Zealand Super Fund, and Elevate New Zealand Venture Fund.
Those papers are published under the authority of the House. 2 Select Committee reports have been delivered for presentation.
Report of the Business Committee on the recommended sitting program for 2026. Report of the Justice Committee on the sale and supply of alcohol, sales on Anzac Day morning, Good Friday, Easter Sunday and Christmas Day Amendment Bill.
The bill is set down for second reading and the report of the Business Committee is set down for consideration. Members, I've received an urgent letter from Kushla Tangaire Manuel seeking to debate under Standing Order 399 the Minister of Sport directing Sport New Zealand to provide support to facilitate the resolution of the dispute between Netball New Zealand and Dame Nolene Taurua. This is a particular case of recent occurrence. The Minister of Sport is not responsible for the resolution of the dispute, but is responsible for directing Sport New Zealand. The bar for an urgent debate is a high one. I do not think that issuing such a direction to a Crown entity is a matter that warrants setting aside the business of the House. The application is declined. We come now to oral questions. The first in the name of the Right Honourable Chris Hipkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Does he stand by all of his government's statements and actions?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Yes. Supplementary, Mr. Speaker. Has he or any government minister requested or received advice on limiting the right to strike for any government workforces? If so, what was the nature of that advice?
We respect the union's right to strike. We also encourage them to think about the impact they're having on kids, parents and patients.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. I asked the Prime Minister whether or not he or any of his ministers had requested or received advice on limiting the right to strike.
Prime Minister, I'd like to make a further comment.
Not that I'm aware of.
Mr. Speaker, so why did Simeon Brown say that limiting the right of doctors to strike was something the government would consider?
He talked about the fact that actually we want doctors to consider the rights of parents, patients and kids. He said that ultimately we need to balance the right to strike and actually making sure we protect the interests of other New Zealanders. That is something that he said we may ultimately consider, but I'd just say to that member and to all your friends in the unions, encourage them to get back round the bargaining table. Let's negotiate tomorrow.
Mr. Speaker, so how is it in the interests...
Just wait for your own team to...
How is it in the interests of parents, patients and kids for the government to offer public sector workers, like teachers, doctors, nurses and others, pay increases that are less than the rate of inflation, so amount to a real terms pay cut, and not address the workload issues that they have been raising?
Well, that's just not true. What we have said is that we expect teachers to be able to come around the bargaining table and negotiate with their employer, the Public Service Commissioner, and actually do the negotiation there. But again, there are offers that have been extended to the unions that haven't been taken out to members. Asking teachers to consider whether they could do their professional development and their teacher-only days in one of the 12 weeks of school holidays is not an unreasonable request. Having a discussion about a Palestinian state from a teachers' union is not a priority about improving attendance or education outcomes for New Zealanders.
Supplementary question, Mr. Speaker. Why didn't the government increase eligibility for the game development rebate, given the current $40 million budget for the rebate isn't being fully utilised?
Well, again, I'm very proud of the progress that's been made in the gaming sector under this government. I think when I looked at the numbers a few months ago, and don't hold me to account, but the 38% increase in the size of the gaming sector, I think it actually hit something like $780 million in the last year, which is fantastic.
Supplementary question, Mr. Speaker. Why isn't he aware that the gaming sector has grown 86% in the last 2.5 years since the gaming rebate was introduced by the previous Labor government, and his government, despite repeated requests from the sector, has not been willing to expand eligibility so that the budget that was set aside for it actually gets spent?
Isn't it great? We're getting a question on the third Labor policy of this week, but we didn't get one for the 1 and 2. And this is really the big deal that's going to move the needle from Labor. I'd just say getting in behind, backing fast track, public-private partnerships, roads of national significance, NCA changes. Those are things that we want to hear from the Leader of the Opposition on.
Supplementary question, Mr. Speaker. Can he name one other sector of the New Zealand economy that's grown by 86% in the last 2.5 years? And if he can't, why isn't he willing to back the sector that is?
We are backing the sector. That's why it's so great to see the growth that's taken place in the sector. But it's also why we're backing farmers, because actually their dairy's up 14%, red meat's up about 9%, and horticulture's up 19%. That's fantastic result, record results in our primary industry sectors. And again, I just encourage the member to support what the government's doing to free and liberate our farmers who are treated as villains and are deeply, deeply valued.
Supplementary.
Supplementary, Dr. Shane Retty.
Thank you. Is the Prime Minister aware of the recent gaming sector review where some businesses saw, quote, increasing the number of grants available through code as the most effective lever for further development, unquote?
Yes, I am, and I appreciate the work that the member's doing to actually improve our science sector and to actually encourage more startups across a range of technology sectors in this economy.
Question number 2, Cameron Brewer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Finance and asks, what recent reports has she seen on the economy?
The Honourable Chris Bishop.
Mr. Speaker, this morning the New Zealand Superannuation Fund published its latest annual report. It shows that the super fund's total size was $85 billion at 30 June 2025, with average return since its inception of 10.1% per annum.
Supplementary. How does the super fund compare to other government-owned investment funds?
Well, Mr. Speaker, while different countries' funds have their own approach to investment, there are a number of common practices. These funds and their investment companies typically buy and sell a range of assets, diversify their portfolio, including by investing internationally, seek to generate strong long-term financial returns for their investor base, actively manage risk, and reinvest their profits to ensure fund growth and sustainability over time.
Supplementary. Does the super fund sell assets, and do other government-owned investment funds sell assets?
Mr. Speaker, yes and yes. Funds sell assets and they buy other assets. For example, just to take a random example, when Temasek was established in Singapore in 1974. Its initial portfolio of 354 million Singaporean dollars comprised shares in companies, startups and joint ventures previously held by the Singapore government. This included, I'm advised, a bird park, a hotel, a detergent producer, a startup airline and an iron and steel mill. Of the 35 companies in Temasek's initial portfolio, only 10 still remain, directly or indirectly. That means that less than 30% of their original seed assets are retained by them today. I'm talking about Temasek policy. The other 70% have been divested or liquidated as Temasek invested, divested and grew their portfolio to 434 billion Singaporean dollars.
Supplementary. Do government-owned investment funds typically invest in other countries?
Mr. Speaker, yes, because they're trying to diversify and get as good a return as possible for the citizens they represent. Let me again refer to just a random example. Temasek. Around half of their portfolio consists of companies and assets outside of Singapore. In fact, their sovereign wealth fund, GIC, invests in more than 40 countries worldwide. As literate investors know, diversification across countries and industries is essential to reduce risk and protect portfolios from market volatility.
Question number 3, the Honourable Barbara.
Whakalofalahi atu, Mr. Speaker.
Question 3, Barbara Edmonds. Honourable Barbara Edmonds.
Thank you. To the Minister of Finance, does she stand by all her statements and actions?
The Honourable Chris Bishop.
Yes, including the comments I just made about Temasek.
Supplementary. How can she stand by her statement that, quote, costs are under control, that inflation is under control, unquote, when there have been 4 consecutive increases in inflation?
Well, inflation is within the target band. 3 years ago it was 7.3%, it is now 3%. I would put our record on inflation up against that member's any day of the week.
Supplementary. Is a pay offer below the 3% rate of inflation an effective pay cut? If not, why not?
Well, it's not for me to get into the bargaining between the unions. It's not for me to get into the bargaining between the unions and the Public Service Commission.
Supplementary. How does a pay offer for teachers, firefighters and nurses that does not keep up with the cost of living help their families who are struggling with the increasing cost of living?
Oh, Mr. Speaker, the government has made generous offers in relation to all of the pay disputes that are currently underway. The other point I would make is, as that member's party and other members have been making repeatedly, and in fact allied with the unions, it is not just about pay. So, for example, one of the issues that has been raised repeatedly over many years in relation to education, for example, is the extra investment required for learning support. The government has come to the table and put a record investment in Budget 2025 of over $700 million. And to quote the union's own words, this is not just about pay. We agree.
Supplementary. Does she agree with the Prime Minister that, quote, we would love to pay everyone more, but for that to happen, we've got to be a much wealthier economy, unquote? If so, would there have been more money for workers had she not handed out pay increases for board directors, $2.9 billion for landlords, and $300 million for the tobacco industry?
That's right.
Okay, sorry. That's just ridiculous. If you didn't like the question being asked from your side of the House, talk to the member away from the general furore of the House. When someone is about to answer a question, hold your tongue until I've at least said 1 or 2 words.
Mr. Speaker, to take each of the 3 stupid assertions in that question in reverse order, the tobacco claim by the member is inaccurate and wrong. In relation to the board directors, if the last government had not appointed boards that ran so many Crown companies, like, to take a random example, Aotearoa, so badly, we would not have been put in a position where we had to bring in some commercial expertise to get the books back on track. And in relation to the first part of the question, I always agree with the Prime Minister.
Do you?
Is that it?
Settle down.
Question 4, Rima Nakli.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Transport and asks, what announcements has he made on the government's Roads of National Significance programme?
Oh, Mr. Speaker, as I outlined to the House yesterday,
Chris Bishop.
my apologies, Mr. Speaker, as I outlined to the House yesterday, the government's spending $1.2 billion to move the next tranche of the Roads of National Significance to the next phase of development following the Board's approval of the investment cases. This is about a long-term transport infrastructure pipeline to help address our infrastructure deficit. And of course, the infrastructure that will be built over time supports growth and creates jobs and opportunities for Kiwis. It's a fantastic day, or was a fantastic day on Monday.
Supplementary. What did the most recent investment cases say about roads of national significance in the Central and Upper North Island?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I invite members to go away and read the investment cases. To take a couple of examples, the Northland Expressway's investment case proves the project will be transformational for the North in the same way that the Waikato Expressway has been transformational for the Waikato. The first section is currently in procurement and ultimately, if the project is built completely between Auckland and Whangarei, it will reduce travel time by 38 minutes and of course reduce deaths and serious injury, which is something that many members are concerned about, by 66%. The East-West Link, Mr. Speaker, is a very important project that I think some members have been familiar with for quite some time. And the Hamilton Southern Links project will unlock over 17,000 new houses, and it's estimated over 7,000 new jobs in this extremely fast-growing area of the Upper North Island.
Supplementary. What did the most recent investment cases say about roads of national significance in the Lower North Island?
Well, Mr. Speaker, it was good to see the New Zealand Transport Agency Board endorse investment cases for Petone to Granada and the Cross Valley Link, as well as State Highway 1 Wellington improvements. Petone to Granada is a critical resilience project for the Wellington region. It will take 6,500 vehicles off the most congested section of State Highway 1 and 2 and will reduce travel times between Lower Hutt and Porirua by 23 minutes at peak time. Wow. And after the previous government did not advance the case for Let's Get Wellington Moving, we are committed to delivering meaningful improvements to State Highway 1 through Wellington, including a second Mount Victoria tunnel, a second terrace tunnel, 3-laning Vivian Street so you can no longer park on State Highway 1, Basin Reserve grade separation and widening Ruahine Street and Wellington Road.
Supplementary.
Okay.
What did the most recent investment cases say about the roads of national significance in the South Island?
Mr. Speaker, it's good to see the New Zealand Transport Agency Board endorsed the investment case into the Hope Bypass, which we may have to rename. State Highway 6 is a vital connection for people and goods, will boost economic growth in Nelson, Tasman, reduce peak journey times through Richmond by at least 10 minutes by 2034. And of course, developments continue on the Belfast to Pegasus and Wood End Bypass Road of National Significance, with a fast-track application being worked through currently. And of course, I cannot let the moment go without mentioning James Meagher's favourite project, the second Ashburton Bridge.
Question number 5, the Honourable Willow Jean Prime.
Tēnā koe te manga. Whare, my question is to the Minister of Education. Will she be present at the education sector strike protests on 23rd October? If not, why not?
The Honourable Eric Stanford.
Mr. Speaker, tomorrow I will be in Wellington, and I do understand that all rallies, planned events and sign-waving events have been called off due to severe weather in Wellington.
Supplementary. Why have over 40,000 educators been forced to take to the streets just to get their minister to listen to their concerns?
Well, Mr Speaker, they're not forced to do anything, and I would like to just say that we have been listening to them, which is why we have delivered the biggest investment in learning support in a generation, more than they did in the last 6 years combined, which is why we've invested in paying for their teacher registration fees, Mr Speaker, which is why we've invested in an Aspiring Principals program, which is why we've invested in a teacher bonding scheme, Mr Speaker, among many, many things we've done to back the sector. But we cannot get further progress unless the unions are back at the table and children need to be in classrooms learning.
Supplementary. Does she realise that educators have no choice but to strike when she has refused to listen to them despite open letters signed by hundreds of principals and petitions signed by thousands of concerned teachers in whānau?
Well, Mr Speaker, they do have a choice, and here is an example of a union that did have a choice. The PPCBU, the Primary Principals Collective Bargaining Union, with over 500 members, chose not to strike, chose to be at the bargaining table with the Public Service Commission, chose to be open and transparent, chose to come to a settlement, a good, fair and reasonable settlement, and that is why more and more educators are joining their union day by day because they're sick of the NZEI.
Supplementary. Why does she continue to defer to Sir Brian Roche when the sector is crying out for some engagement with their minister?
Well, Mr Speaker, let me talk to you about engagement with the sector. Today, in fact, I've come directly here from Lower Hutt, where I have been at the Curriculum Roadshow with hundreds of principals and leaders and teachers all in a room to learn about the changes. And on Monday, we did the same thing in Christchurch, fully booked, overflowing, the same thing on Monday. In fact, Mr Speaker, with all of this engagement that's happening with the sector, we can't find a venue big enough to hold them all.
Supplementary. Supplementary.
I texted it.
Just wait. There are far too many conversations going on, particularly while ministers are answering questions, as well as unreasonable amount of barracking across the House. So we'll just have total silence for a moment, and while the question is asked. The Honourable Willow Jean Prime.
What message does she think she sends educators when she is willing to prioritise her roadshow with her friends over meeting with those who are striking?
Well, Mr Speaker, turns out I've got hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of friends, because that's how many people are turning up to the Curriculum Roadshow to learn about the changes and the reform in education that is going to be raising achievement and closing the education gap in this country, which is more than those guys did in 6 years.
Question question number 6, Chloe Swarbrick.
E te Premier, e tautoko ana ia I ngā kōrero me ngā mahi katoa a tōna kāwanatanga.
Yes.
Does he stand by his statement in response to our questions yesterday that nurses have safe staffing conditions when Te Whatu Ora's own data showed that 50% of day shifts were understaffed in 16 districts over 10 months last year in our hospitals?
Well, I'm incredibly proud of what this government's doing to improve the working environment for nurses. The fact that in less than 2 years we've added 2,100 extra nurses into Health New Zealand is a really good thing. And the fact that we've made consistent efforts and investments in the healthcare system, $17 billion in our first budget, up another 7% in our second budget, that's all good stuff.
Does he stand by his statement that nurses have safe working conditions when nurses report that emergency departments are currently, under his government's hiring freeze, so short-staffed that some patients who soil themselves are left lying for hours in their own excrement because staff do not have time to help?
Well, in answer to the first part of the question, there is no hiring freeze, but what I'm proud about with this government is that we've got crystal clear on what we expect the healthcare system to deliver for patients, and that is less wait times in emergency departments, immunisation rates for under 2s, faster access to first specialist appointments, elective surgeries, and importantly making sure that we are delivering for patients and putting them at the heart of everything we do. And it's been good to see some encouraging turnaround. I'm sure all members of this House would thank the Minister of Health for the good work that he's doing in trying to get those wait lists run down.
Is he concerned that neonatal wards across Auckland, Whangarei, Christchurch, Palmerston North and Tauranga hospitals were understaffed for more than a third of the shifts in the first half of this year? And if so, what impact does he think that these unsafe working conditions have on parents and newborns?
Well, I'm just very proud of the progress that we've taken since the departure of a Labour Greens government, that clearly we have put more money in than the history of New Zealand. We have put more workforce into the healthcare system. We have good clarity on targets, and we now expect delivery from Health New Zealand to support patients.
Will the Prime Minister commit to empowering government negotiators to turn up to the bargaining table equipped with the resources necessary to meet the actual real-world need to fix our education and healthcare systems?
Well, I'm proud of what we're doing and improving on our health and education systems given the mess that we inherited from the last lot. But I just say we are ready 24/7, ready to go. So why don't we actually cancel the strike tomorrow and actually go to the bargaining table tomorrow?
Does the Prime Minister understand that in order for the bargaining to actually work, the government needs to empower its negotiators to actually turn up, capable of offering the resources necessary to meet the need in our education and healthcare systems?
Absolutely, and that's why we're ready to go 24/7. The bottom line is that the unions are not coming in and talking to a minister about the state of Palestine, not being prepared to have a conversation about professional development or teacher-only days in the 12 weeks of school holidays that happens, going in as a PPTA organisation and not taking a new deal out to the members, actually rejecting binding arbitration from senior doctors. All of that says it's politically motivated. They're not serious. They don't care about the parents, the kids or the patients. We do. Get to the bargaining table. Simple as.
I'll just point out to the person who was questioning by way of interjection, particular action, someone else. You were referring to me, which is not at all appropriate and wildly inaccurate, I might also say. Question 7, Tom Rutherford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Justice. How is the government progressing with its plan to restore law and order?
The Honourable Paul Goldsmith.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the government's making good progress on its plan to restore law and order. We've committed to restoring consequences for crime and to keep those who cause the most harm in our society off the streets for longer, to put victims back at the centre of the Justice Centre. I could point to progress made on our ambitious target to see 20,000 fewer victims of serious violent crime by 2029, and the most recent data released to the 12-month to May show that we're 29,000 fewer victims than when we came into government, 9,000 ahead of our target. That is still too many victims, and we've got a lot more work to do, but the plan that we have is working.
Supplementary, what updates can he provide on the government's recovery of court fines?
Well, Mr. Speaker, our trial of clamping and seizing cars of people who have not paid their court fines and reparations began in July, set to expand after it achieved more than 225,000 in fines in the seizure of 115 vehicles in a 3-month period. Bailiffs scanned more than 70,000 number plates and identified 982 with overdue court fines and reparations. Of those, 278 paid on the spot, which was good. 115 didn't and had their cars seized, and 16 of those have already been sold in auction, with another 52 on the way. Mr. Speaker, it's all about ensuring that people do what they're supposed to do and that there are real consequences of a crime.
What other actions is the government taking to progress its plan to restore law and order?
Well, Mr. Speaker, as part of our Q4 plan, before the end of the year, we'll introduce legislation to strengthen consequences for crime in the Crimes Act, including new citizens' arrest powers, a raft of coalition commitments, as well as to pass legislation to make stalking an illegal and jailable offence. A lot of talk about that over many years, but this government will do it before the end of the year. The government's also taking policy decisions on options to provide more tools to address the rise in antisocial behaviour that continues to be an issue in places like Auckland's CBD. We want Kiwis and visitors to this country from overseas to feel safe and welcome on Queen Street and in our other town centres.
What updates can he provide on the government's youth offending reduction target?
Well, Mr. Speaker, alongside our target to reduce the number of victims of serious crime, we've also got a target led by Minister Chaw to reduce the number of children and young people with serious and persistent offending by 15%, which the good news is that we have achieved as a government already. Much more to do, but if you're a victim of crime, especially if you're a victim of violent crime, it doesn't matter how old the offender is, you and your family still suffer the consequences, and that's why it is so important that we deal more effectively with youth crime, which was out of control in a couple of years ago, and good progress has been made.
Question number 8, Camilla Bellich.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the Minister for the Public Service, does she stand by her statement, an efficient, professional and politically neutral public service is essential?
The Honourable James Meagher.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Minister for the Public Service, yes.
Supplementary. Was she or her office consulted before the Public Service Commission approved taxpayer-funded ads about the strike on Thursday, and were they involved in the content, timing or authorisation?
I'm not aware of the details, but I'm aware that the decision was the Commissioner's to make.
Did the Minister for the Public Service see the ads before they were published?
On behalf of the Minister, I can't answer that question. Sorry. Well, I'm not aware whether the Minister was.
Does she think it is in good faith to spend public money on messaging that attacks the bargaining position of doctors, nurses, and teachers?
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Minister for the Public Service, that's not what the ads did. The ads clarified the information about the offers on the table and were a perfectly valid way of drawing attention to the enormous disruption being caused to families, to children and to patients by the ongoing strikes. And it reiterates the message that if we really want to get a resolution, get round the bargaining table and settle these disputes.
Does she still stand by her claim that the strike is politically motivated? And if so, how is her own decision to attack the bargaining position of doctors, nurses and teachers not itself politically motivated?
Mr. Speaker, yes.
Question number 9, Andy Foster.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. My question is to the Associate Minister of Police and asks, what recent reports has she seen about organised crime?
Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Casey Costello.
Last Friday, the Ministerial Advisory Group on Transnational Serious and Organised Crime published their final report, Lead Boldly, Act Decisively. The advisory group was tasked with assessing the transnational organised crime landscape in New Zealand and for proposing bold solutions, and I would like to thank them for their hard work. Their report highlights a stark reality that transnational serious organised crime is a major threat to New Zealand's national security. Our current operational response is strong, but across government there is scope for a more cohesive approach supported by the private sector and the public.
Supplementary, Mr. Speaker. What makes responding to transnational organised crime so challenging?
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are many reasons, but I'd like to focus on 2. Organised crime groups operate at the pace of technology while governments are constrained to operate at the pace of law. Things like encrypted devices and artificial intelligence expand criminal capabilities and allow organised crime groups to connect, and we're seeing cartels and groups operating and growing at scale. Drugs is the most noted commodity, and they form another major challenge because organised crime is commodity agnostic. Organised crime will operate wherever money can be made, whether it is drugs, people trafficking, money laundering, financial scams or child exploitation. They are sophisticated and will always target the weakest link in our defences. However, the Ministry Advisory Group has been clear that the challenges of transnational organised crime present are not insurmountable and have done an excellent job to recommend solutions.
Supplementary. What proposals have the Ministerial Advisory Group made?
Mr. Speaker, I won't touch on all the group's recommendations because they are numerous and detailed, but instead I'd like to speak to their focus, which has been on four key themes. The first is creating cohesion and accountability across government. The second is about targeting cash flows. The third is our role in supporting our Pacific neighbours. And finally, the advisory group has highlighted the need to strengthen our communities and build resilience to organised crime.
Supplementary. Given the wide-ranging recommendations of the Ministerial Advisory Group, are we currently failing in the fight against organised crime?
Mr. Speaker, no. Like many countries, we are not winning, but we certainly are not failing. As I stated in my response to the primary question, operational agencies like police and customs are doing great work, and we're seeing the results of that excellence regularly. We're seizing record levels of drugs. In the last financial year, more than 9 tonnes of illicit drugs were stopped from entering New Zealand. We're also stopping illicit tobacco and child exploitation material with increasing frequency and at increasing scale. We know we need to keep lifting our game in response to the threat proposed, and we're not sitting on our hands. We've been focused on finding solutions and improving operational performance, and that focus will continue. The Ministerial Advisory Group report provides a bold vision and presents an opportunity to drive further innovation and effectiveness in how we respond to organised crime.
Question number 10, Amonga Lydia Solsini.
Whakalawhalahia to Mr. Speaker. To the Minister of Internal Affairs, is she confident that firefighters have the appliances and equipment they need to keep them safe on the job? If so, why?
The Honourable David Seymour.
On behalf of the Minister of Internal Affairs, yes, and I'm sure that the Minister would want me to say that she's incredibly proud of the efforts that New Zealand's firefighters make. They are some of the most trusted New Zealanders, some of the only New Zealanders who have a job of going into dangerous environments deliberately, and from my experience of visiting fire stations, absolute backbones, great New Zealanders. We're confident that they have the equipment in spite of a long legacy of decay. Since the merger of the voluntary and professional fire services in 2017, there has been a long period of time where the rate of replacement of fire engines has not kept up in such a way that it's kept the average age down. In the last 2 years, an asset management plan has been put in place for the first time, which is quite a shocking revelation, but it's only been done in the last 2 years. At the same time, $20 to $25 million per year is being invested in new fire trucks. Currently, 78 are on order, including 5 aerial appliances. However, they tend to take 18 to 24 months to be delivered. So, Mr. Speaker, we are grateful for our firefighters. We are confident that they're safe, but we acknowledge historic problems that we are resolving.
Now,
supplementary.
I would assume that that was such a comprehensive answer that the rest of it can be quite concise. That was an exceptionally long answer.
But it was very detailed.
Well, there was the sort of detail that probably is just a little bit more than might have been expected in the House.
I try and exceed
supplementary.
expectations, Mr. Speaker.
Just a moment.
Does she agree with the Professional Firefighters Union that, quote, FENZ is driving emergency response into the ground with the failing fire appliances, unsafe stations, refusal to increase staffing, unquote? If not, why not?
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Minister for Internal Affairs, I'm sure that a Labor member will realise that red things aren't always reliable. However, there is a commitment, as I have mentioned, to upgrade the fire appliance fleet, which is underway in order to address those concerns.
Supplementary. Does she agree with Brooke van Velden that all parties need to get around the bargaining table? If so, Why has FENZ failed to front up for bargaining?
Mr Speaker, we do agree with that, and FENZ, through the Public Service Commission, is certainly being represented. Bargaining is available. It's simply a question of the firefighters turning up.
Supplementary. Why should firefighters accept a pay offer that is a pay cut in real terms?
Mr Speaker, the precise negotiations are being handled by the Public Service Commission, but I would make the point that, like all public service jobs, it is New Zealanders who have to pay for them, overwhelmingly in the case of fire, through levies put on people's home insurance. So it is easy in opposition to say that you think everybody should be paid more. However, it is also true that in these negotiations there are two sides that must be represented, and one of those are the New Zealanders who pay the cost.
Supplementary. Is the Professional Firefighters Union correct that the, quote, job of a firefighter is now more dangerous than it was in the 1990s, unquote? And if so, will she instruct FENZ to make a real, sensible offer to ensure our firefighters are safe at work?
Mr Speaker, first of all, we don't have, or at least I'm not aware on behalf of the Minister of Internal Affairs, of a comparison that would validate or invalidate that comparison with the 1990s. What I do know is that FENZ is extremely wary of the dangers that firefighters faced. As I mentioned in my initial answer, we recognise that they are the only group of New Zealanders, or one of the few, who are required to go into dangerous environments as part of their work. Nonetheless, it's not true that money makes up for danger. We must take health and safety as a priority, perhaps above all else.
Question number 11, Ricardo Mendes-Marsh.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Health. Does he agree with the Prime Minister that nurses have safe working conditions? If so, why?
Mr Speaker.
The Honourable Seymour and Brown.
Yes, I do agree with the Prime Minister. Since coming into office, this government has added around 2,000 more nurses to the public health system compared to 2023, alongside hundreds of additional doctors. That's backed by a record additional $16.68 billion investment in health over 3 budgets, including initiatives focused on improving workplace safety and reducing wait lists for patients. Health New Zealand is committed to safe care. That's why we're growing the health workforce and holding the system accountable through clear health targets so patients get the care they need when they need it.
Do current staffing levels in our hospital provide for safe working conditions? If so, how?
Well, Mr Speaker, as I said, we have continued to increase the number of nurses working in our health system, around 2,000 more nurses compared to 2023, alongside hundreds of additional doctors. We'll continue to focus on our frontline service delivery and reducing wait lists for patients. And I say to the member, one of the biggest risks in our health system is the waiting times for patients, and those wait lists are only going to increase with tomorrow's strikes.
What does he say to Ali, a registered nurse, who said, quote, I am very upset and shocked by the Prime Minister stating we have safe working conditions. Our wards are critically understaffed. Patients are not receiving the care they need and deserve, end quote.
Well, I say to that individual that this government is continuing to invest in more nursing staff in our hospitals, around 2,000 more nurses in the public health system compared to the Labor Greens government, which we inherited the challenges of our health system from. We are focused on frontline service delivery while they were focused on restructuring bureaucracy.
Who is correct? Nurses across the country who are telling us that they do not have safe working conditions, or the Prime Minister who said that nurses have safe working conditions?
Well, the facts speak for themselves, and the facts are that there are more nurses working at Health New Zealand today than under the Labor Greens coalition, which was more focused on restructuring our health system during a pandemic. We're focused on health delivery. They were focused on rearranging bureaucracy.
Supplementary. Why is he not recognising that nurses are telling us across the country that they're not experiencing safe working conditions as a result of current understaffing?
Well, there's a range of things that this government is doing to invest in our nursing workforce, to invest in delivery for patients. And under this government, the number of nurses working at Health New Zealand has increased. They are providing quality care. They do an incredible job for our patients. Quality safety measures are stable or improving over the past 5 years. We're investing in regular training for staff. We're investing in security in our emergency departments. We're continuing to invest in our nursing workforce and in our medical workforces. And we've also put health targets in place which show that we are starting to see progress after the last government allowed wait lists to balloon whilst they fiddled with the bureaucracy. We're focused on patients, they're focused on bureaucracy.
Question number 12, Dr. Carlos Chong.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to Minister for Mental Health. What recent announcements has he made on rolling out new mental health services in emergency departments?
Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Matt Ducey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our mental health plan is focused on delivering results, faster access to support, more frontline workers and a better crisis response. Recently, I announced the introduction of peer support workers in North Shore Emergency Department, completing the rollout of the service across all 3 major Auckland hospitals, alongside Dunedin, Christchurch, Wellington and Waikato hospitals. For anyone in mental health crisis, arriving at a busy emergency department can be overwhelming. Having a peer support specialist who understands what they're going through can make a real difference. No matter where you live, this government is committed to ensuring that timely support is there.
Supplementary. Why are peer support workers part of government plans to improve crisis response in mental health?
Mr. Speaker, I've always been open that one of the biggest barriers to timely mental health support in New Zealand is too many workforce vacancies. Peer support specialists are available to listen, share their experience and provide timely support. They can also link people to community mental health services, resulting in better outcomes once they leave hospital. Whether your child, a friend or a family member is reaching out for support, we're committed to ensuring support is there.
Supplementary. What feedback has the Minister received about the impact of peer support workers?
Mr. Speaker, one of my top priorities is strengthening prevention and early intervention. The feedback from hospitals with peer support workers has been very positive. A peer support worker in Wellington told me how surreal it was to be helping others in the same emergency department they came through in crisis a few years earlier. In Dunedin, a former patient told me on the worst day of her life, this is exactly the type of service she wishes she had when she was struggling. To deliver a better crisis response, we want to ensure there is someone to call, somewhere to respond and somewhere to go.
Supplementary. Where else are peer support workers being used to improve mental health services?
Mr. Speaker, our mental health plan is working. We are delivering, reducing wait times and increasing the workforce. Since coming into government, the peer support lived experience workforce has grown by almost 100%. Amazing. Not only are we rolling out peer support workers in emergency departments, but also in crisis recovery cafes, eating disorder services and to help young people with FASD. When someone takes a step of reaching out for support, workforce should never be a barrier.
Supplementary question, Hana Rauwhiti Maipi Clark.
Supplementary. Will the Minister investigate the mental health crisis in Thames following a serious mental health incident that was brought to his attention by a local mental health rangatira in Hauraki earlier this Monday?
Mr. Speaker, I think it's always important that we respond to people who lay some serious concerns about the mental health system. As the Mental Health Minister, how I hold myself to account, and this government does, is setting New Zealand's first mental health targets. For the first time in New Zealand, we can use the data to go into communities around New Zealand and understand the level of access to those timely support. That will get rid of the postcode lottery for mental health in New Zealand.
Supplementary. How will his new announcements on mental health services address the lack of coordination and unwillingness of public services and agencies in Hauraki to intervene in serious incidents?
Well, Mr. Speaker, that member raises a significant point. New Zealanders' experience traditionally of the mental health system is one of fragmentation, and actually it takes too long to be seen. That's why this function of this government is to join up the mental health system and provide faster access to support. That is why we are now able to go back to the 20 health districts, understand the performance of each of those areas and ensure they deliver a level of services Kiwis should expect in mental health. 1 week for primary mental health and addiction support, 3 weeks for specialist mental health and addiction support.
That concludes oral questions. As members, a point of order, the Honourable David Seymour.
Mr. Speaker, I seek leave to make a personal explanation to correct an answer to the question.
Leave is sought for that purpose. Is there any objection? Appears to be none.
Mr. Speaker, in my answer to question 10, I suggested that the PSC was negotiating on behalf of FENS. That is in fact not true. FENS is negotiating on behalf of FENS.
Thank you for that clarification.
Live coverage from the House of Representatives will resume at 7:30 p.m. An uncorrected transcript of today's oral questions is available at www.parliament.nz. Live coverage from the House of Representatives will resume at 7:30 p.m. An uncorrected transcript of today's oral questions is available at www.parliament.nz.
The House is resumed. Members, the weather situation around the country is getting worse and a local state of emergency has been declared for Canterbury. In order to assist members to be able to return to their electorates safely, parties have discussed removing the limits on proxy votes for the rest of the week. Therefore, I seek leave that the limit on proxy votes does not apply until the House adjourns on Thursday, 23rd of October, and that Standing Order 146 be read accordingly. Is there any objection to that course of action? There is none. Point of order.
You did say the 23rd. I'm sure we're all happy with that, but I just want to make sure we get it right.
23rd of October, so...
At the end of tomorrow.
Yeah, so
great.
the effect of what I've just said is that there is no limit on proxy votes.
Thank you,
up until close of play tomorrow.
Just wanted to check, thank you.
Yeah. We come now to jury's age of excusal amendment bill, and we go to a Labor call called Helen White.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to make several points, and they're actually about the bill, which will be a bit of a shock to anybody listening to this debate. This is a bill, thank you to Carl Bates, that we have before us to extend the age that people can serve on juries. And I want to start with the value of juries themselves. And this was raised by one of the ACT contributors here who talked about the value of the jury. I, for one, I've been a lawyer most of my life, which meant that I couldn't serve on a jury. And now I'm in this position, I probably can't either. And if we go to 72, maybe I've got a chance of serving on one. I'd be very, very keen to be part of a jury, because I think they're a really interesting institution. I think it goes back to a time when I was part of a law school class run by a guy called Bernard Brown, who must have been one of the nicest professors that you could ever have. He was a legal historian, and I remember him telling us about the early juries and how they came about. And one of his favourite stories was to talk about how when you created penalties that were too severe, juries simply wouldn't find the person guilty. So there were a lot of penalties at that point that included tarring and feathering. And in fact, people just juries would not find their fellow citizens guilty of these crimes because tarring and feathering seemed too severe. And it was a really good lesson in staying in step with the norms and values of your society, or never being very far apart. And the jury told its own story about where it would settle in terms of justice. Some of us call that, I guess, common sense. But it's a process whereby people sit and they listen and they actually adhere as part of their civic duty to a set of rules that are about impartiality, about listening, fairness, listening, justice, listening. They don't do it from a point of view of being on high like a judge. They're not separated. They are accepting that they do this in equality with the person who is being tried, but they also do it in equality with the person who is the victim. And I think that's a really interesting part of the jury system. Now, I actually don't think that it's something that is for every situation. I think there are a lot of situations which are very harrowing. They require an expertise that we need to draw upon, but I think it's a really valuable part of our system. Now I want to talk about something that is very connected with this bill and its ethos, which is about the value of our older people in our community. And this is a lesson I've really had to learn as my parents have aged. My dad, like Aotearoa Williams, I think you heard from her, by the way, Aotearoa Williams is her father is someone you just need to meet. He's absolutely amazing. He's electric, he's energetic, he's intelligent, He is assertive. He's a lot of things that you'd want on a jury. And he's 90, in his 90s. My dad is 94 this year. And he drives me nuts. He absolutely drives me nuts. And he drives me nuts because he is absolutely, he has tenacity. He thinks he's in middle age. He has no idea that this is called old age. He will not accept that. He does not live in Selwyn Village, where I would really love him to live. My mother has dementia and it's hard, and it would be better in some ways, from my point of view, that they live in Selwyn Village down the road, which is an amazing rest home with bright, intelligent people. He does not live there because he will not give up his independence. And I think about the way that he has taught me, and my mother has taught me, the value of respecting people's autonomy and their intelligence as they get older. And when I was a lawyer, I had a case that I remember really, it was one of those things that just grated in me. It was a man who had been a CEO of a company, and he had got to 65 and somebody had said, right, you're out, you're retiring, because we've got a policy that says you've got to go. And I took the case because that was a breach of the law. You can't discriminate on the basis of age. You used to be able to, so it was in his contract from years ago. And there was a mediator involved in the situation, and she said to him, haven't you got better things to be doing with your time than working as the CEO of his company? Wouldn't it be good to do some other things and take a step back, etc.? And he said to her, lady, I can't even deliver pamphlets. Nobody will employ me to deliver pamphlets. That was the attitude of our society to somebody with enormous experience and wisdom and who wanted to work. So we've come a long way, I hope, from that. That would have been maybe 15 years ago, maybe, that I did that case. You know, I hope that the mediator doesn't think the same thing that she did. I hope that most people don't. But I do think we have suffered from an ageism that really is not appropriate. And it probably never was appropriate. But it was so valuable. I know how valuable work is. And this law, again, reflects that. Isn't it strange that we did have a different rule for our judiciary? Isn't it strange that we allowed some people to progress? I mean, let's think about Ruth Bader Ginsburg. How old was she? And she was a Supreme Court Justice in America. We have these beautiful people who are bright and stimulate us and bring with them the wisdom of having been every age. And we still have this prejudice that says they cannot participate in the society and can't contribute to something like a jury. So I think that it's incredibly important that we challenge these really prejudices of the past. And then I want to spend the last part of my speech just actually talking about some of the people that I've met while I've been a Member of Parliament. As it relates to this bill. As it relates to this bill. And the kinds of contributions that they would make to a jury. And I talked to you about how I talked in this speech about how I had a group of people that I would love my father to join at Selwyn Village. The people that I have met at Selwyn Village are a community that is so thoughtful. I go along and I do these public meetings there where I meet with them and they ask me questions. I don't think I get better questions asked of me in any context than I get in that in Selwyn Village. I get the best questions because people are focused and they've read well and they are super engaged and they have thought deeply about things. And I remember I think it was a point another speaker made about the pressures on people when they've got little kids. Actually, I think it was again Cam talking about this. And I remember that time in my life when I had little kids and there were catastrophes, there were crises, I was trying to work. There were all sorts of things, and I remember the gym instructor saying, if you could just get here 3 times a week and focus on this. And I was thinking, you'd be lucky. I don't have that kind of time in my life. But when you're older, you get this privilege of hopefully a bit of time. And so this is a rich source of people for a jury, because we have people that I've met in that context, in that village, who would ace a jury. They'd be absolutely wonderful on it, because they'd be thinking about the situation with all that rich experience and coming to it with a proportionality. And so I think that this bill has got a really strong affirmation of a group of people who often feel that they are not being valued and that we should value. So I commend the bill to the House.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it really is a pleasure to rise as we are delving into the midst of the second reading of the Jury's Age of Excusal Amendment Bill, and a member's bill in the name of my good friend, as I mentioned in my first reading speech, Carl Bates, MP, Member of Parliament for Wanganui. And I say good friend because he's one of these people, like many of my colleagues in the class of 23, as we say, and across the party I'm very blessed to be part of, that are strong in their convictions, but reasonable in their understanding, in the lengths they'd go to understand different sides of situations. And I want to commend you, Carl, in that regard. This bill is a very interesting one. It's one of those bills, which often happens with members' bills, Madam Speaker, where we realise it's actually a very small change. And I remember back to the bill, members' bill, that I was very privileged that was pulled out of the ballot and it was passed unanimously in the House with respect to victims of crime. It's a small change, but the ripple effect, I can confidently say, is quite colossal. And when I think about this bill, and we've just heard, and the Speaker that, the Honourable Helen White that just sat down, you know, we're delving into the subject of our seniors and the value they add to different segments in our community. And that's something that for me, Madam Speaker, it resonates quite profoundly and quite deeply. Because from a young age, I would watch my mother take extra care with our seniors and go that extra mile. And it's not because they're not capable, but it's because they've lived through this world, they've gone through different stages of our progress as a world, and they absolutely hold inherent mana, in my opinion. And that is why I really struggle when I hear people almost disregard the value, sometimes, not all people, but some people can, disregard the value that our older, wiser, mature senior citizens can add to our society. This bill, in the name of my friend Carl Bates, reinforces how valuable our seniors are and actually how much value they add when it comes to making decisions on the situations where people have transgressed the law. And I reflected, Madam Speaker, I reflected on how, as I was thinking about what I'd like to convey in my kōrero today, I reflected how a lot of us at our ages, you know, yes, I look 27, but I'm actually in my mid-40s. A lot of us in our age, we talk about how our parents have mellowed out. A lot of us, many of us, and me as a Lebanese wahine, we talk about that with my cousins. You know, my dad is so mellow these days because my dad was not mellow once upon a time. And in this mellowness, what I find is that when we give our seniors an opportunity to contribute effectively in administrating the law, the administration of the law in a way, depending on how you philosophically look at it, via jury duty, they've had the wisdom of their years, the changes in the waves of them being mellow, not mellow, snapping. But in their mellowness, they never lose what's important. And that's absolutely what I've seen with my parents, my beautiful parents, my aunties, my uncles. And that's why I thank you, Carl Bates. I thank you. Other people might see this as a little change, we don't need to invest much time into a change like this. No, we do. We need to invest time to reinforce how important it is to have the contribution of our older and wiser folk in the exercise of law and as I said, the exercise of law. So, Madam Speaker, as we've mentioned, my colleagues across the House have said in no uncertain terms, the bill essentially makes two changes to the Juries Act 1981. And if we're going to put it into a nutshell, essentially, the registrar's discretion and duty to excuse someone from jury service on particular occasions, instead of it being automatic from the age of 65, we're changing it to the age of 72. I just think of my mother. My mother is 72. My mother, 72 is the new 50. My friend Suze Redmayne says, but my mother is 72. And as I mentioned in my first reading speech, she says to me, she'll only retire when she dies. Sometimes when I talk to her about situations, I once was talking to her about a bill progressing in the House, and she said, well, why don't you do this? Why don't you do that? And I said, Mum, that's actually what we're doing. You're so amazing. And she left school, well, in a way, she didn't choose to, but circumstances meant that she left school when she was 17. She would have loved to further her studies. But even without her studies, we talk about lived experience. The amount of knowledge and wisdom that my mother imparts to me and to many others. She loves jury duty. She tells me about the times that she sat on jury duty, and she's a very wise, intelligent, and beautiful lady. So thank you, my friend Carl. Thank you, and I do commend this bill to the House. But I'd like to, before I end, with your indulgence, Mr. Carl Bates, and with your indulgence, Madam Speaker, and the indulgence of the House. Today there was a funeral in Auckland, a funeral of someone that's only known to me minimally, but is very important to my brother-in-law. I often talk about my Tongan, Kiwi, Aussie brother-in-law, Cyril Edwards. His auntie, his paternal auntie, passed away. And the sadness is that she just turned 99 a few weeks ago. But Cyril and his siblings often talk about the wisdom of Auntie Janie. Her name is Saini Foliaki. And she was married to the late Leopino Foliaki. And if you allow me, Madam Speaker, in terms of...
As it relates to this bill?
Yes, in terms of the beauty of the wisdom of age and what she's imparted, I'd just like to share my condolences, if you'd allow me, Madam Speaker, to the Foliaki family in what they're going through today, and recognising that and it's going to be put on the handset. So thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the memory of Auntie Saini and the wisdom that she's imparted. And she showed everyone that 99, yep, you might be 99, but you still can add a lot of value to our communities. And so coming back to this bill, thank you, and thank you for your indulgence, Madam Speaker, and to my friend Carl Bates. Coming back to this bill, as we said, it just increases that automatic age from 65 to 72. And part of the positives of this, we know that it will help in making sure that we can have more people to contribute to jury duty so that we can get through our cases in a more quicker and faster way as well, because we'd have that extra 7 years of people that fall into that pool for jury duty to be able to contribute as well. And I really appreciate the fact that, Carl, when you gave your first reading speech, and indeed throughout the conversations in the Justice Select Committee, you spoke about how the member gave a lot of thought into why the age 72. And the member came to the conclusion that it was a balanced midpoint, where judges retire at the age of 70, but can serve until the age of 75. And the Ombudsman's retirement age at this stage is 72. So that's how my colleague, Carl Bates, came to that midpoint of 72. I'm excited about this going forward and what it means, the opportunities it continues to open for our senior citizens who we admire so much and we thank so much. And again, Auntie Saini Foliaki, may your soul rest in peace. I commend this bill to the House.
Honourable Jane Donetti.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as has been well canvassed in this House here this evening, Labor supports this bill, and I'd like to take the opportunity to congratulate Carl Bates as bringing this and seeing an issue and bringing it forward. A perfect example of what Members' Day can do, and bills that identify where there are issues and does something to fill them. But one of the things I would like to note is that many times you don't really know until you get to that select committee process, Madam Chair, and as this is a second reading speech, I just wanted to comment that I have read through the submissions that were presented at select committee, and you can see, Madam Speaker, from that most of the select committee submissions did agree that there was an issue here, that the courts are being pressured at the moment, and that this would go some way to alleviate them. But I also noticed, Madam Speaker, Age Concern New Zealand's feedback, and it does relate to what has been said here and what I have heard here this evening, that societal the way that society sees ageing now has changed, and that we've moved to a positive ageing approach to ageing, which maybe a decade or more ago that we didn't see quite like we see now. And it is important, as Age Concern New Zealand say in their submission, that this bill recognises and promotes that positive ageing, and also promotes the value of older people in making decision-making in such a way as being representative on the juries. The other point that I thought that was really interesting in that particular submission was that they said that this goes a long way to increasing the diversity. And I think that is really important, because 65 isn't that old and doesn't bring that level of diversity if that's the cut-off point. So I am really supportive of anything that will increase diversity and will increase the chance that the Ministry for Justice will be able to fulfil and fill those juries a lot easier, because there will be a lot less people who will be able to give those excuses over time. So, Madam Speaker, as I said, Labor supports this bill, and we look forward to seeing its progression through the House.
Paulo Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm happy to be able to stand and contribute to the jury's age of excusal amendment bill. Madam Speaker, as a fan of jury movies, it is a very interesting topic for me, particularly if there are any top three. My top three would be 12 Angry Men, Runaway Jury, and Juror Number 2. Each of the movies show how the stress and anxiety brought about by jury duty impacts on the jurors themselves. So it absolutely. Yes, and so, Madam Speaker, there is much to be said about jurors, allowing jurors who are more senior in age to be able to contribute still. I must say that there are practical reasons to this change from age 65 to 72. The practical reasons include reducing the need for having to issue more summons as people age 65 who are at this stage still able to receive, are still given jury summons, will ask for excusal at age 65. And they have much more to give, and allowing the age to be increased to 72 will allow that. Also, as the member across has mentioned, the allowing more people of age to to perform in jury duty gives diversity to the pool and increases the number that's available for the pool. The aging population of New Zealand also demands that. It's a sign of the times. We're also getting to live far longer and far older. Also, Madam Speaker, I wanted to make mention, take this opportunity to mention that as my colleague Suze Redmayne had mentioned earlier, actually the official thing is 50 is the new 40, and so on, reference and so on and so on. So I must say that, especially to my younger colleagues, that everything feels the same after 40. It feels absolutely the same. Probably there would be some differences, like whiter hair and you know, some little bits and pieces, but largely the same. So, Madam Speaker, there's much to be said about 65 and older. There is much more, taking from my point of view and my own observations, there's much more serenity, far less anxiety. There's much more calm and far less rash judgment. These are really good qualities for a juror. And this, yes, so life experience it is. Lived experience it is. So as I'm sure my peers in this House and my more senior colleagues would agree that the lived experience allows for a far greater and more balanced judgment over the facts of any case that may be before a juror. I think that it is an opportunity that should not be ignored, and a space of humanity that should be given the opportunity to carry on and contribute. Madam Speaker, for these very reasons, I absolutely commend this bill to the House.
Well done. Rachel Boyack.
Madam Speaker, it's a pleasure to take a short call on the jury's age of excusal amendment bill. But can I just say I'm really hoping and very excited that tonight we finally get to the life jackets for children and young persons bill. Mr. Brewer, that would be very exciting. We've been waiting for that for a while. So I'll keep this call short in the interest of trying to get to your bill, good sir. Labor supports this bill, and as has been spoken about tonight, it's a sensible bill that will make it more straightforward for older members of our society to participate in a jury. And it's no secret to New Zealanders that in my community of Nelson we do have a higher proportion of older people, and many of whom upon their retirement continue to contribute in a number of voluntary ways, volunteering for organisations, sitting on committees, and actually being able to undertake jury service is the type of contribution that I know a lot of older people in Nelson really appreciate being able to do. And so just to be really clear, the current law doesn't preclude anyone over the age of 65 from participating in a jury already, but what it does do is it allows somebody over the age of 65 to be able to excuse themselves, whereas that age is now going to be lifted to the age of 72. So what this will mean is that there is a bigger pool of people who will be required to participate in a jury, and that is a good thing because we know that there's real pressure on our court system, and often part of that pressure is actually having
improving the availability of jurors to sit on a jury. Also, just note the Select Committee did make a couple of small amendments to the bill with some savings provisions, particularly to ensure that when the bill has its commencement, receive its royal assent, that it doesn't become retroactive to people who've already been issued their first notice for being on a jury, their first summons. So that was a sensible position from the Select Committee. So congratulate the member on getting the bill this far. Labor's very pleased to support it, and I'm really looking forward to Mr Brewer's bill later, and I commend this bill to the House.
Madam Speaker.
Todd Stevenson.
Thank you, Madam.
Sorry, you weren't on my list. So
I know, sorry.
That's okay.
I'm just taking a call because, and I really did want to actually take a call on this bill, Madam Speaker, and it's probably something you're not going to need to worry about for a long, long time, about the age of excusal for juries, but...
Because I'm already 72, you mean?
Well, no, because you're so young. You've got obviously decades ahead of yourself. But I just also wanted to...
As it relates to this bill.
As it relates to this bill, yes. Say to Mr Bates, congratulations on progressing this bill to the second reading. I know it's quite exciting having your bill drawn out of the tin and then taking it through the process. And again, like some of the other members who have spoken here tonight, is lucky enough to be on the Justice Select Committee hard-working Justice Select Committee, you have no idea, as we took this bill through the process. And, it is actually, it is really up for the member in charge of a member's bill to actually do the hard work. The Select Committee is obviously there to examine the legislation, can take submissions, but you actually, as a member in charge of a member's bill, actually have to do the hard work yourself to talk to other political parties, talk to other members on the Select Committee, Madam Chair, and try to reach some consensus. And again, I think that's just an art that we... or something we just need to remember, that, just because your bill's been drawn, it doesn't actually mean the Select Committee is going to do all the work, because it doesn't have the same vested interest as the member in charge does. And so I want to congratulate Mr Bates on actually shepherding this bill through, having those constructive conversations. And and we did look at a lot of different issues. I know, Madam Speaker, Mr Bates might have been slightly infuriated when I said, well, let's just get rid of the age entirely. Like, I just don't know why we have an age restriction at all. But, I am an ACT, and we're a little bit, into freedom and trying to remove regulations and rules. But look, we worked through what would be appropriate. We looked at different compromises as a committee. We obviously took submissions, and again, we did actually have some submissions on this bill. Not thousands, but we did have some submissions and some thoughtful reflection on what this would mean. And again, I think the other thing which other members have mentioned tonight is, I think it's also an acknowledgement that older New Zealanders actually can contribute to our justice system and play a really important role. The wonderful thing about the age we live in, I'm very positive about where the world is going, and the actual hope for future generations. I like to say to my friends, I do have some friends and acquaintances who are around 50, but I like to remind them they're only halfway there. The life expectancy for people will get longer and longer, and they will need to continue to think about the ways that they can contribute to society. And obviously, jury duty is a very important way to contribute to our society. And we've done some wonderful things in government in trying to actually address court timeliness. But we actually, when jury trials are required, we actually need people to serve on those juries, and having a slightly larger pool of New Zealanders that can actually participate is super important. I think the other thing I found really interesting was with the justice officials in the Justice Committee. They actually gave us a lot of information about the actual practicalities, about how the balloting system works, how they actually get the pool of jurors, and again, some of the changes they're looking to make so that people aren't inconvenienced by having to turn up and present themselves from jury duty and hang around and wait. They're actually looking at some more modern techniques which actually will support what Mr Bates has done here, Madam Speaker, in this bill. So I think a lot of that was really informative to the committee as we worked through the issues, because changing the age is just one thing, but we wanted to make sure it actually works for people and the mechanics of it and how juries are selected, and people are obviously picked at random and then they're rung up and said they have to, or sent a letter actually, I think, have to come in, but there are ways they can also call to see if they do need to show up. And yeah, it was just a really interesting to understand that process and also how they're looking at modernising it, which again will go in parallel to this this change that's being made around the age of excusal. So I think it was a very constructive process. I think we reached a really good compromise, or a consensus actually is the word I would use, unanimous consensus as a committee around the age. And I just think it was a really great example of the member in charge diligently working away, making sure it was an issue where we actually could make a change, it wasn't too big in scope, building a consensus, examining the issues, and we really did feel that we were able to return this bill to the House with our comments, and we only made a couple of minor amendments just to make sure that the transitional provisions, etc., and other acts were covered off. So I really, want to commend the member and also all of those others on the Select Committee, people who made submissions, and I will be commending this to the House on behalf of ACT. Thank you.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Juries, age of excusal amendment bill, second reading.
This bill is set down for committee stage next sitting day. Point of order, Mara Madovsa. Honourable Mara Madovsa.
Madam Speaker, I seek leave for members' order of the day number 1 to be reinstated and set down for second reading immediately.
Leave is sought for that course of action. Is there any objection?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. I'm sorry. Leave was not granted. I call on members' order of the day number 3.
Life jackets for children and young persons bill, first reading.
Madam Speaker,
Cameron Brewer.
I move that the Life Jackets for Children and Young Persons Bill be now read a first time. I nominate the Transport and Infrastructure Committee to consider this bill. Madam Speaker, it is a privilege to speak as sponsor of this bill. The sea, lakes and rivers are part of who we are. Our lifestyle, our community, our economy and our culture. But that proximity also carries risk, and all too often that risk falls upon our children and young people. New Zealand's drowning rate is tragically high. Sadly, the data tells us as much. Drowning has been cited as the 3rd highest cause of unintentional death in New Zealand for children up to the age of 14. Our overall fatal drowning rate is among the worst in the developed world. The Life Jackets for Children and Young Persons Bill aims to reduce that risk in a straightforward, practical way. It makes the wearing of life jackets compulsory for anyone under 15 years of age while on board recreational vessels 6 metres or less in length. This is not a sweeping change or radical reform, but it is one that's overdue. The current rules are inconsistent across every region in New Zealand, thanks to different unitary and regional bylaws. They are inconsistent, can be confusing, and hence ineffective. Not only is it that the bylaws are inconsistent across the country, we've now got the situation where many territorial local authorities require the mandatory wearing of life jackets at all times for everyone, but our country's pertinent maritime rule, made under the authority of the Maritime Transport Act, is now more permissive than most regional bylaws, and I would argue below Kiwis' expectations.
Maritime Rule 91 requires that all recreational vessels carry life jackets for every person on board, but it doesn't mandate that children wear them at all times. Yes, wear them at height and risk and on a vessel less than 6 metres, but skippers still ultimately hold the discretion and judgment under Maritime Rule 91. The law, as it is, ultimately leaves it to skipper discretion, and sad news stories over many years show us that discretion doesn't always lead to safety. Even the most well-meaning boatie can sometimes get things wrong. I want to acknowledge the bill's former sponsors, former National MP Alfred Naro, as well as current MP for the North Shore and now Minister, the Honourable Simon Watts. This bill has strong sector support from the likes of Maritime New Zealand, Water Safety New Zealand, Coast Guard New Zealand and Drowning Prevention Auckland, who have all called for stronger requirements around wearing of life jackets. Madam Speaker, I want to thank each of these organisations for taking the time to meet with me and outline the critical issue of water safety, and I acknowledge the incredible work that they do in keeping Kiwis safe on the water every single day. Water Safety New Zealand tells me that improving life jacket use is one single action that can significantly reduce our drowning burden. Put plainly, life jacket use being left to chance or left to personal discretion is putting people's lives at risk. This bill simply puts in place a clear and consistent nationwide rule. If children are under 15 and are on a small boat, they wear a life jacket. Yes. Wearing a life jacket shouldn't be optional for a child on a small recreational vessel. Yeah. Capsizings, collisions and weather changes can be unpredictable or sudden. There's no time to reach for a life jacket once you're already in the water. Last year alone, Maritime New Zealand was notified of 17 deaths of all ages involving recreational craft. The 2024 numbers not wearing a life jacket have yet to be confirmed, given ongoing investigations. But what we do know is life jackets would have saved several last year. I also spoke with Coast Guard New Zealand. Sadly, it is volunteers from organisations like Coast Guard who have to confront the trauma and reality when something goes wrong in the water. And let's not lose sight of the fact that behind every fatality is a family and a community left with devastating loss. The scope of this bill is limited to those under 15, which is tied to the minimum age at which someone can legally skipper a boat. But I acknowledge this bill naturally raises wider questions of universal use, which has already been put to me by those involved in the sector. And this is certainly worthy of further select committee investigation. That is, should all Kiwis in small boats be required to wear life jackets? But that is not what we are voting on tonight, Madam Speaker. Different definitions of the bill will also need to be addressed, noting that it's critically important that life jackets are not only worn, but are fit for purpose, maintained and properly fitted. I note the existing exceptions in the maritime rules for surfboards, sailboards and windsurfers provided a wetsuit is worn. Supervised sporting events and commercial rafting are all preserved. This bill reflects those exceptions. The Transport and Infrastructure Select Committee will also need to examine and scrutinise what is a fitted life jacket, realistic access to life jackets, determine whether the named exemptions are sufficient and appropriate, and consider the role of education and enforcement. This is about protecting children, plain and simple. Just a straightforward rule to protect children on the water and grow a positive culture of life jacket wearing going forward this century. We teach our kids to wear seatbelts in a car. We make them wear helmets on bikes. Wearing a life jacket on a small boat should just be as obvious. Surveys have shown, and the overwhelming number of Kiwis want our children in life jackets on small boats. In fact, most Kiwis already think they are already mandatory nationwide. reflected by the fact that most Kiwi kids are already in life jackets when out in the open water with family and friends. This bill, Madam Speaker, simply codifies what many regional councils already have in place. It codifies what most families already put in practice, and it codifies what almost every Kiwi rightly expects is already happening. I want to just reflect on Water Safety New Zealand again. They gave me this quote: "This legislation sends a clear message about the culture we need to help New Zealanders make the right decisions on water. Drowning data tells us up to 20 lives can be saved every year if the rules were clear and if everyone wore a life jacket." That's Water Safety New Zealand. So, Madam Speaker, this bill will give a clear, consistent nationwide rule, keeping our kids safe on the water. I commend the Life Jackets for Children and Young Persons Bill to the House and ask that all parties in this House support it to Select Committee. Thank you.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Kushla tangare meni.
Tēnā koe e te maanga o te whare, o te rā tēnā tātou I tēnei pō. Tēnei te mihi atu ki te mema, nāna tēnei pere a Cameron Brewer, tēnā koe. Kei te tū au mo te Pāti Reipa, ki te tautoko I tēnei pere I tēnei pō. The spirit of support and mahitahi. Madam Chair, to me it's a no-brainer that we support this bill. I had one of those idyllic childhoods you dream of these days, where we spent all day in the river when we weren't at the sea. And you'd spend all day at the river until your mother yelled out to get home well after dark. And there were some exploits, Madam Chair. Whatever could float, we'd drag it down to the river, and that was our fun. Often swimming under branches of the willow trees in the Puropuro River, which was a shallow river, so it didn't feel that dangerous. Jumping on logs. If you were Flash, you had an inflatable tube of some sort. And Madam Chair, while it was great fun, in hindsight, I do look back and with gratitude that none of us lost our lives taking such risks while enjoying fun. I've got to say, sometimes I think kids today need to get out and have a little bit more fun rather than doing it virtually, but maybe one day they can sit there wearing their life jackets while they're playing virtual reality or whatever you do these days. So the loss of lives is nothing to be scoffed at, Madam Chair, and it's something no one in this House wants to see. Under 15s wearing life jackets is a wonderful notion, especially being brought up on part of the beautiful Ikaroa Rāwhiti, which traverses the whole eastern seaboard of the North Island, where often people feel so familiar with their shoreline, they feel so familiar with their beach that they are a bit relaxed and take unnecessary risks. My only query about this, Madam Chair, is the affordability for life jackets. A good quality life jacket is not cheap. And so we need to think about how we make those things accessible to whānau, because everybody's life is valuable and no price should be put on that. And we don't want safety, we don't want any barriers to safety. We don't want people picking up your turn with the life jacket, your turn with you're in the most risk at the moment. And the member who's named this bill in is nodding approvingly, which I absolutely appreciate. Now, just in the spirit of jest, Madam Chair, while we do support this bill, I just want to say, whānau, I hope you don't need to get your life jacket repaired, because that bill didn't get passed because the Nats didn't let it get heard tonight. So if you get a good quality life jacket and you need it repaired, too bad, you probably have to send it to the manufacturer. But hey, let's stay friends. Koe nora, Madam Chair, Because we are a nation that has beautiful beaches and access to beautiful rivers, we want that culture to continue, and we do want our whānau to be safe, especially our tamariki, who hopefully will be good role models for their parents to wear life jackets and their grandparents to wear life jackets. So, Madam Chair, I commend the bill to the House.
I call Celia Wade-Brown.
Thank you. I rise to support this bill to the Select Committee. I agree with life jackets on small boats. It's like seat belts. And it's regulation that will save lives. When I'm in a car, whether I'm a passenger or I'm driving, I wear a seat belt. On my kayak, on rivers or seas, I wear a life jacket. I'm a member of a couple of kayaking groups. The Wellington Sea Kayak Network practices assisted rescues and also self-rescues, and we all wear our life jackets. However, I have some reservations, some of them alluded to by the member introducing the bill about age. And I want to use an example, and I want to acknowledge the loss and the pain of the people, the whānau involved. But I do want to refer to this particular Auckland example. In 2022, there was the Clark's Beach boating tragedy, November the 6th, 2022. So, some people will be remembering that next month. None of the 5 people on the 4.8 metres boat was wearing a life jacket when it was struck by 2 waves in short succession and capsized in Auckland's Manukau Harbour a short time later. 10-year-old Ryder Ferrigal was wearing a life jacket when he went out, but it was ill-fitting, it was riding up, so he was allowed to take it off. By the end of the day, after hours, just imagine those hours of clinging to the overturned hull, Ryder and his mother, Gemma, had drowned. And, there are, as the member said, there are still many drownings in New Zealand. But it wasn't just a 10-year-old that drowned, it was his mother that drowned as well. And I really am concerned that if this bill goes through with the title Life Jackets for Children and Young Persons Bill, we will be advised that changing the age will not be within the scope of the bill. So I really hope that the member has got good advice on that. There are already some regions where it is compulsory for any age to wear a life jacket. So I think the logic would be that whether it's 6 metres, 5 metres, 7 metres, we'll hear about what the length should be. I think the other thing that's interesting in this bill as it's proposed is that a 15-year-old can decide a matter of life and death for themselves. And yet, the parties on the other side of the House at the moment, at least, think you can have 15-year-old can decide life or death, a 16-year-old can get married and can pay tax, but they can't vote. I've just been at a most interesting democracy conference, partly led by Vote 16. But before I'm reminded, I'll get back to this bill.
Fantastic.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There are some issues of funding, as was alluded to by my Labour colleague, but it's not just about funding the life jacket itself. There are some issues about funding Coast Guard, funding kayak safe courses, funding school pools, funding education and enforcement. There are a lot of different things that we could do. And of course, local government does a lot of work on water safety and pools and swimming. But please don't make this another unfunded mandate that regional councils are required to enforce without any support from central government. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Cameron Luxon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. No one in this House wants to confront the worst kind of tragedy, a death of a child. When a young person drowns, the pain ripples through families, schools and entire communities. New Zealand's drowning statistics remain deeply saddening, yet amongst the pain there is progress. Even as our population grows, the overall trend in child drownings is falling. One policy in particular has played a clear role: the fencing of swimming pools. It addressed a well-defined risk and reduced death, especially amongst toddlers. It was a focused response to a real problem, and it worked. I suspect the success of that policy motivates those who support this bill. After all, who amongst us does not care deeply about the safety of our children? The bill before us today mandates that every child under the age of 15 must wear a life jacket at all times when on a recreational craft less than 6 metres long. It is well-intentioned, but good intentions are not enough. Let us turn to the facts. I asked the House, last year how many children drowned who would have been covered by this bill? None. In 2023, none. Over the past decade, from 2014 to 2024, there has been only one such case. It occurred in 2022, and it was a tragedy. In that instance, the child had initially been wearing a life jacket, but removed it with the skipper's permission. That decision was a fatal error. Crucially for this debate, it was already illegal under the existing law. The skipper was charged and pleaded guilty to manslaughter. There were numerous other safety failures that day, which I don't have time to detail, but there is no guarantee that this bill would have prevented that death. So at most, it may have made a difference in one incident in 10 years, and even of that I am very doubtful. At the end of my speech, I intend to table documents affirming the stats I have just provided for the benefit of all members. Madam Speaker, this bill is a solution in search of a problem. Worse, it creates new problems of its own. When the government overrides the judgment of parents, it is not a trivial step. In cases of neglect or abuse, intervention is necessary. But in a free society, that must be the exception, not the rule. Exception, not the rule. Parents know their children's abilities. They understand the risks of their environment. They are often best placed to judge when it is safe to loosen the reins or when to insist on a life jacket, and when to allow a child the joy of freedom under supervision. This bill doesn't target bad parenting. It doesn't respond to a pattern of preventable deaths. It imposes a one-size-fits-all rule on every boating family in New Zealand. It says, in effect, that the government always knows better, regardless of conditions, child maturity, aquatic activity or parental supervision. ACT believes that approach is wrong. We believe children should wear life jackets in risky conditions, but on a still day, anchored on a shallow bay, with parents nearby. Should you really be criminalised for lying on the deck without a life jacket? For jumping off the boat to cool off? Some will argue that such exceptions can be sorted out in select committee. But those exceptions already exist under the current law. The law today allows for judgment, supervision and adaptation to local context. This bill takes away that flexibility. It substitutes rigid rules for human discretion. It reflects a fundamental mistrust of parents and a disconnect from the lived experience of boating families. Undeniably, life jackets save lives, but so does common sense, so does education, so does a society that values both freedom and responsibility. We should promote safety by informing and equipping families, not criminalising everyday choices. We should encourage good parenting, not presume its absence. Let us not confuse action with genuine outcomes. The tragedy of child drownings cannot be solved by symbolic gestures that ignore the evidence and impose blanket mandates. Madam Speaker, this House should stand for evidence-based policy, not reflective overreach. I commend the member for his concern and congratulate him on having his bill drawn. However, ACT cannot, in good conscience, support this bill. Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Point of order, Cameron Luxon.
I seek leave to table two documents. one from Maritime New Zealand and one from Water Safety New Zealand, showing a breakdown of drowning statistics from 2014 to 2024.
Is that information publicly available?
No, they're not publicly available. One is an official information response from Maritime New Zealand, and the other is data provided by Water Safety New Zealand produced after an inquiry from me.
Leave is sought for that purpose. Is there any objection? Appears to be none.
Thank you.
Dr. David Wilson.
Madam Chair, I rise on behalf of New Zealand First to speak in favour of life jackets for children and young persons. To mandate life jackets for children under 15 on recreational craft of 6 metres or less and require sufficient appropriately sized life jackets on larger vessels all seems to fit within maritime law and what we're used to doing, especially on larger vessels when you're the skipper. But I note that also with my boat, which is about 5 metres long, so it fits within the under 6 metres, that I actually become the skipper on that day, and it's my responsibility for the safety of my crew. I thoroughly enjoyed the examples that have been put before us tonight by members on both sides of this debate, and I respectfully admire Cam for putting his libertarian view towards this bill. However, New Zealand First likes pragmatic legislation, and this bill is just that. I'm pleased to take this opportunity to speak to the first reading of the bill, and I acknowledge the member for taking the time to draft this and address a clear safety concern. We support this bill's intent to mandate life jackets for under 15s on small craft. However, I think of my own experience. It gave me a chance to reflect on my holiday experiences and boating and my mates that go fishing and the like, and boating and playing around in the harbour. I have keen respect for water and movement of water and what it means for you, having been a lifelong surfer and fisherman. And so I get the feeling, and I had to reflect on some of the behaviours that I see amongst all of my mates whilst we're on holiday. And I know the pressure that's involved to race to that boil up, where the kingies and the birds are working and there's so much excitement going on. The kingies are running and hitting that bait ball, and you know damn well if you get there on time, drop your line, get in the way, you're going to be feeding the whānau for the next couple of days. You know, it's now. It's now or never. You're going to miss it. You've got to go. But no. 2 or 3 minutes, get those life jackets on, because I've seen what happens when your boat runs against the tide and the wind is going the other direction, or it's moving really, really fast and you get crossed up, or you're sitting in your boat and all of a sudden you've got 3 lines going off all at once. It's chaos. And we've got to hit them because we've got to catch every one of those fish, right? We can't let any one of them go. And there's the problem. We forgot to put the life jacket on and we're bumping kids out of the way, or we're getting in front of each other, or the chain gets wrapped around the nose or the tail, or your line gets wrapped around, or there's a bronze whaler chasing up one of your fish and you absolutely have to get it on board before that's taken. So I really understand this. And so seeing how quickly we can move from being in control to out of control and at the mercy of the ocean made me think seriously about how we should be doing everything we possibly can to change our behaviour as skippers to look after the people that are on our boats. And I will admit, I was one of those that was in the boat and I was out there and I was chasing. So I reflect on this and I thank Cam for pushing this bill through, and we commend this bill to the House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Can I just point out to the member when he's referring to another member to use their full name? Thank you. Dan Bidwell.
Madam Speaker, it's a pleasure to rise, slightly earlier than I anticipated, but pleasure to rise and support my dear colleague Cameron Brewer's bill. And I do want to acknowledge you, Cameron. Good things come to those who wait, and Cameron has waited some months in this House to have this bill read a first time, and it's a pleasure to support this bill. So well done, mate. Good on you for having this drawn from the members' ballot. I wish to also acknowledge the previous MPs who took this bill up in previous parliaments, the Alfred Naro and Simon Watts. I wish to thank them for initially bringing this to the attention of the House. But I also wish to acknowledge, Madam Speaker, the dissent that we've had here today from the ACT Party. And I've listened intently to your speech, and while I disagree, I really respect that within a coalition we can have these types of debate on principle and on policy. But Madam Speaker, we are here today for a serious kaupapa. And this is something that is a concern for all Kiwis, because water is part of all Kiwis' way of life. And in my view, children and child safety needs to be paramount for Kiwis when we're out there on the boats, whether it's in open seas or in lakes and rivers and so forth. And we do have a high drowning rate in this country, and so one takes time to reflect on how do we move the dial and improve that. It really is about a culture shift, and we've talked a little bit about that today. How do we develop that culture shift of it's just what we do as Kiwis? Just like what we do with putting on a seatbelt when we get into a car. And if you're like me, it's a habit. Even if you're going up the road 50 metres, I end up putting up the seatbelt on, because it's just what we were raised to do as Kiwis. We need that same type of culture on the boats in our seas. And part of developing that culture, Madam Speaker, is making sure our laws reflect the culture that we aspire to have in this country. And right now we have very fragmented rules across New Zealand based on the territorial authorities. And you look at a map and you see that part of the territorial maps require you to have the skipper to have life jackets on, and then you cross a little boundary and then the rules change. And that doesn't make sense. How are skippers supposed to understand all these different rules around the country? And that is what this bill is trying to do, to standardise and make it clear what is expected from skippers, whether you're up north or down south in Dunedin. And many families, Madam Speaker, already adhere to looking after their children with life jackets, but not all. And that is what this bill does. It seeks to mandate that every kid under 15 years of age wears a life jacket for vessels 6 metres or less. 6 metres or less, is that right? Yes, excellent. And the counter-example that my colleague in the ACT Party raises, that we shouldn't be able to need to wear them in safe conditions, well, I'd put a counter-example to that, which is, how do you know it's not a safe condition? I mean, in the most calmest of waters, bad things can happen. And my late father used to say, look, there were many recorded examples of accidents happening of people just driving down the road to get their KFC or their fish and chips. And that's why we need seatbelts even for short distances. And for what should be a very safe thing is actually not safe. So, Madam Speaker, that is why I don't buy that example, and it's not consistent really with the type of culture that we wish to create in this country. So I support this. I look forward to hearing submissions as Deputy Chair of the Transport and Infrastructure Select Committee. We will look at what can be done from widening the scope of this bill to include all other adults in New Zealand, but that is not within the scope of this bill as we are voting today. That is for a discussion for another day. So I look forward to hearing from members of the public and to welcoming this bill at Select Committee. And I commend this bill to the House.
Honourable Jan Tinetti.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm really delighted to speak in support of this bill. Madam Speaker, this is really important to me personally, but it is a really important bill across the country to get consistency in this area. Is just something that I cannot believe that people would not support this bill. Madam Speaker, my family is heavily involved in sailing. My son has represented New Zealand in sailing since he was 13 years old and is now 29, and he's currently in Bermuda sailing at the World Cup, Match Racing Cup event over there. He is also one of the head coaches in the Royal New Zealand Yacht Squadron for youth, and so sailing, and I've learnt to dinghy sail and sail. It is a really, we are really at one with the water, and it's something that we enjoy recreationally a lot as well as a family. We've had some experiences over the year, Madam Speaker. We are good on boats. We are strong swimmers. We know the water. We know the hazards. We know the weather. But that hasn't stopped us having some issues over the years as well. And I go back to thinking about the issue. I just wanted to say, first off, in junior and youth sailing in this country, Madam Speaker, it is mandatory to wear life jackets. And in fact, when you go to those events, you have to check, your life jacket has to be checked to make sure that it is of a good standard. But that's not to say that anybody that goes out sailing will wear a life jacket, because the rules aren't consistent across that. That's racing sailing. That's not consistent across recreational sailing. I remember once my son was at an event, it was the Peter Blake event up in Auckland, and was thrown out of his boat and was knocked at the same time, and said to me, if I had not have been wearing that life jacket, I would have drowned. Now that's pretty sobering when you think that he is a strong sailor, he has represented New Zealand, he has been a world champion twice over, and he is a strong swimmer. But had he not have worn that life jacket, he would have drowned. So why would we not support a bill that would make that rule consistent for everyone, all young people in this country? It just seems ludicrous when you think even the best people can get caught out if they are not wearing those life jackets. Madam Speaker, it makes so much sense, and I congratulate the member for having this bill and shepherding it through, and Labor fully supports this through to the next stage. Thank you.
Carlos Chung.
First of all, I just want to congratulate my colleague Cameron Brewer, the hard-working MP for Upper Harbour, for having his members withdraw. His hard work and dedication to improve life jacket safety for young people is truly commendable. So I rise here today to strong support of the Life Jacket for Children and Young Person Bill. This is a simple, clear, and necessary step that will save young lives on our water. At its heart, this bill is about one thing: ensuring that no parents ever has to lose a child to a preventable drowning. Every summer, thousands of New Zealand families heading to our river, lakes and coasts to enjoy the outdoors. But for all the beauty and the freedom that our water offers, they also present dangers, especially for young and children, or for children and young people. But sadly, too many families have experienced that dangers turning to tragedies. The drowning rate in New Zealand remains high. Give you a little bit data. In 2020, the rate is about 1.62 per 100,000 people. It's higher than a comparable country like Australia, which is 1.1, and Canada, which is 1.3. And in 2024 alone, 18 New Zealanders lost their life in boat-related incidents. Of those, 17 were not wearing a life jacket. So wear a life jacket increases the chance of survival in a boating accident by up to 10 times. This bill focuses on one of the most vulnerable groups, the children under the 15 years old. Children under 15 years old are less experienced around water and less likely to respond calmly in an emergency situation. They depend entirely on the adults around them to keep them safe. This bill ensures that responsibility is backed by legal safeguard. Just as we require car seats, helmet, and seatbelts for young people. This bill recognizes the special protection children deserve on our waterway. Yet, under our current law, whether a child wears a life jacket on a small boat is often left to the skipper description, or to a pitchwork of a regional council by law. However, the rules vary around the country. In Auckland, wearing life jackets on boats 6 meters or smaller is optional unless the skipper deems it unsafe. In Canterbury, children must wear life jacket at all times on boats 6 meters or smaller. So, Madam Speaker, a child in Auckland should have the same level of protection as a child in Canterbury. This bill introduces a national consistency and a clear legal requirement. Anyone under 15 years old on a boat 6 meters or smaller, you must wear a properly fitted life jacket. No excuse, no grey area. Support this bill is wild and strong. Maritime New Zealand, Water Safety NZ, Coast Guard, and a long list of frontline responders and water safety educators are all behind it. They have seen the reality. These are the people who have seen the consequence firsthand, the life loss, the heartbreak injury. They know a law like this could save many lives. And it's very sad and it's very disappointed to hear the A party, the only party not supporting this bill. They believe their personal responsibility or the burdens is on the skippers, or they scare the government is going to overreach. But I want to remember them that the cost of a life jacket is far less than the cost of a funeral. And this bill doesn't impose anything radical. It simply aligns the law with what responsible boat users are already doing. This bill turns a common sense into a common practice. Madam Speaker, I say this bill reflects who we are and who we want to be. A country that protects its young people, that learns from tragedy, and that learns on water safety. We pride ourselves on being a nation of lakes, rivers, and coasts. And it is time our law reflects that reality. Let us add now, because no child should drown simply because we failed to act. I commend this bill to the House.
Honourable Damien O'Connor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd just like to congratulate Cameron Brewer for this piece of legislation. Seems small and significant, yet incredibly important. So I come from the West Coast, and I just want to acknowledge a previous speaker who also would understand. The West Coast is a place where going to water, either to sea or river, is an exception rather than the norm. And the reality is, because it's pretty harsh, our ancestors came to that place and many, many of them drowned because it's not a friendly water environment. So when I started a adventure tourism business, whitewater rafting and jet boating, there were many, many people who were quite horrified. It's not seen as the normal thing to do, to play in the water. But one of the things that I learned very early on, and in fact from day one, there were no regulations then, none at all. No regulations. But the basic safety implement of a life jacket was an absolute must for everything that we did. And it was disappointing to hear from the ACT Party that they can't see the logic to this. Yeah. That the ideology of libertarianism, that you can make up your mind is going to protect everyone. When you go in the water, and I've been in many, many times, under a boat, unless you've got absolute presence of mind, you panic. You panic. The idea that parents could look after their kids is complete idiocy. When they're in the water, most of the time stepping onto a boat with the expectation that they will be safe, and for the most part, they are. But we have many, many pieces of legislation and regulation around this country for the small minority of people who might find themselves unfortunately in a situation or harm themselves or harm us or whatever. It's for the minority. We still go through some quite strict security regimes at the airport. The chances, thankfully, in our country of someone wanting to harm us on a plane is very, very small. But we're prepared to do that for for the greater good. This piece of legislation is one of those, for the greater good. It is absolute tragedy when someone drowns, especially when it's not necessary. A life jacket is not that cumbersome or costly or an imposition on our civil rights. It's a simple, sensible step to prevent what could happen. And I'm not familiar with boating at sea, but the reality is, and we've seen the last couple of days, weather conditions change very, very quickly. And for a small boat to tip, or for someone to be tipped out of a boat without any flotation device, I can tell you on a river, it's a very, very urgent and unusual and difficult situation to deal with unless someone's got a flotation device. The value, I think, of life jackets is probably underestimated, and I think we should, along with this piece of legislation, I look forward to another National Party MP bringing forward a piece of legislation that said it is compulsory for all schools to teach kids to swim. Because in fact that has been squeezed out of the curriculum, out of school responsibilities, and that's part of the reason that we're seeing too many people drown in this country. For a country, a small island nation, surrounded by water, full of water, you name it, we should all be able to swim, and the Australians can teach us. The Australians can teach us a thing or two. Can I say this is a I'm looking forward to that. That's right. Can I just say that evidence-based policy is what this is based on. There are too many people in this country unnecessarily lose their lives when they could have been saved by a life jacket. So can I say that firstly, congratulations to the member. He saw the need for a change in legislation that many people might think is small and insignificant. For the people who will be saved, these are people under 15 years of age, their families and they will be forever grateful. So we look forward to the passage of this legislation. It's the right thing to do.
Cameron Brewer in reply.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I relish the opportunity to reply and thank the members for their contributions and the overwhelming majority of parliamentarians that will be supporting this to Select Committee for the Transport and Infrastructure Select Committee. And I think nothing points to it more pointedly as to the issues we're dealing with when you look at this map. That's right. When you look at this map, these are the current bylaws in the different territorial local authorities across New Zealand. And what does it show you? It shows you that there's a lot of different rules around who and how should they wear life jackets. And so this is about, Madam Speaker, a consistent nationwide rule that everyone understands, that kids under the age of 15 on vessels 6 metres or less will wear a life jacket. And I want to also respond to some of the other comments that were made, Madam Speaker. The comments around the criminalisation of parents. That's not going to happen. The best tool of getting people into life jackets will be through education. And so no one's going to go heavy-handed on trying to find offenders and trying to criminalise them at every opportunity. I want to also point to the fact and to the comment that the water from the Green Party, that the water safety sectors need more financial support. Well, they might have missed an announcement, Simon Watts, and I think you were probably there with Mark Mitchell and the Prime Minister, that Surf Life Saving New Zealand and Coast Guard received a funding boost of $63.6 million over 4 years last year. Over 4 years. What did the Coast Guard CEO say when we had accusations of underfunding, when they had 6 years? Coast Guard CEO, we've received everything that we asked for, so this is good. What did the Surf Lifesaving New Zealand CEO say with the $63.6 million funding boost from this government? We are thrilled, quote, and delighted at this government announcement. But anyway, I digress, Madam Speaker, and I can see you looking at me to get back on the bill.
No, it's still got something to do with water and boats.
Oh, as long as it's got something to do with water and boats. Do you want the America's Cup speech? No. Access to life jackets. That was raised across from the Labor Party, and it's a very fair point. The equity and access to life jackets. And I went to a life jacket hub at Sport Waitakere in West Auckland, where they, at nominal or no charge, give out life jackets to those groups and families that need them for occasions. But we do, and I encourage the Select Committee, Transport and Infrastructure, to look at that genuine access, look at the affordability, look at communities, Grant McCullum in the far north, and their realistic access to life jackets, and on the East Coast, Dana Kirkpatrick. And so that is another issue. But finally, Madam Speaker, we can't go past, and we heard another story this week, didn't we, about another tragedy on the water. And you go through, and I'm not going to read them all out because they're all discoverable, but there's so many stories that have happened on so many occasions in recent years where life jackets would have saved lives. Quote, family's harrowing boating ordeal shows why life jackets are vital. It's simple. Life jackets save lives. Man who drowned on Christmas Day was canoeing with daughter who wore a life jacket and called out for help. The little girl wore a life jacket, but her father didn't. She lost her dad. And as the Green Party alluded to, the Clark's Beach tragedy in 2022 and those many souls that were lost, including a young child, due to life jackets not being worn or being ill-fitted when they were put on. And so, Madam Speaker, there's a lot to think about for the Infrastructure and Transport Committee to get their head around, but this is a bill that has the support of over 90% of New Zealanders. 90% of New Zealanders want children in small boats to wear life jackets, and this will achieve that. I commend the bill.
Well done. The question is that the motion be agreed to. Quiet during voting, please. The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. A party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
Toru te kau mā whā e whakai.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
Never opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
The ayes... Oh, sorry. The ayes are 106, the noes are 11. The question is agreed.
Life Jackets for Children and Young Persons Bill, first reading.
The question is that the life jackets for children and young persons be considered by the Transport and Infrastructure Committee. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. I call on members' order of the day number 4.
Crown Minerals Prohibition on Coal Mining Amendment Bill, first reading.
Honourable Julianne Genter.
I move that the Crown Minerals Prohibition on Coal Mining Amendment Bill be now read a first time. I nominate the Environment Committee to consider the bill. Madam Speaker, firstly, I have to acknowledge my very dear friend and colleague, Honourable Eugenie Sage, who was in this House as an MP for 12 years, as a Minister of Conservation, Associate Minister of Environment, someone who has always championed our conservation estate and done amazing work to ensure that those places are protected. Not to mention creating huge numbers of jobs and community resilience through the Jobs for Nature. She was here tonight in Parliament, and I was at an event, which I'll get to in a minute. But I just wanted to acknowledge that this bill was originally drafted by the Honourable Eugenie Sage. And I hope that all members in this House, particularly those who were at the event tonight, put on by Forest and Bird and hosted by my friend and colleague Steve Abel and Lon Pham, I hope you'll consider voting for this bill, because it's a bill that is absolutely essential if we want to have a livable future for our planet. And we've known this for some years. The simple maths on climate change means that we cannot have new or expanded exploration or mining of fossil fuels, particularly coal. And what this bill does is it draws that line in the sand. No new coal mines, no expansion of existing coal mines. The brutal math of human-caused climate change is that we cannot meet the targets that we must meet to get to the Paris Agreement, which all the countries in the world signed up to at the time based on the scientific evidence. You crunch the numbers, you do the math. We cannot have a livable climate if we continue to explore and produce fossil fuels, particularly coal. And we've known that for 10, 20, 30 years. And it saddens me that members in this House, who no doubt have children or grandchildren or other family members, and surely they care about the future world that those children and their children will inherit, that they are continuing to live in denial of the basic reality of what we need to do to have a livable future. This evening in Parliament, some of the members here would have seen an excellent documentary that I recommend everybody watch. And that's about the Denniston Plateau. I don't know how many members here visited the Denniston Plateau. I have not had the privilege of visiting it myself, but I was extremely moved by the documentary that was put on tonight that has been produced by Forest and Bird. My colleague Steve Abel spoke very movingly about taking his son, who's 14, to visit this place. It's undeniable, the richness of the ecology there. It's actually a unique place with irreplaceable part of our natural heritage here in Aotearoa. And I know all New Zealanders have some connection to the beautiful nature of this place. So many New Zealanders are out there spending their time manning trap lines, doing pest eradication, replanting natives, because they care about this land and they want to see nature thrive. And it's one of the things about this country. Now, I wasn't born in Aotearoa in New Zealand, but my children were, and 2 of their grandparents were, and 4 of their great-grandparents were, and everyone that in their family has some connection to this land. And that can't even compare to the connection of tangata whenua. It's part of what makes Aotearoa unique, and it's an absolute tonga that we need to protect. And I want to take the opportunity in this bill to talk about the threat to this incredibly unique place of the Denniston Plateau. What is being proposed, and I believe there's a fast track application in, is an open cast coal mine. It is total ecosystem destruction. It would strip mine an area the size of 1,700 rugby fields. As we've heard, restoration is impossible. It's like trying to unscramble an egg, to quote the Forest and Bird speech earlier today. How could we even begin to contemplate the destruction of such a precious place in 2025? It fails, as people spoke tonight, the most basic tests. First, the environment test. Denniston is an ecological island in the sky. It is a living museum. The Department of Conservation ranks this plateau as one of the most valuable ecological sites on mainland New Zealand. It's a world of ancient dwarf forests, giant insects, and a kiwi habitat. It is the only home on Earth for the avatar moth and New Zealand's very own endangered giant carnivorous snail. And I know that a certain minister in this government would laugh and brag about causing these species to become extinct. That's how out of touch some of the government members are. They brag and laugh about the destruction of entire species.
Are they going to vote for this bill?
And the government members are probably, yeah, I wish they were going to vote for this bill. So let's talk about the economic test, because that's what's always put up. We say, oh, we have this precious place where life is thriving, a unique place that I would love to take my children to. And rather than letting it thrive, we can't afford, we need jobs, we need money, as if somehow money were something other than a symbol. It's just a symbol. We have resources, we have the ability to produce electricity without coal. So New Zealanders carry all of the environmental risks, but when the truth is we don't, this is all a lie. I'm sorry, it is a lie, this trade-off, that somehow we'll be wealthier if we destroy this place. It doesn't pass the economic test. Indeed, the cost of the runoff from the acidified water as a result of the open cast coal mine costs more for the government to repair than the royalties they earn on the mining. There's a handful of jobs, but we can create jobs in other ways. In fact, we need to create a whole bunch of jobs in order to have the transition to renewable electricity, in order to have affordable, warm, dry housing, in order to have sustainable transportation, to have high quality processed wood products that can be used in structural timber buildings. There's so many opportunities for jobs that are created by the transition to a renewable economy, and that's what we should be doing. So the Stockton mine, which is nearby, I don't know if anyone's visited the Stockton mine, it's already cost taxpayers millions to clean up the mess. So there's a cruel irony in asking a community like Westport, which is one of the most vulnerable to worsening flooding exacerbated by climate change, to look for hope in a sunset industry which is driving the crisis. It's not against the jobs that we have had or professions. It's just recognizing that we need to work together for a future that protects our unique places and creatures. It's a future that doesn't champion a volatile boom and bust climate damaging industry that has let the coast down before. So to quote the Forest and Bird speaker tonight, they're putting a choice to all of Aotearoa. Do we sacrifice a priceless national treasure for short-term jobs, dubious profits that flow to offshore companies and come at the expense of irreplaceable damage to a living museum and exacerbate the climate crisis? Or do we draw a line in the sand and say some places are too precious to mine? And I think that's a very easy answer, and I encourage all the government members to watch the documentary, to go visit the Denniston Plateau, and ask themselves, is this who they want to be in 2025? Is this what you want to be remembered for? Members opposite, not you, Madam Speaker, obviously. Is this what all of us want to be remembered for? Because people will look back at this point in time in 2025 and say they could have made different choices. They could have prioritized renewable electricity instead of prioritizing profits for a coal mining company and then allowing them to destroy this irreplaceable Indigenous biodiversity. We don't have to do it. We don't have to do it. The science and the math says we cannot do it. So I ask government members here tonight to consider voting for this bill so that they can look themselves in the mirror and say they truly did stand up for positive progress, for protecting their children, all of our children, and their children's future, and all of the other life that we share this planet with.
The question is the motion be agreed to. Grant McCullum.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to take the first call to oppose this bill on behalf of the government, the Crown Minerals Prohibition on Coal Mining Amendment Bill, and on behalf of the National. I do apologise. I couldn't possibly speak for you. I couldn't possibly speak for the members over to my left here. No, I do apologise. Look, so it's interesting, you know. I recently attended the AGM of a little group in Kirikiri called Aotearoa, right? And we got to the point of general discussion and so forth, and the questions started to flow. And so what do you think the main question and concern was from the people in that room? There's probably about 50 people there. No, you'd have thought, mate, and being in Northland, you'd have thought, so is it all about the roads? Because, boy, we've got some rubbish roads up there. And is it going to be about the dusty roads and all that stuff? Would that be their number one concern? Would it be? No, it wasn't. Would it be about the education system and the challenges we've had in the education system? Would it be about that? No, it wasn't. Would it be about the challenges of law and order, their personal safety? No, it wasn't. I'll tell you what it was about. Their biggest concern was about power prices, right? It was about the price of their size of their power bill. And so they then proceeded to have debates about it, and I sat there and listened carefully to what they had to say about and their concerns about the price of power. And then they all said, well, you're our Member of Parliament. What can you do about it? What do you think about our challenges in this space? So I stood up and I said, well, I think you just need to remember a couple of things. I said, it's about the reason that we had such high power prices is because the previous government cancelled oil and gas, which they cancelled. They put an oil and gas ban on the table and destroyed the confidence in that sector overnight. The price of wholesale power bill went up by doubled. The wholesale power price doubled overnight, right? That's what happened. The truth is clearly hurting some on the other side of the house. Clearly hurting people. And so where did we end up? And so one of the reasons we then end up with, and they had this big plan. They said to double to stop oil and gas and coal and all that stuff. They wanted to get rid of it all, and to come to a place where we have all renewable energy. Well, actually, that's what we'd all love is renewable energy. That's great. But you need to transition. This is the problem. They came out with a big announcement and had no plan. There was no plan. So consequently, suddenly, we became the only country in New Zealand and the world, the only country in the world that is, instead of transitioning to renewables, we're going away from gas to coal. And what impact does that have on climate change? Right? Look at it. It's obviously a trigger word. Coal is clearly a trigger word. Gee, they're really excited on the other side of the house, aren't they? Because we're in this situation because it was a typical sort of spur of the moment, irresponsible announcement, which led to a situation where suddenly the confidence went and power prices went up. And why'd they go up? Because we ran it. Suddenly we had to start bringing in coal to cope with the fact that we had a shortage of energy. A shortage of energy at crucial times in the winter. Because guess what? It didn't rain. Unfortunately, it didn't rain, the wind didn't blow, and the sunshine hours were shorter in the middle of winter. And that is what happened. So the power price went up. And so what were the consequences of those power prices going up? Well, why don't you go and ask some of the people in the central North Island of New Zealand that saw the mills closed, the timber mills and all that closed, and the jobs disappear. Rural, small town, regional communities destroyed. Why? Because people on that side of the house did think they had this idealistic view of the world, that you could fix the world by ignoring the fact you actually need energy at an affordable price. And there we go. There they go. They're going again. Gee, they're quite excited tonight, aren't they? Quite excited. Go and ask the people of Nelson who've recently been through similar experiences. 2 or 3 big businesses have laid off staff and reduced. Why? Price of energy. Once again. This is what you get from people who have this idealistic approach without a plan. Well, guess what? We have a plan, and unfortunately, because of what the last lot did, it does involve using some coal. Now, wouldn't it be better? And gas, yes, thank you, Minister. And wouldn't it be better if we were to use coal that we had in our own country, rather than importing it? Because that's what we're doing. Indonesian coal. Here it comes by the shipload into this country, and there we go. And we happen to burn that while we try and transition, while we build more solar, while we put up more wind farms like we're doing Northland. We're doing a lot of that in Northland, which is absolutely fantastic, right? We're looking, so that's why we do that. We've got to burn coal. So why don't we just burn our own? This bill will stop us. According to this bill, it will stop us doing that. And that would be and that would actually be worse for the climate. There we go, they're all worried about climate change, and yes, and so are we, but we're more sensible about it. We actually have a plan. We have a plan, and we're pragmatic. That's exactly right, Minister. And that's what we have to focus on. We have to focus on delivering in this space, right? Because if we don't have a plan, then you plan to fail. And the last lot, well, they certainly planned to fail. We all saw that. And so we have a huge pile of coal there that we're importing from Indonesia. What a complete waste of our own resources, right? So we are saying to the rest of the world, look, here we go. We won't dig up our own land and use our own coal in the meantime. No. We'll bring it from overseas and let someone else dig it up. We've got better opportunities in this country to do that properly than some of the countries we might import from. And I think it's really, really important to remember that. So what are the other implications of this policy, right? There's also the job aspect. Why don't we make sure we give our own people in this country jobs working at the moment while we have to transition? While we transition to renewables, which is where we all want to be, why don't we actually use our own people and develop our own, expand the mines we've got in New Zealand to actually use that coal and employ our own people so our own communities benefit from it in the meantime, right? While we do the big transition. Because it's the idealistic nonsense you get from people on the other side who don't understand the implications of making these sorts of decisions. Okay? So in summary, this bill really is a typical idealistic, simplistic approach to a complex problem. All it will do is help drive up power prices, make the climate worse. It won't reduce our impact on emissions in this country. It'll make it worse because the coal's got to be imported. And so therefore, why don't we at least do it in New Zealand, where that means it's closer to us, therefore we have less emissions getting it here to use. Ultimately, no, do we in the end want to use coal? Of course we don't. So what we will do is we'll eventually use gas, because that will make a big difference if we use gas. We've got off the coast of Taranaki. Won't it be great, David McLeod from New Plymouth, if for the local people employed in your region who actually want to work and find the gas, so we can then get rid of the coal. Wouldn't that be a good thing? You'd think the old people on the other side would be thinking, let's go and find the gas, because guess what? It's a much better option than actually burning coal. So, boy, we've got them excited. It's like a trigger word on the outside of the house. It's like a real trigger word. But look, in all seriousness, if we're going to transition, let's do it properly. Let's plan, let's build renewables, because that's what we can do in this country, and we'll do a damn good job of it. I do not commend this bill to the House.
Honourable Dr. Deborah Russell.
I think after that stand-up comedy routine, I'd like to bring some serious analysis to this debate, and some very serious analysis to this debate. I'm going to, Grant McKellen's a nice guy, but I'm going to overlook that rather facile analysis of the energy supply in this country. We do need an energy plan in this country. We do need an energy strategy in this country. We do need one that is based on renewables. You know, the reason that power prices have been so high is because there are so many unbuilt but consented renewables available to us, wind farms that could have been built. There is a huge opportunity to go to solar power. In fact, interestingly, we don't actually need coal for thermal power in this country. We could easily do it with renewables if we went and built them. We can do solar, we can do wind. There is a need still, in some cases, for coal for process power. That's a recognised need. But the interesting thing is that the International Energy Agency has said two things about coal mines. The first is that if we are to meet net zero emissions by 2050, we simply must have no new coal mines or extensions of existing ones. That's from the International Energy Agency. Now that's kind of interesting because they've always had this focus on energy, ensuring a secure supply of fossil fuels. But not only have they said that, the International Energy Agency has said that the decline in fossil fuel demand is so significant that no new investments in coal projects are required beyond those which are already committed as of 2021. We do not need new coal investments anywhere in the world. We simply do not need, and that includes, Mr. McLean, it does include coking coal. So this is actually a conversation we do need to have in the New Zealand context. Why would we carry on mining coal in New Zealand when there is no need for coal for process energy in New Zealand, when there is, when we do not need to mine it, when there's no need for coal for thermal energy in New Zealand, energy that can be created through renewable means. That's the first serious conversation that we could have in the context of this bill. What we do about our energy supply. There is a second serious conversation that needs to be had in the context of this bill, and that is what we do as we move away from extractive industries like coal mining with respect to jobs. Now, people talk in terms of the just transition, but let's cash out what that actually means. It means protections for workers, it means training for workers, it means ensuring that there are good, well-paying jobs that people who currently work in coal mines can transition to, very much preferably in the places where they already live. That's a conversation that I think we need to have in the context of this bill. If we're going to say no new coal mines, no extensions to coal mines, what then of the people who work in those coal mines? And we do need to have that conversation about the just transition. And in fact, this is very much a bottom line for Labour. How do we manage those workers? How do we ensure that their jobs are protected? Not the jobs they are doing currently, but that we find, as I said, good, well-paying jobs that speak to their skills, that speak to their homes, that speak to their sense of identity, that give them a place of standing. That's what we need with a just transition. So the Labour Party is going to vote for this bill, because we want to have that conversation about energy in New Zealand, because we want to ensure that we do make a move towards renewables, because we want to have that conversation about jobs for people who are engaged in those industries. So on those grounds, we are supporting this bill and we'll be proud to cast our votes in favour of it.
Simon Court.
Madam Speaker, Julianne Genter's bill would make energy scarcer, prices higher and New Zealand weaker. She says it's a climate plan. I say it's a plan to manufacture energy scarcity and that it's frankly immoral. From 1 January this year, apparently, Her bill would slam the door on any new coal mines and expansions on existing mines. Not one more tonne of good, clean black coal from a clean, safe local site. Not one more efficiency upgrade. Not one more dollar of regional investment, Willie Jackson. A hard ban, a full stop. That's a policy of deliberate scarcity, Madam Speaker, dressed up as virtue. Now let's talk about what she refuses to. Real people. The shift worker on the night line at the steel mill at Glenbrook. The dairy processor in Southland who's responsible for cleaning out the vats. And the family in Flatbush who just wants the lights on and a heater running on a frosty winter's night. Willie Jackson. Tell them to tighten their belts, Jackson, while we strangle our energy supply. That is not leadership, Willie Jackson. It's an elite fantasy where other people pay your power bill. Energy poverty isn't an academic talking point. It's a child doing homework in a cold house because Parliament decided to grandstand. And that's what we had from Labor and the Greens for 6 years. Not all coal is the same. Our West Coast coking coal is amongst the best in the world. It's simply too valuable to burn. That's why we export millions of tonnes of it to India, South Korea and Japan. It's a critical ingredient in steel making and chemical manufacturing. It's what life runs on. Hospitals, tubing, transmission towers, wind turbine masts, EV bodies, bridges, even the things in our homes are all made from coking coal, Steve Abel. Until there's a truly scalable, affordable alternative for primary steel making, coking coal is all we've got that keeps us living in a modern society. And when it comes to keeping the lights on, physics beats politics every day. Because hydro needs rain, wind needs wind, solar needs sun. And when they don't show up, New Zealand still needs reliable and affordable energy, and that is in the form of thermal coal. And that's why Acton government is fixing what matters. We've given coal and gas-fired power stations the same one-year priority as renewables under the amended Resource Management Act. A consenting pathway is important for firming energy so when all those other renewables aren't available, we can keep the lights on and the factories running. We back building 1 million tonnes coal stockpile at Huntly to keep Auckland and the Waikato safe from blackouts and brownouts, and we back locally mined coal in Southland and the Waikato, because importing more coal from overseas while banning efficient domestic supply is economic and environmental nonsense. Ship miles and lower standards don't cut emissions, they raise them. And here's the kicker. The member says her ban protects the environment. I say it does the opposite. Prohibiting modern, monitored, higher standard mining here shifts demand to jurisdictions with lower environmental standards, longer shipping routes and higher emissions. Bans don't lift standards, they outsource responsibility, and now they've all gone quiet on the opposition benches, haven't they? The responsible path is to demand excellence in our mining operations here at home, to rely on engineers, scientists and ecologists to design smarter mine plans, to avoid sensitive areas where practical. Maybe the Denniston Plateau is one of those. Minimise footprints and restore land where the job is done, and hold operators to account with tough compliance, transparent monitoring and real enforcement. But that is not an outright ban. That is not an outright ban. This bill also kneecaps regional economies that have powered New Zealand for generations. The message to the coast, to Southland, to the Waikato: thanks for your service, now shut up shop. Here's a pink slip with a pat on the head. That's what they call a transition. That's Labor. ACT stands for energy security, for responsible mining, for world-class environmental practice, and for a transition to a future that is affordable, that is reliable and on New Zealand terms. Madam Speaker, ACT will not support this bill.
Jamie Arbuckle.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise on behalf of New Zealand First to speak in opposition to the Crown Minerals prohibition on coal mining and amendment bill. And it's apologies, Madam Speaker, we actually had a speaker in the Honourable Shane Jones that was really looking forward to this bill, and unfortunately being away on parliamentary business cannot speak to this tonight. But, Madam Speaker, why would you want to put this in the ballot? And unfortunate for Julianne Genter that this has been pulled out in this form to be debated. Madam Speaker, this bill is talking about a blanket ban. It's talking about no new more coal mines. It's talking about no expansion of existing coal mines. We should be talking about energy security in this country. We should be talking about how this would stifle economic growth. And we've already had from the opposition in the gas and oil ban how economic growth in this country was stifled under that announcement. This government on this side and on the government parties, we're talking about an agenda of growth, and we need energy sources. Also, we are not talking about the uses of coal, the use of coal obviously for energy production, but we're talking about things like steel production. We're talking about things like cement production. They're all things that go into buildings and into construction of buildings, and that's another issue that we have in this country. And other industrial processes that coal is used for. So when I travel to the West Coast, and about 5 or 6 weeks ago gave a speech in the general debate on my trip to the West Coast, when I'm on the West Coasters are telling me we want these types of industries, we want jobs, we want regional development. And from the mayors on the West Coast, what I'm hearing from the opposition isn't what I'm hearing on my trips away from when I'm speaking with those people in those communities. This bill is, as I say, New Zealand First believes we should be open for business. So actually promoting the mining industry, we are actually saying we are open for business here in New Zealand. We are wanting investment, we're wanting to attract investment. What I can't understand, Madam Speaker, is we're still bringing Indonesian coal into this country, and I just googled over 750,000 k's away, nearly 800,000 kilometres away. We're in places on the Waikato near Huntly, 10 k's away, and we've got coal sources. Why are we doing that? Why are we not using our own natural resources that are here that we can use instead of importing inferior coal from other sources in the world that is a dirtier, more unreliable resource when we've actually got that here in our own country? We also don't talk enough about the amount of our climate here and the amount of 0.17% is our emissions. 0.17% is the emissions that we are producing here in New Zealand. Why aren't we talking about countries like China? Why aren't we talking about the US? Why aren't we talking about India, where all these other emissions are happening? But we want to, and the opposition is shouting out, but you want to shut us down. You want to close our businesses down. You want to skyrocket residential power prices just on an ideology that for some reason we are going to save the planet by not having some coal mines here in New Zealand. It's absolutely farcical. People are laughing at that type of just ideology that is coming from the opposition parties. We also heard about the International Energy Agency and how they're going to be frowning on New Zealand. Are they going to be coming to save our residents? Are they going to be coming saving New Zealand businesses when the lights go off? Where is the Paris Agreement when the lights go off here in New Zealand? We need to be resilient and looking after our resources and using them while we can here. Madam Speaker, I don't commend this bill to the House.
Debbie Nauru Peka.
Nā koe te pika. First of all, it's an honour to be here on Te Pāti Māori to support this bill and to support the vision and the courage and the bravery that this member has to finally look at what it is that we need to do as a nation, instead of hearing this lazy, let's just carry on doing what we're doing because it's the only thing we know what to do and we'll keep doing it until there's nothing left. And the sad part about this is I just heard the previous member talk about people are laughing, and they are laughing. They are laughing at the lack of vision that this government has and the absolute embarrassment that it has for the future generations who want to hear what is the solution. Where is the transition you keep talking about, this government keeps talking about? Because it's not evident in any of the discussions. We've seen a lot of discussion about, oh, well, let's just allow the less dirtier coal in than the dirtier. Let's just carry on doing what we're doing, because even though it's poisonous, it's less poisonous than the last one that we're doing. It's like, are we really listening to the degree and the poor level of debate going on? And the argument is status quo is the only way to go. We must continue to look after the shareholders. We must continue to keep being dirty and filthy as New Zealanders and not care a hoot about the future generations who are impacted. What we have here is coal mining directly, and it's not disputable. Coal mining directly fuels the climate and the crisis and the issues that we have as a nation. It degrades whenua, it degrades waterways, and it degrades and it impacts negatively on our ecosystem. But instead of saying let's just ban all coal activity, what this member is doing is saying let's ban new activity. So this alarmist thing they're saying, it's going to affect jobs, it's going to make the world fall in, oh my goodness me, capitalism's going to fall on its knees, is just alarmist. And I think the real sad part is about the denial of what the Crown Mineral Act does on its own. I don't even want to go down that path, but it continues to breach Te Tiriti or Waitangi, where we ignore the fact that mana whenua, iwi and hapu have never wanted these types of activities and never wanted the lack of connection and the lack of ownership and accountability that they deserve. I keep hearing Taranaki, and actually as somebody from Taranaki, we see full on what this industry doesn't do and doesn't give to the local economy. So I think, again, the only people that really benefit from this are the shareholders, and quite often they're not shareholders that come and bring their energy and their multiply economic effects into the regions. So again, I keep hearing, and I think the hardest part about this is, then how are we going to achieve 100% renewable energy? Are we never going to have that discussion as a nation? Are we going to continue to hear the likes of people like mining, the likes of the people from New Zealand First who keep there saying, this is the only way we're going to keep the lights on? Rubbish. What is the alternative? Where is your innovation? Where is your connection? Where were you when the whole of Taranaki had an energy conference? Where were you all? Because I never saw one of you turn up. You know why? Because you're comfortable sitting in the mud and the filth of what the sector does and brings to our whole nation. Banning coal and making sure that we protect our mokopuna has to be something surely every party here agrees to, don't we? Don't we? Don't we all agree that our mokopuna are the most important people in the world? I mean, if we do, I'm hearing one over there that doesn't agree that the mokopuna are the most important for us. For Te Pāti Māori, there's nothing more important than our mokopuna. And the sad thing about this is that we're not here debating what the solution is, what transition's going to look like. No. What we're doing is we're standing here debating how we please the lobbyists and how we make sure the sector stays exactly as it is. And we take the less dirtier option than the other dirty option. No idea at all of what it is that you're proposing. When are we going to stop calling extraction growth? When are we going to get out of that denial and stop calling colonisation regulation? When are we going to stop sacrificing our mokopuna for short-term profits? And when are we going to stop sitting there and be in denial that coal is the dirtiest fuel on the earth? The dirtiest. It doesn't matter what degree of dirty you have, dirty is dirty is dirty. And I think the whole sad thing is that we as Te Pāti Māori will always stand on the side of those who give a hoot about our mokopuna, because this place really lacks vision and future care for our mokopuna. And I think the sad thing about it is not only should we be supporting this bill, we would love to see the Crown Minerals Act repealed. We would really love to have that debate in this House, but we'll leave that for another day. So again, I give, and Te Pāti Māori gives homage and congratulates this member.
ex-minister and this member on her vision to do what is right by every New Zealander, and that is to look after us and come up with a just transition. Kia ora.
Shannon Halbert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am pleased that the government members are full of hope when I get up and speak on this particular topic this evening. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to be able to speak on the Crown Minerals Prohibition on Coal Mining Amendment Bill, and can I acknowledge the whakapapa of this Members' Bill, Eugenie Sage and Julianne Genter, who have done the work that's needed to bring this bill before the House. Madam Speaker, this bill prohibits new coal mines and any expansion of existing coal mines after the 1st of January in 2025. This will protect the climate from the greenhouse gas emissions generated by burning coal and better protect Aotearoa New Zealand's landscapes. Madam Speaker, this is an important conversation, and what we've heard from government members across the House is largely political. It's a scare tactic, really, where they constantly use the line that we need more mines in order to keep the lights on when it comes to energy. And anyone who knows anything about the subject matter is, that would only get us part of the way, but we need to be innovative, clever, and actually resourceful in the way that we use energy in this country. The other point, Madam Speaker, is actually it comes back to the need for a plan. And it is our view that fundamentally decisions like this need to be made within the context of a comprehensive energy strategy for New Zealand. But under our colleagues, of course, this has gathered dust. There hasn't been much action, like many things in this under this government in the past 2 years. I really like the MP for North Shore. He's a great man. But this is hard yakka when it comes to important stuff before us. We will support this through its first reading, and I always look fondly to the work that Julianne Genter puts before this House. It's always well thought through and progressive. I acknowledge that. And we want it to go through to Select Committee and have the scrutiny of Parliament with experts to put their lens across it and advise the committee with good quality evidence to reduce the politics and the heat that comes with the subject matter. We need to be integrating this with the transition away from coal, Madam Speaker, that is important. And of course we need to be understanding what this piece of legislation would mean for workers in this particular place, for relevant communities across Aotearoa New Zealand, those in the Taranaki who may or may not have gone to the energy conference as outlined by our colleague before. But the point I do want to acknowledge here, Madam Speaker, is while it does create a strict ban on expansion and no new permits for existing mines, what it does do is the continuation allowed existing coal mines can continue to operate after the 1st of January 2025 with their current permitted activities. The bill does not immediately shut down active mines, despite what government members will say. Instead, it allows them to operate within the boundaries of their present approvals. So I think that's an important point where we say what we've got now potentially is where we're at. Any new is being ruled out under this piece of legislation, but it needs to fit as a broader strategy for energy in Aotearoa, New Zealand. Madam Speaker, tonight in this first reading, we commend this bill to the House.
Ryan Hamilton.
Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker. It gives me, I have to do this really to speak on this bill. Yeah, look, I am on the Environment Committee and passionate about all things environment. I do acknowledge the member for, the luck of the draw in bringing this member's bill to fruition. Unfortunately, it's going to have a short life, but at least she turned up for her bill, which is very important, Madam Speaker, so that we can vote on it. I would like to agree with Deborah Russell, who actually said that Grant McCallum is a nice guy. I do concur, and actually, the Green Party could learn a lot. Green Party could learn a lot from Grant McCullum. He's one of our co-leaders in the Blue Greens, which is actually doing some incredible work in the environmental space. And actually, probably National, it's one thing National could actually do better is promote our Blue Greens better, because actually, in terms of environmental policy, it's actually really, really, really good. And to give you an example, just this week, Steve's a bit excited there, but just this week, Madam Chair, through our own environmental policy, for example, and if I was to talk about a pragmatic policy, let's look at our methane targets that were just released, I think just last week, Madam Speaker, where it's a pragmatic solution. So you've got ideology up here and says, yep, we acknowledge that the methane levels need to come down, but let's do it in a pragmatic, transitional way, and let's look at things like split gas and things like that. That's the sort of thing, that's the sort of policy that the Green Party could do really well on. And in fact, I remember our Prime Minister acknowledging the departing of James Shaw and said, with James Shaw, there was the last true environmentalist, and we really do miss him in the House. Madam Speaker, when I think about coal, there's a few things that come to mind. When I think of coal, I think of Matua Shane and acknowledge his efforts in the mineral space. And we certainly got a more pragmatic future than you, Mr. Abel, I think. His feet are grounded, let's put it that way. And Madam Speaker, the other thing I think of when I think of coal, I think of my grandparents in Papatoetoe, where they used to put coal on the fire because it was slow burning and would keep the house warm during those winter months. And I also think about, and picture this, Madam Speaker, if you will, now we've got the great Waikato Expressway, but before that there was the old sort of State Highway 1, and you'd have all the stops through Pocono and Mercer and Hampton Downs, and you'd see the twin towers of Huntly Power Station on the skyline, and I still go past them and look at them with awe and think about the incredible contribution that a Huntly Power Station has made to this economy. And you know, when all the ideology, the Huntly coalfields, I'm going to get to that, when all the ideology of the last administration talked about shutting coal down and shutting fossil fuels down, and then all of a sudden we're left with these rising power prices, who do we turn to in the times of need? We go back to Huntly and we say, thank you, Huntly, we apologise. We apologise, Huntly, for that. The great Rahui Pōkeka, the great power station that exists there. And Madam Chair, I do have some sympathy with the mover of the bill. We do acknowledge that there is a definite place for the reduction of fossil fuel, but of course it's got to be pragmatic. In fact, if I turn to the bill, it said the commencement of this act will be the 1st of January 2025, which only gives us 2 months. So, 26, sorry. No, it says 25. So I think, Madam Chair, we would need to make an amendment in Committee of the Whole, but I think what we could do, we could potentially support this, Madam Chair, if we change 2025 to 2045 or to 2055, just to give us more of a runway to get there. I think that's really important, Madam Chair. And just by note, there's something like 12 coal mining companies in New Zealand operating right now, and they're employing people, they're producing economic growth, and this bill would just seek to clip their wings and prevent them from expanding, Madam Chair. And we're a government that's keen on restoring the economy, growing the economy, building the economy. So why would we support something that shrinks something based on ideology and not in fact? We too care about our mokopuna, but we want to do it in a pragmatic way, not one that's cooked up in ideology where we burn papers in the bin on the steps of Parliament.
Honourable Willie Jackson.
Man, so what a load of nonsense from that Speaker. You wouldn't even have you got any mokopunas? I mean, you know, just a very sad speech, but sums up the other side very well. Grant, the member there from the north there, Grant, I always forget, what's your last name, Grant? Oh, that's right. You've made such an impact on me, I forgot your last name. But, you know, very, very weak speech, because as he well knows, Madam Speaker, his
dear friend Matua Shane Jones was a huge supporter of the Labor government and the ban on new oil and gas. And no, he didn't see the light. He didn't see the light. Madam Speaker, it is, they can laugh all they like, but he's there in front of the cameras, smiling away, saying, yes, Jacinda, I support you, I love you, I love Labor. He's there, it's a fact. It's a fact, and he can deny it all he likes with all his nonsense in the House, but we all know in old New Zealand, oh, there he is, the mayor over there, another Wellington, we've got a good Wellington mayor now, haven't we? Fabulous. But, you know, this lot over here, up and down, and here's the other thing, Madam Speaker, Winston Peters, the man who should still be Deputy Prime Minister, he supported the ban on oil and gas exploration in 2018. So, yes, he did. He was 100% behind it. So I asked the question, how do we take this other side seriously tonight? But when their coalition partners backed us, the Greens, Labor, Māori Party there, I don't know if they were quite there, not in 2018. Were they there? No. Well, they should have been there, I don't know. But the reality is Winston Peters and Shane Jones backed us 100%. And the other side knows this, Madam Speaker. And the reality is they national back us too, because the ACT Party, as we all know, are climate change deniers. That is well recorded. David Seymour was caught out on Q&A. He tried to deny it, but Jack Tame came up. No, he said, you are deniers. You've been deniers for years and years and years, and the reality is you've opposed the Paris Agreement, repealed the Zero Carbon Act, abolished our Climate Change Commission. The ACT Party doesn't care about this kaupapa, Madam Speaker. And so I want to say, where's our member gone? She still don't want to congratulate her. Well, she was a wonderful minister in this area for her courage. It takes, Madam Speaker, it takes courage. I want to mihi to you, Julianne Genter, for your courage, your bravery, and putting up an alternative. And she's trying to be nice to this useless lot on the other side, Madam Speaker. She's trying to be nice and reasonable. She hasn't always been nice and reasonable to them, and I can understand that. I can understand that. Yeah, well, he deserves a clip across the ears. But what I'm saying to you tonight, this former minister cares about the environment. She's got a history, she's got background, and she's got some courage that no one on the... Am I not really meant to say that, am I, Madam Speaker? But they are lacking, Madam Speaker, they are lacking, because you have to have some courage to do this sort of thing. You have to imagine a new world. And there is no imagination on the other side. Madam Speaker, we're full of dingbats on the other side. I knew you'd find that funny, Madam Speaker. I knew. But you have dingbats in the government. You do, and you've got climate deniers over here who've got a history. They reject what's happening. Climate change deniers over here. They reject what the majority of New Zealanders. Of New Zealanders want. So tonight, I want to mihi to Julianne Genter and to my good friend Jacinda Ardern, because she was brave, she was courageous, unlike this useless lot on the other side who keep embarrassing themselves, going down in the polls. But Madam Speaker, we know there's a move going on in terms of the leadership. Louise Upston is a candidate. I congratulated Louise Upston. We also know Erica Stanford is a candidate. I think James Meagher should go up because we want a Maori, and he's one of those Maoris, and so I put him up because he's a Māori minister, and we're training him too, Madam Speaker. But they have to get one thing, and that is courage, and they have no courage.
Members' time has expired. Tim Costley.
Madam Speaker, for the last 2 years, members on that side of the House have been trying to deny the 6 years that preceded them. wanting to distance themselves from almost everything that the last government did. I certainly didn't want to talk about the oil and gas ban when we had energy spot prices over $800, did they? But now suddenly Willie Jackson's really proud of them. Oh, that was great. Here's the same Labour Party that was the party once upon a time, 100 years ago, of miners. Isn't that where it started, at Blackwall? Party for miners. Oh, no.
We've moved on, says Willie.
Oh, we've moved on. How they love to selectively pick their history. And I do want to acknowledge Julian Gender. I don't think much of her bill, but congratulations on having it drawn nonetheless. Willie Jackson's a big fan of you. That's good to hear. In Horowhenua, we were less a fan of your transport policy. In all fairness, we quite like our new expressways, and we're looking forward to having one built. But that's okay. I just think, let's just break this down and slow it down. The problem with this, it sort of packages itself up as banning coal, but it doesn't actually ban coal. It bans coal mining, which means we can't get any coal from the west coast, where Maureen Pugh is a local MP, great MP. The only one in the area. The only one. Everyone's deserting that side of the house. It's miraculous. What it means is we're going to keep importing that Indonesian coal, the same coal that members on that side of the house say that they hate and it's a terrible thing and we shouldn't have this. It doesn't stop us using coal. It doesn't lower our emissions, and in fact, as a net result, our net emissions are worse as a result. It doesn't fix the problem. It talks about it, it gives them the banner. I want to commend Julian Genter that she's actually got a bill that is vaguely about the environment, because we don't hear that from the Green Party these days. They've stuck with sort of the green name because it sort of tries to work for their branding, but we never really hear from them. We don't hear from them in question time asking about the environment. We don't hear from most of their members' bills. But here we go. This is at least one that touches on the environment. The problem is it doesn't fix the problem. And what is the problem? If they really want to see us move away from needing coal as a backup energy generation, then they would be backing fast track so that we could go and build a new solar farm, a new wind farm, maybe some hydro, renewable energy. If we're going to have to burn coal, let's at least burn New Zealand coal. Let's at least create jobs, because on that side of the house, they keep talking about jobs. They say, oh, you can earn more money in Australia. That's bad. We should have better paying jobs here. Well, we could have, because my friends that have gone to Australia work in the mines. They dig the wealth out of the ground and they provide a better product than what they could import from overseas. But they don't want that. They want to have this argument of, oh, we want jobs and we want an economy. We just don't want any of the things that create that. So let's just import some more Indonesian coal. Let's just, we're just going to look, it's someone else's problem. If we don't see it, it didn't happen. And yet the coal gets burnt. And okay, fair play, Grant McCullum. That was one of the wittier things you've said. Here's the problem for seniors like Mr. McCullum. It's when they want to turn the heater on in the winter and energy prices are going through the roof, they want to know that we've got cheaper ones. They want to know that we've got affordable electricity. Their kids want to know that they can get good paying jobs. No one wants to burn down the planet, but people on that side of the house seem to want to burn down our economy in the pursuit of it. I'm not into that. The reason that poor countries have higher emissions is because they can't afford it. They can't afford the things that move them away. Banning coal would be like just banning petrol in New Zealand. Why don't we do that? Why don't we just ban petrol? They're going to need a new one tomorrow because this one's not going to make it through. But why wouldn't we do that? Why don't we just put the blinkers on? I'm not going to give you another impression. Put the blinkers on, because it's like most things that come from that side of the house. It kind of sounds nice. It doesn't do what it says. It creates more problems, and that's why we're not supporting the bill.
Before I ask the member to give a right of reply, Honourable Julianne Genter, I just wanted to say I wish you could all disagree in that vein more often, because that was fun. And if the Minister of Energy captured half the energy that was in this House tonight, the lights should stay on for quite some time. Honourable Julianne Genti, you have a right of reply.
The International Energy Agency concluded in 2021, so that was 4 years ago, that no new coal mines, mine extensions, or unabated coal plants should be developed in order for us to achieve net zero by 2050. So I'm sure many of the members opposite have never heard of the International Energy Agency, but it's a very mainstream body. It's like extremely mainstream. It's not. And they said very clearly, because they sat down and looked at the math, and everyone in the world, every country in the world signed up to the Paris targets based on science. Imagine getting every country in the world to agree on something. That means that there's actually significant science behind it. Unlike the National Party talking points, the government party talking points they've been quoting tonight, which are all nonsensical. It's very easy to stand up and say your little slogans that banning new coal exploration and mining is causing high energy prices. But actually, if you know anything at all about how the energy market works in New Zealand, it's the coal price that is the most expensive. The coal is the most expensive kilowatt hours to generate electricity. And the overall price is all priced at the marginal price. So everybody's paying more for cheap hydroelectricity, for cheap wind power, because of the coal peaking plants. So it's totally nonsensical to say that stopping the expansion of coal mines here in New Zealand and everywhere in the world where we need to stop producing new coal mines has anything to do with high power prices. And the Greens also have a members' bill, and any members opposite could sign up to it right now in the name of my colleague and friend Scott Willis, that would help fix the electricity market. And that would help address some of the issues. But it's all just a big sham to say that we have to support Fast Track to get renewable electricity. It's just not true. Fast Track is going to be used to destroy a living museum, a national treasure, the Denniston Plateau, because of this government, in order for Bathurst to expand coal mining operations that will not be used, will not have anything to do with electricity generation, which will cost the country more than they will pay in royalties, more than we will earn in having those jobs. It's destroying something that would cause people all over the world to come visit New Zealand. The value in ecological services, in tourism of the Denniston Plateau is far greater than the value of it dug up and shipped off overseas. And that's the truth. So the government members, when they say things are ideological, they're talking about themselves. All of those government parties are blind ideology, refusing to accept the evidence around public good, that electricity is public good. I'm looking at the ACT Party members. It's blind ideology that's causing high power prices, the blind ideology of neoliberalism. It is the blind ideology of ripping up the most precious ecosystems in order to have some short-term profits for some overseas companies that is driving the fast track legislation. It's all about ramming through unpopular decisions. People like renewable electricity, and the Green Party has been talking about practical solutions to increase renewable electricity, to have more energy efficiency, since we've been in Parliament, which is now 26 years. And the members in the National Party and the New Zealand First Party and the ACT Party have always said that the Greens were away with the fairies because they're ignorant bullies. That's who those people are. And they're making irresponsible decisions that are literally causing the country to be in an enormous amount of suffering right now. We've got a whole lot of public servants and publicly funded roles, doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters going on strike because they're not being paid sufficiently. And the government's like, I know, I've got a plan. Let's announce $50 billion for 17 roads. That's going to save our economy. You're a bunch of dreamers. I'm sorry, the government is a bunch of dreamers. But they're looking to the past. They're stuck in the past. And as of next year, this country has well and truly seen what a bunch of dinosaurs you are. I'm sorry, you're going to get voted out. Shame on you.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
6 votes in favour.
Just while we're counting the votes, I just want to remind the House that there should be no talking during voting. Understand we do have some new members, so it's just a reminder. Thank you. The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The House is suspended until 9 a.m.